PKA 643, our guest Dick, and soon to come Harley, I think, Taylor.
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lock and Load, RealDBG.com, and Freeze Pipe, a great way to I almost said a bad word in the first few seconds. A great way to ejaculate more. And
I was way too much racism before the show, boys. I told you, man. You have to get plantations were built with that kind of racism. Sorry, for
I let it flow out of me.
Kyle lets it flow like a broken dam. And it's his true self.
Sort of like, you know, those southern churches where the person stands up and starts speaking in tongues. The Lord is speaking through them. I'm like that, but it's not the Lord. It's just a really bitter old man.
Yeah, he starts speaking in tongues.
Carol Burnett. It's Carol Burnett. Just
you're like, let me tell you something about the Polacks too.
Oh, you can say anything about the Poles. They are and always taking strays.
And direct hits.
No, gypsies have a very powerful ally now in that 7 foot tall boxer.
Tyson Fury.
Yeah.
Fuck him. I'd fuck him up. He's a pussy. I dare him to do anything to me that would allow me to make money.
I dare him to do anything he wants to.
Fury can't hurt me over the internet.
I dare him to take his big, strong arms and do anything to me.
Anything. That's a real boxer that you're talking about, right? Not like Harley who's coming on. He's a fake boxer.
Yeah, he's a real boxer.
Is the feud still strong?
What's the difference between a fake boxer and a real boxer?
A fake one says, I'm doing this for charity over and over and over until people stop making fun of them. A real boxer just fights for entertainment value.
Oh, I can't wait to hear you guys to bitch at each other. This is going to be great. So what I want to get a totally unbiased take, because out of respect for your guys bickering, I refuse to learn even a cursory bit about what you're arguing about. So fill me in before that liar Harley.
That fucking liar.
Yeah.
Oh man, he's just lying nonstop. I don't know. Don't you guys hate e-celebrities? Is it just me or you guys? I fucking hate e-celebrities.
Aren't we one?
No, we're all self-hating.
No, you guys are okay. You guys are okay, but don't you fucking hate other e-celebrities? No, I don't. What this cringe clash thing the boxing thing that they're doing?
Is that what it's really called?
Cringe Clash? I think so. They kicked a boxer off because either he's friends with Sam Hyde or he made a joke about iDubbbz's fat wife's OnlyFans account. So that they kicked him off 3 weeks away from doing the event for what seemed like the most harmless thing or the most petty.
What did he say? Can you repeat it?
I only heard the Sam Hyde part.
He was trash talking his opponent, and he said if he lost, he would subscribe to Anissa's OnlyFans, which obviously is a joke. No one would subscribe to that OnlyFans, not even to her, not even as a loss.
Does she have an OnlyFans?
Yes.
I don't.
Yeah, dude.
What's her name again?
Anissa, and iDubbbz keeps saying over and over that he's cool with it, but if that's why Froggy got kicked off the thing, he's obviously not cool with it.
Well, there's no way you're going to find her OnlyFans.
Couldn't
you don't know what she looks like, so when you found it, you wouldn't recognize her. You know what I mean?
She looks like she looks like half Persian, half Mexican, but the worst from both races.
That's what you look like.
Wait a minute. Yeah, she looks like me.
She looks like you.
Oh yeah, see, look, awful, ugly. The tats are bad too.
This is the boxing promoting couple, huh?
Yeah, noodle arm noodle boy over there. And,
so this guy Froggy. So this guy Froggy was talking shit online, and the impetus was he trained with Sam Hyde, or did he even train with him, or did he just mention Sam Hyde?
No, he met up with Sam. He did a little training or something. I don't know. The guy called into my show last week.
We could probably take these innocent people's photo off.
They're not innocent. Those are the fucking biggest jerks of all. So that's what pissed me off. That's what pissed me off with Harley. Fucking the remaining men together. I cuck Dubbbz and his fat wife. I'm
glad you're keeping this professional, not going to
even I don't call her fat. I call everyone fat.
Man, Woody is fucking a hard guy with fat people. He will tell you if you are slightly.
You got to see the OnlyFans though, Woody. She's keeping it in some kind of a corset in that picture.
I'm on her Twitter,
Is that what you're telling me?
Pretty representative of what she looks like.
Fat.
There's not a lot, unless it's Photoshop. But she's in her underwear basically.
Yeah, she doesn't show her pussy,
uncool.
and you're happy about it on her OnlyFans. You're like, oh, thank God she's not showing her pussy.
Don't you tell me what I want.
That's pretty lame in an OnlyFans. You should probably go further than that. Well, that's ridiculous. So this guy was training for a boxing match, and then 3 weeks before, they just
met up
go,
with Sam
"You're
Hyde."
out." So you met up with Sam Hyde, and we won't
Yeah.
associate with anything even tangentially related to Sam Hyde. So fuck you.
Yeah, which is fucked because, like, I mean, I've never trained for a boxing fight, but it's like running every day, which is
it's a lot of
already,
shit.
which is like worse than hell. Like running it like a teenager, and then all this like sparring and shit. It's really fucked up. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
It's fucked up to just say. So they kicked him off, and then they're like, well, he's trying to steal from charity by not giving us his training money back. It's like, what are you guys talking about? You totally fucked this guy over. So then Harley's dumbass comes in and goes, well, actually, they're totally within their legal rights. That's in the contract for his behavior. I'm like, are you guys like, the guy who put on this event is famous because he said the N-word and the F slur over and over again. What the fuck are you morons talking about? You're just a bunch of has-beens dancing around and acting like men, like and you put to make money.
I'm
for
catching
comedy
some strays
purposes.
here.
What are you talking about contracts? Like, go fuck yourself. Now I remember why I was so pissed in the first place.
Dude, I was laughing. Like I saw you and Harley because I follow both of you on Twitter, like sniping at each other, and I was laughing. One part that I laughed out loud at was Harley saying something like, you know, they're allowed to, you saying contract reminded me. He was like, you know, they are allowed to legally do this with the contract. They're pretty boilerplate. And then you responded like, boilerplate? This isn't real boxing. This is made up. None of this is boilerplate. They could throw anything in there they want. Like boilerplate boxing contracts? What are you talking about?
It's retarded. It's a boilerplate that like a guy can't meet with Sam Hyde before the boxing event. Oh yeah, that's typical boilerplate. You know, Sam goes in a lot of mass school shootings. So we don't want Sam Hyde bringing his bad energy and bad reputation to our gay boxing event.
Like, I don't understand. So was the issue that he had any contact with Sam Hyde at all? Because I know, all right, to draw a parallel that I also don't agree with on Twitch, if somebody's been banned and you have them come on your stream, like you're streaming fucking Mario Brothers, this dude got banned. He's a Zelda player. He thought he'd come over and give you a little insight, but he got banned because he showed some dick root or something. Now you're in big trouble because you just gave him a platform, right? And even if you're just like, oh, look, Zelda dude's calling. Hey, Zelda dude, I'm on stream on Twitch. What do you think? Let him know. Yo, Zelda dude here got my dick root out. You're in trouble again. You just gave him that platform for a third time with his little dick root. You
spread
can't
his
do
hate.
it. That being said, like I really don't like that Sam Hyde becomes persona non grata from time to time, because his whole thing is how stupid people are and how the normies, as he might call them, just don't get the fucking deal. Why is he the bad guy in their eyes, though? Like what are they afraid? What stain would Sam Hyde leave upon them that they are so afraid of? Because I don't know. We all rub shoulders with weird people on the fucking internet. Sam Hyde doesn't seem that bad to me. Maybe I'm just not educated.
No.
He's like the patron saint of comedy boxing too. So why the fuck would he be there? Right? Like Sam Hyde basically invented this event that fucking Noodle Man iDubbbz is pretending is his. Do you remember?
How is that true? Did Sam Hyde do any boxing? I don't.
Yeah, Sam Hyde's been doing like, you know how he goes like this. It looks like all red. That's pretty much it, Woody. That's like inventing
85%. That's 85%.
That's 85% of boxing.
Inventing it.
Well, I sort of did this. What'd y'all do?
I did this in the mirror at 11 years old and pretty much invented Mr. Olympia.
No, that's
not that.
Nah, that's like
not that.
That's like bodybuilding, like weight training.
Yeah, that's what I claimed.
Sam's like
Mr. Olympia.
Boxing like this.
Boxing, not weightlifting. It's completely different thing.
Yeah. So
I'm not being heard.
I
gotta think Lamborghini, not Ferrari.
My mistake. What was I don't know where I was. My head.
It's gonna take a lot for Harley to convince me now that I've gotten the facts.
Uphill battle.
And now that I've got the facts on my side.
I don't even have the facts.
Yes, we do. Dick just gave us the facts.
This guy on the card said something mean about his boss, essentially, iDubbbz. and got fired.
Boss.
I don't think so.
That's kind of what's up. No.
Well,
No, he trained with Sam Hyde, and you can't have any association with him. So now he doesn't get to compete in the boxing thing, and he's already been training and getting ready and preparing. And now they're like, hey, you actually owe us that money that we gave you to train and prepare and everything.
Yeah.
And if you don't give it back, then that's tantamount to stealing from charity, because that's what we're all about here. We're about a charity. It has nothing to do. We're all making a little, of course, a little. But this is a charity first and foremost.
And make it worth our while.
And if you make us still stand by our agreement and pay you for your training, well, I mean, I guess we could take it out of our own pockets or out of the part of the profits that were going to go to us, but we're not. We're taking them right out of the children's mouths. We're going, actually, we already donated.
We're giving them cancer. Actually,
we're taking that little spin where all of it's coming back. That's what they're saying.
Handfuls of powdered graphite on
I think that we're dealing with here, which seems pretty silly. I guess a lot of people don't want to be associated with Sam Hyde on the internet, though.
I don't understand why. He's a funny guy.
I don't either. I mean, I love Sam Hyde.
No, I'll tell you why. Because iDubbbz tried to do like a documentary on Sam, like a Sam fell from grace. You know that one?
We had Sam come on and talk all about it.
That's why iDubbbz hates him, because he made him look like such a fucking jackass. Like the way iDubbbz was simping for Sam's pretend girlfriend, like, oh, we got to get you out of here when Sam falls asleep. When Sam falls asleep, you put your hair out the window and I'll climb up and save you, my beautiful princess. And then they're like, yeah, that's fake, man. Like she's just acting like that.
Dude, that was the peak
That was
of
hilarious.
that episode to me. Like I don't think, I'm not saying Sam Hyde isn't funny, only that his comedy doesn't work on me. Right, like I'll admit he's popular. Everyone likes him. He's thriving. Like it's successful, but you know, not everyone's going to be beautiful to everyone. Not everyone's going to be funny to everyone. To me, the only funny part was when iDubbbz tried to rescue the girlfriend.
The pile of dead wasps,
or at least
the dead wasps,
funny at all.
The ball bearings.
Yo, this is Smokey handles crypto for me. So like, hey,
guys, we're gonna have iDubbbz think that we typically exist in a messy room. I'm like,
yes, yeah,
but it wasn't a messy room.
It was unbelievably messy. it was a gross.
There was an armed guard by the door,
dude. When they went,
you were said earlier, think Lamborghini, not Ferrari. That's what I was referencing. He's got iDubbbz in that slingshot piece of shit, and iDubbbz has never driven a stick shift, so he's fucking it up. He's like, nah, you gotta think Lamborghini, not Ferrari, or something like that.
He's
giving him such unhelpful advice.
And iDubbbz had to put on like a big dance, like iDubbbz put on this whole boxing event so he could feel like a man again, which is he's like a wedding for him. Like I lost, but I worked out and I fought a man, so now I can have my balls back after Sam Hyde took them. He's just so, but like he canceled all of Sam's front row seats. He's got such a petty grudge against him, and that's why I think he banned Froggy. Because Froggy hung out with Sam, and I don't think it was that throwaway comment about like he was joking about joining Anissa's OnlyFans if he.
It seems more like a Sam Hyde thing, and you're right. Like that documentary, like I thought the whole thing was hysterical. Like it was great, and he made iDubbbz look like a fucking retard. Like he made him look like a smug trying to pull one over on someone retard, and meanwhile he's having something pulled over on him. But Sam is doing it in a way that's like humorous, and there doesn't feel like there's an angle at it. Like at the end when he does that big reveal, he literally is like, wait, so that wasn't your girlfriend? He's like, you think I'm dating a fucking heroin addict? Are you retarded? like when he just
I'm a millionaire.
When he shuts it down so succinctly like that, it's like, you fool, you absolute fool. You were here to try and get dirt on me and then and make me look bad. No. Here's the tables have turned. And of course iDubbbz doesn't like that because it makes him look stupid. And so I guarantee he doesn't want to be doesn't want to have Sam Hyde around.
Stupid to you?
Oh yeah. And everyone who saw that agreed he looked stupid.
Let me say my piece though. Like I thought he looked stupid at the girlfriend part. We're in total lockstep. Like I get it. Other stuff like iDubbbz and Sam Hyde were gonna box, and I remember Sam Hyde was encouraging iDubbbz to like try a little harder. Like don't worry, you're not gonna hurt me. And iDubbbz is like, everything I give is going to come back at me 3 times. Like, I'm in a really difficult situation here, boxing this fucking monster of a man who's
under a bridge,
comfortable boxing. Under a bridge. And to me, iDubbbz didn't look dumb. What I did is I put myself in iDubbbz's shoes. And I'm like, Woody, what would you do if you were Sam Hyde? And he's like, go ahead, Woody. Go ahead. Show me your right cross. Show me what you got. Look at that. Look at that. What is he supposed to fucking do?
You know what it looks like?
Say, this isn't real, is it? This is obviously a joke, right? We're not boxing under a fucking bridge.
Sam Hyde
looks like
will put him at ease in a reliable, trustworthy way. No, he's
supposed to know it's bullshit. Like, this is obviously a con.
You think Sam won't hit him? You think if iDubbbz throws a punch where he tries, right? A nice 75% thinks he sees an opening, throws the punch. Sam is going to go, oh, I was hoping you'd do that. It's a really tough spot to be in.
I mean, maybe, but like he's trying. It is supposed to be so over the top stupid that by iDubbbz taking it seriously and cataloging it, he is making him appear foolish. Like, you really think that a normal part of Sam Hyde's day is taking a bunch of weirdos under a bridge and fighting. And the purpose of this, like, Woody, I don't think you like are fully like iDubbbz went there to get like a documentary about Sam Hyde of like that wasn't going to reflect well on him. And so don't think of it like he went there with good faith. Imagine that I come to your house, Woody, and I'm like, and you know I don't care for you, and you know I have bad things to say about you, and I'm going to put a video that I track of you and your life on my big channel. And I get to your house, and you just fuck with me. And everything you do is fuck you. Yeah. You think you're going to punk me? Fuck you. I'm going to make you like... you would be totally justified in doing that. You would be totally justified in being like, yeah, what I like to do, Taylor, is go in the middle of the woods and then we naked wrestle. What do you and then you put me in an uncomfortable situation and you go, haha, this fool who was trying to lampoon me is being lampooned.
So we're in lockstep there. The only thing the only step, the daylight in between us is when I looked at iDubbbz, I thought he saw it for what it was almost the entire time. He got him on the girlfriend.
I think
thing.
he was
got
confused.
him. But when he was boxing, he was like, I see what we're doing here. When he was having other conversations, when he saw the crypto stuff or whatever, it was like, I get it. You're playing me for a fool. In so many, the Lamborghini versus Ferrari thing, he's like, okay, I see what you're doing. You're pretending to offer advice, but it's the most unhelpful advice you can think of. I'm channeling my Lamborghini. Like, all right. So like iDubbbz wasn't a fool. I feel like he saw through almost all of it, not the girlfriend thing, but he lost. He lost. And
he banned him. Like, why would he ban Sam all this stuff from his events if he didn't feel humiliated?
You know what? Some of these people don't know how to lose. Like if he just tipped the hat and be like, you know what? I went out there to get a documentary on him, and he got a documentary on me, and it was like people are loving it. You know what? It's an L. Congratulations, Sam.
You got me.
Your iDubbbz, you get there. What do you do if you're iDubbbz and you get there thinking you're gonna get that hit piece, and then he starts using the fucking, I don't know, dimensional jujitsu on you, where he's from another realm.
with someone like, honestly, the advice you would give to like someone who's trying not to be punked is agree and amplify. Like, exactly, that's what you generally do. But with Sam Hyde, he's gonna
tell you what I would have done in the boxing
amplify
situation
too. Like,
it's like playing gay chicken and you end up adopting children together.
Yeah.
You gotta take it. You're like, well, I always receive. I hope that's okay with you.
Have a good day at work, homo. Like,
if he took me under that bridge and was like, he's like, we're gonna learn this represents everything in our lives. Once we do battle here, doing battle in the boardroom is just gonna be like second nature. You think I'd be afraid of a merger after you've taken a right cross? I don't think so. I'm just nod along wisely. Yeah, sagely. Okay. But when do we put the blindfolds on, sir? We're gonna need our blindfolds. We don't need our eyes where we're going. And he'd have to agree with that. If you tell him we don't need eyes to see where we're going, he'd be like, you know what, you're right. And we would be under there blindfolded boxing now, and then it would be funny. You've got to take his power away, and you take his silly power away.
You think he hasn't trained in the dark? You fool.
True. He was born to it.
That's right. I think
that's why his eyes look like that.
That is why it's hard for someone like iDubbbz to get out of that situation, though, because with someone with Sam Hyde's profile, like, and his reputation, it's like you're not going to agree and amplify and laugh your way out of it. He will find a new anchor point of discomfort and then work from there, like that. And it's funny, and he's very good at that, and I enjoy watching him do it. And so, like, that whole, and I hadn't even thought about iDubbbz in many, many years since he was doing all the slur stuff, which I thought back in the day was funny. But,
yeah, because that fat OnlyFans model stole his balls. That's why he can't do any of this one-upping
now
stuff.
he can't do his old video styles anymore. What does he do now other than box? Does he
You're
still
gonna
make
me
videos?
look at her nudes again? Is she fat?
Don't look. I looked at her nudes once on accident, and my dick never got hard again.
Oh
Well,
my god! For
got a
free?
sponsor
That's
for that.
stealing.
Yeah, I should sue for
But
that.
we
No,
don't
she
have
puts them
them
on
this
Twitter.
week.
Well, we'll tell you about it next week then.
But with all that in mind, that's where this like iDubbbz and his wife just took out this Sam shit on Froggy Fresh, who's just some like, singer who's training to do their dumb charity boxing thing.
Yeah.
And then all of the other fucking boxing / creators start defending that shit. And it annoyed me because I hate when celebrities protect each other's fragile egos and shitty decisions.
Was it mostly?
It's another Harvey Weinstein. It's exactly like Harvey Weinstein. Froggy got raped by iDubbbz's wife, and Harley's defending it. He's covering it up.
Yep, Harley Weinstein.
Harley Weinstein. Exactly. Exactly.
If the names rhyme.
If the names rhyme, he
must
did
do
the
the
crime.
There he is.
And the
Harley
criminal
Weinstein,
makes his
speak of the
way
devil.
in.
Feeding us an epic shit sandwich.
What were you guys talking about?
Well, Harley,
And did I ruin it? Did I ruin it?
No, it was perfect.
it was perfect.
Dick was just explaining to me that you're essentially Harvey Weinstein, and then we realized that your name,
No, he didn't.
and we realized, hey, their names rhyme. And I realized they had you then, so I was they just now checkmated me, and I could no longer defend you.
Dude, arguments that rhyme
No,
or
I
Because
get
as
hit a
Taylor
lot
said,
with
if the
Harvey
names
Weinstein.
rhyme, he did the crime.
it's so true. So
And then
Harley,
I
thanks for
popped
jumping
in.
Yes,
Yeah,
then you
yeah.
popped in right as I made
Literally that
the
moment.
Harley
Yeah.
Weinstein joke. But so Dick has just been filling us with facts, getting us abreast on this whole situation. And from what I can tell about this boxing, it seems absurd that poor Sam Hyde, or I'm sorry, poor Froggy Fresh, just from his affiliation with Sam Hyde, a little bit of training, just like you did, is getting the boot. Like, is that what's happening? That doesn't seem fair to poor Froggy.
Yeah, like, it's been so interesting for me because I've known every person in real life, and I've never been in a scenario where I know everyone. And I do think iDubbbz is cool, and I do think Sam is cool. But it seems like these days, like iDubbbz just gets destroyed. People are not team iDubbbz at all. And I'm like, when everyone was jumping on the whole Froggy Fresh thing, and they're like, "Oh my god, like I can't believe this happened." They're like, "What do you think?" And I was like, I mean, realistically, the best approach was to not be involved at all. But I was like, oh, I think he made a joke about the creator who contracted him. So he got fired. And ever since then, I'm the biggest OnlyFans simp, bitch, homo, idiot, retard. Like I've been everywhere.
Yeah.
I have my DMs are filled with nose emojis.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
You don't like those?
It is.
As your DMs are full of nose.
It's all witty.
Like a Roman nose?
All right, I don't like that. I like the joke. That was great, but that I don't like that your inbox is full of noses.
Okay. So I saw last time I was on with Dick, I remembered I was feeling myself. My hair was blue. I was like, all was good. And then I remember I just felt like I came in here and my energy kind of leveled out to a specific place. And I feel like, going into the fight, maybe I should have that. I was fighting all people on Twitter, and Dick was like, just I hadn't seen you on Twitter ever before, and then you came out there and the energy was like, I thought my energy was crazy, and I was like, whoa. And then I went to your timeline, I was like, oh shit, it's crazy in here. I was like, let's go on PKA. But you know, like, I mean, really, it's the whole Froggy thing. I really did. I had like a whole opinion on it, and I still do. I have opinions on it, but like I jumped in the subreddit, and this is where it's really weird in my life, is I went to the PKA subreddit and I was like, yeah, I'm going to be on. I'll tell you guys all about it. But you know what? Exactly, Woody. They were like, hey, Ben, we don't give a shit. Kill it at the show. Kill it on PKA. We don't care. Actually, you're good. And that was 90% of the comments. Yeah. And I was like, damn. I'm like, I feel good mentally. I feel good physically. So that's a high point in my life. But I should really stop and listen to the PKA subreddit right now, because they're
absolutely
they have more wisdom than I do right now.
They got their finger.
And I was like, and that's a low.
So, Reddit.
That's what I'm saying. And I actually was there, and I was like, I can't believe they're being logical here. I'm not.
Yeah. Most people just don't care. Like, you're just hearing from the people that give a fuck. I don't. Like, I'm glad the situation's happening, because it's been a treat watching you and Dick fight for a while. Yeah. Or you haven't been going at it.
It's a better fight than any you'll see at Creator Clash, right? Can we all agree on that?
Very true.
And it's free.
Potentially.
I'm doing it for charity.
Dude,
that was actually the one thing I wanted to bring up, though, actually, to ask Dick about and ask you guys about. So, like, the fight is for charity. And my thing, I was like, it's for charity. It's a good thing. I know it didn't work. And I was kind of like, it's for charity. And I saw you were like, it's not. Shut the fuck up about charity. You had said that on your Twitter. And I wanted your opinion more on that, because not like as if I have some argument that's a gotcha to that. But yeah, I always was curious about. Yeah. Anyways.
I think Anissa could take a joke about her OnlyFans for charity, if it's for charity. Like, it's cool that people are going to put on a show for charity, but then if they're going to act like assholes, like, that's not for charity. That's my take on it. So all the charity stuff, that's cool. But then they're like, well, yeah, and we're going to fuck over this small creator for like a tiny slight, which I think is more about Sam Hyde than OnlyFans. You can't say
it definitely charged it. It definitely charged it. You know, I'm not a complete idiot. And, you know, talking to Sam, talking to iDubbbz, I could tell that there's tension there. So it's definitely supercharged. And I was under the impression that Ian kind of told Froggy that. It was just like, hey, I don't have the best relationship with that guy. And Froggy was essentially, which is pretty gangster as hell. He was like, that sounds like a you problem. And I think so, like that. And then you add the thing on Twitter. Maybe it all culminates to a point. And maybe there was other stuff behind the scenes. But I was just kind of like, you know, optically, it's a bad look optics wise, because we're like, you know, everything you said. Yeah.
Because the thing that sort of sticks in the cross seems to be that I guess Froggy had already received some initial payment for training or taking time off or something like that, and they want that back.
Yeah. So you're salaried to, like, I think it's $15,000 or $20,000 to train with. Mm-hmm. So they give that to us. And when I first got my contract, I'm not allowed to talk about the contract, but nobody that works Creator Clash will ever listen to PKA. Like, I see all the creators in it. They don't come here. No. One of them even once was like, yo, Harley, who is this guy? He has me blocked on Twitter. And I was like, that's my boy Taylor from PKA.
Oh, damn, nice.
Yeah. It actually happened. Hey.
Oh, no.
Hey.
I've just been linking nose emoticons in the chat.
My DMs are full of notifications from you sending me noses.
People send me that if I'm sniffing too much on the show. I'm like, oh, okay.
That I get that.
Meaning.
My behavior, people are just like, yeah, maybe you slow down on the coke, buddy. I was like, when I was killing that, I was not filming myself. Trust me. Last thing I wanted to do was get on the camera and be funny. But every time I get crazy, or like, I've been.
You were saying though, you get 15 or 20 grand. Wow, for training.
Oh yeah, so
and they want that back.
Well, so what happened? This is what I can't talk about, but I'm going to talk about. It's the contract. When I got it last year for Creator Clash, I looked at it and I was like, this is the worst contract I've ever got in a social media scenario. And I brought it to my boxing coach, and he was like, that's a decent boxing contract That's how it works. So you got a boxing contract for a boxing promotion. Looks like he's not treating you like a YouTuber. Me, a YouTube legend. You know how many views I had in 2012? And he's going to give me this piece of shit paper?
Mm-hmm.
So I like, my lawyer was like, oh yeah, that's a terrible contract. You can't sign that, you know, because should I have trained for 4 months and then hurt my thumb and can't fight, or if my opponent hurt his thumb and he can't fight and we can't get in the ring and do it, if we don't complete it, then I don't get the salary that I had for training. And that was a scenario I recognized and understood before I signed the contract, you know, like, I mean,
So you improved your contract.
I didn't, I looked at it and I was like, I called up iDubbbz. I was like, the other people signing this shit, like fucking that guy from Game Grumps has tens of millions of dollars in his pocket right now. He's signing this piece of paper. And I asked, and he was like, yeah, they're all signing. And he was like, listen, I'm not going to do anything weird. And if you don't want to sign it, I get it. And I was like, well, I want to be a part of it. So I signed what I thought was not a good contract because it heavily favored the promotion. And that's something that's just a thing that's part of it in boxing. And so I was, you know, I'm not a boxer. I can't be like, I demand this or that. Like, you know, I'm still not a boxer. I'm going to fucking play pretend on Saturday, you know? And so it was something that I was aware of. So,
well, that makes sense. Like, if you can't show, like, they're counting on you, but they're the ones that ended the relationship with him, I guess, over his relationship with Sam Hyde. So he's on the hook now for. I wonder.
No, so
it would matter to me. It would matter to me to know how long he had that 15, 20 grand, let's call it, in his pocket / bank account before they were like, no, this isn't going to work. You talk to him and he talks to her, and that ain't going to fly. And then there's OnlyFans fatty, and no good. You're out. Like
they
how
fronted
long?
him before he started training. They fronted him like 15 grand of his $20,000 purse, and then when the Sam Hyde relationship came out, within 24 hours he was booted, and they asked for they threatened to sue the money. They threatened to sue him for the money within 24 hours after that. And then somehow a bunch of the creators on the cards were saying, well, Froggy's stealing that money from charity, basically. Somehow that word got out.
See, here's the thing. It's interesting because you're like, I wouldn't say that he's stealing from charity. It's the way the sentences are made that changes the understanding of everything. And so I agree with you, because that's a weird, and like was kind of put like that money is getting taken from charity. No, it's getting taken from the other fighter who would replace, who even if they only had 2 weeks would still get the same, because iDubbbz gave everyone, it's the same thing.
Can I ask, what is the charity? While we're talking about this thing, let's do a small modicum of good.
Multiple charities. Boxing for MS Society. There's the American Heart Association. There's
I'm fine with that. Are there any for dogs? I'd like a
anything
dog
with kids or dogs?
Yeah,
there is an animal one. There is an animal.
All right.
Yeah, anything for the Taliban?
Put in there.
Okay.
I only give money to animals. At least they're decent.
Israeli defense budget.
And having a boxing match for all proceeds go to the IDF.
Mama needs a new boob job.
I knew I should have read the fine print. Fuck! I have to fight in the Israeli defense.
And now I have to go to fly to Tel Aviv to serve my 2 years before
you're boxing with Palestinians next month.
Okay, the thing about the money that was given to him, though, like I wouldn't have said that's going from charity. That's just the next fighter gets it. But so what happened was he isn't fulfilling the contract. And I believe from what I gather here, because there's no lawyer, I didn't see any lawyer's letter, but any legal letter to me, I for sure it's stressful. Your blood pressure goes up. You're like, oh fuck, I just got a legal document. And I think they wanted to maybe perhaps handle this a bit more casually, but also you have to cover your bases, otherwise you're exposed in legal ways, you know, that I can't even think of because I'm not a lawyer. But apparently they were like, so we're entitled to the $15,000 back because you didn't do your contract, but you can keep it. Please stop bashing the event, though, because also per the contract, you can't bash the event. So keep the 15K. But that's kind of like, if you talk about us, motherfucker, we're coming for that money, bitch.
Yeah,
but they never.
That's good. That's reasonable.
Bad.
That's fine.
It's reasonable if you're
look,
used to a professional scenario.
15 grand short hairs. You can keep that cash if you just stop shitting on me in social media. And you would think that this is a boxer, right? Can he not shut his fucking mouth long enough to? He's one of my, like, he's a hilarious content creator. He's legendary. He was the person I was most excited to see fight at Creator Clash 2. When I found out he was boxing, I was like, this is crazy. But he's like a rapper, and like, I met him. He's super high energy, like really. I feel like they offered him an olive branch. Like, hey, you know what? Keep the money. Let's be friends.
But he hasn't said anything bad.
See, I thought he did. So here's the thing.
Here's the thing. iDubbbz girlfriend.
But to what Dick is saying, the joke isn't that bad in the sense that I don't think it's that bad.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. But as this happened, the doors have kind of opened up to my mentions, and I've now seen the messages that she gets. That's in this realm of humor, and I'm going to be a major hypocrite here because I watched Darkside Phil streams that Darkside Phil didn't upload, or Wing streams that he didn't upload. I go to the Fighter and the Kid subreddit, and these are people that are targeted.
Get that truck wall.
And so I get exactly. So I see that, and then sometimes I have this moment where I'm getting hated on in something, and I'm like, shit, this entire community is fucking a cell dedicated to constantly doing this thing. I found out Anissa has that.
I wonder what that's like.
Well, so it's you know what? I'll tell you, I've seen it bad and I've had it bad. I've seen other people have it bad. I think when you're dealing with the type of people that do it and it from my experience, it's just, as a female doing OnlyFans, the terror in the DMs in the mentions is next level. I don't even know what the DMs are like. You know, I get crazy stuff in my DMs, but so then I was just like, oh, now the joke reads weirder if I'm in her shoes, because this is a point of constant harassment for like over half a decade. So that's when that's when I stop and I kind of become a human for a second. And I'm like, shit, I couldn't imagine doing that, you know, or having that all the time, that type of energy. And I guess lastly, what I wanted to say is your opinion on it all. Do you think iDubbbz is worse now than he was before? Everyone's just like,
I don't know,
hating on iDubbbz. I mean, Dick, what about you?
He called his fans assholes. Like, he did that interview where he said people would come up to me and say the N-word and that, like, his catchphrase. And he said, like, they're just a really like his fans were all a bunch of, or those ones were like a shitty, toxic bunch of people.
Can you approximate his catchphrase? I don't know it.
Isn't that what he did?
N-word F slur.
Just back to back. Just that's his thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got a real hook to it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's a bad catchphrase, but that is the simple. Simple is good. Less is more.
Off the tongue.
He's gone on like a weird crusade of attacking his own fan base as though it shows his growth as a person, and it's rubbing a lot of people the wrong way. Like,
so it's like he got to where he was, and now he's pulling the ladder up after him. We're like, I used this kind of humor. I did all this to get popular, but now I'm disavowing.
That's how I see it.
Well, you know, it can be sometimes
people take it personally.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes to play the devil's advocate, you'll make a joke. You'll be like, yeah, look, conspiracy theory this week, Holocaust didn't happen. And then you start getting messages from people who are like, yeah, we know. We're glad you're with us now. We're glad you're on the inside and we're of one mind now. It's like, dude, I just thought that was a funny thing to say.
Amplify.
I just thought it was a funny thing to say. It's not in your DMs, you know. You're absolutely right. Disciple number 47. I have many tasks for you. Like, no, you got to run.
I agree.
Sometimes you'll say something off. I bet when he came up with the catchphrase N-word, F-word, he didn't mean it in an incredibly hateful way. But I bet he's had to deal with people who are like, yes, those are our main enemies, the blank blank. and like, you know what I mean? Like,
I would wager more though that the people saying that at him are the people who watched him originally because of the shock value and the like shock jock feel of it. Like, oh, you know, he made someone uncomfortable by doing something wild and out there. and so unexpected. I'm going to be unexpected to him too. He appreciates that kind of humor. Like, that's what I could imagine. The same way that like
as well.
You see like Anthony Cumia or Artie Lang, like they'll talk about doing O&A or Stern Show, and they'll be
Anthony
like,
Cumia is
people
still out
just,
there saying MFNs all the time, though.
He has not allowed himself to be changed by the world. He has quadrupled, dude. Like his Twitter got unbanned, and like nothing has changed since 2014. Just race stuff, just 24/7, and it's like, dude, it's 8 a.m. Like it is 8 a.m. and you're like this mad about black people. Like, have a cup of coffee, like relax.
Is it veiled, Taylor? Is it veiled dog whistle stuff?
No,
or is he just like, is he like graphs?
Dude, he says MFN. He says MFN as what you think it means, and he puts it right on the fucking timeline.
This
when he said,
is Anthony.
I
haven't seen
Ninja,
that one yet.
to be clear,
right? I haven't
Yeah,
seen that yet. In fairness, but I've seen him.
I got
every single
make a Twitter.
He's great.
No, dude, any crime across this whole country committed by a black person will be quote tweeted by Anthony Cumia in 45 seconds.
All right.
It's like
to stay kind of on the topic, Dick, what do you say to this idea that this gentleman was fronted the 15 grand, let's call it. He's not going to be fighting, but they're going to let him keep the money. Doesn't that sound fair to you, as long as he can just stop trashing them and let them do their fight this weekend?
I mean, I think it's kind of
sounds like all good,
this. Right? I don't think he was trashing them though. Yeah, if he stops talking about it,
that's for them to decide though. Like they're like, hey, you're hurting our feelings.
Okay,
and he's
I think he called a bluff.
That's great for him. That's great for him, and I hope he does that. Froggy does that. For me, that makes me super pissed off. Because it's like leverage. It's first of all getting your feelings hurt, or taking out a petty grudge against Sam Hyde on this guy who put a lot of work into performing for your comedy event.
He's
like
a lot of the pay and none of the pain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he doesn't
take that deal.
He doesn't get to come. This is like Anissa blue balling yet another guy by not letting him fight in his event.
Pull up Mark Wahlberg. Go find an Asian in an alley. Come on, you're in shape. Get out there, have some fun.
Yeah, it annoys me. It annoys me to see people.
You keep giving
he did that. Mark Wahlberg
time.
Assaulted an Asian man while screaming slurs at him in an alleyway.
He did.
I've come twice since I found her Twitter. I don't know why you're saying blue ball.
My God,
Mark, not such a nice guy.
I really, I
feel like you're Sam hiding me right now with this nonsense.
I swear to God, the Funky Bunch were there too, watching.
It's right here. I can prove it if my webcam wire was longer.
Everything I said is like 93% true. You'll find it with a quick Google search. No, if you ask me, Froggy got a really good deal because I bet he got in shape. I bet he learned a new skill because he probably wasn't much of a boxer before this, I'm guessing. And he's gotten all this publicity. He's gotten 3/4 of his total money that he ever could have gotten. And he didn't have to step in a ring shirtless and get hit by another man.
You could,
but I think he wanted to fight,
the fighters get equal split of 25% of the door to a certain amount.
Oh, wow.
And they're free to do what they want with that amount of money. So you're salaried for the fight, the training, and then you are given this capped amount that
derived from the door, the gate.
Yeah, exactly. And
so
that's capped.
You want to walk.
That's capped. Yeah. The charities are not capped. I know a lot of people were like, oh my God, this fucking Jew never misses a payday. No wonder he's back in Creator Clash. He's getting the money at the, like, it's a capped amount. And the amount is less than half of an offer that I got from Keemstar to box on his promotion. And I think a lot of the fire was fueled by Keemstar because he runs another promotion. And Woody, I know you're friends with Keemstar. I'm not going to bash him.
Super tight.
Yeah, I'm not going to bash him on here, but he's I think what happened bad for me optically is I kind of got really excited, and Keemstar is one of the few people that get under my skin. You know, I'll talk to him offline even here and there, but it just bothers me. And I kind of went in and I just sounded like a shrill Jew mad about this event, and I was like, but it's for charity, and what I was like, you don't know, Froggy, but you don't know. Can I talk? And it was just like
maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I listened back. I was like, bro, I've been like on a caloric deficit for a year. I'm not supposed to exist.
Getting
like
cranky.
I feel better fat. I feel funnier and more jovial fat. And I'm like punching a bag. I'm not a guy that wants to punch stuff ever. And then I hear Keemstar gets me mad, and I jump on. I'm like, but that's not what's happening though. But that's not what's happening. And then I listen to it back, and I'm like, ooh, I don't know if I should have gone on. One of the guys on Sam's stream, Jet, he was like, yeah, maybe Harley should have gone for dinner instead of jumping into that Twitter space. And he said that, and I was like, I can't go for dinner. I can't. I wish. But I already ate my bowl of food. That is the sustenance for the evening time. There is no dinner. I can't do it, you know. But yeah, I think I got overexcited about it. And then people are like, wow, you have this crazy allegiance to iDubbbz. And the truth is, I think iDubbbz is great. My life changed over the last 2 years because of iDubbbz and because of Sam. Mm-hmm. And so when all this shit's going down and Froggy does something, like when he made the OnlyFans joke, I know enough of Sam and Ian and Anissa and the scenario, and that like Froggy went down to Rhode Island, that I was like, oh shit. It was a nothing joke. It was nothing to me. Mm-hmm. But I knew enough that I was like, whoa. Because, you know, I'm not saying Sam was like, you got to make this joke. He doesn't do that. He's not like a guy like, but like he just, if I looked at it optically, I'd be like, oh, he tweeted at Hassan about 9/11, and then he made a joke about the OnlyFans. I'm like, so he's kind of, I knew he was going to love it in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
I loved it there. I came back home and I was, you guys don't get it, man. I really don't think he's a Nazi. He gave me his time. He's super hilarious. He's chill. I got to like be in his circle. It was really hilarious. And they're like, you got to calm down, bro. You sound like you want to suck him off right now. I'm like, he's very chilling and he's funny. That's all. You know, I maybe I'm getting carried away. So I was like, you know, enamored, and he was my coach, and I have a level of respect for someone who coaches me. Like Froggy came back and he was like, this is the greatest comedian of all time. And I'm like, I think he's so funny. You know what I mean? I think he's a super funny guy. I think he's actually one of the funniest guys that I could think of. Mm-hmm. But like Froggy was just all in on it. And I think they were probably nervous that maybe, and now I'm going to get crazy theoried. Maybe they were nervous that, like, and I said this in my head privately, I was like, maybe they were nervous, like Sam's gonna like come through with a costume or do some next level shit. Like, you know, like if it were me, I'm the bitch like that, where I'm like, no, we can't. It's his event. I would love to. I would find it funny. I would, but it's his event. I can't have you. We can't go in on each other's shoulders in a trench coat or something. But Froggy would do that, go on Sam's shoulders in like a trench, and he would. Maybe they were worried about that, and maybe. I don't know.
Has been worried about that before. Like, I think Sam wanted to fight on an iDubbbz event, and iDubbbz was like, this guy's entire shtick is kind of fucking with people. I can't do business with that. Like, we have to take this event and put it on. What if he just pretends that he's going to show the whole time, and then he gets up there, salutes, and turns around? Like, I'm paraphrasing. But if I'm iDubbbz, I'm like, yeah, look, Sam, I get that you're funny, but your brand of humor is like messing people's shit up and fucking with them and making them look stupid. So that makes you a risky business partner.
People are terrified of Sam.
I mean,
I told people I was going to go train with him, and they were like, what if he, and the things they said were so insane. They're like, yo, what if he does this? What if he does? What if he
I was scared of Sam before he came on the show. I was like, I've seen
he's going to leap through the computer
where he has this, like, he just stays in character the whole fucking time.
Start writing runes.
and then you know what?
What's going to happen when he comes on the show? Is he ever going to break character? He was did
the worst.
Sounds like William Wallace. Like he's like a mythological figure. Like he's just a comedian, right?
He's good at it.
He's just a funny guy.
Taylor, you ever look in the mirror late at night and say Sam Hyde 3 times?
No, I'm too scared.
I did think that
you guys are all laughing at me, but I'll tell you, in private, they said the same thing. They're like, I wonder what we get with Sam. I wonder what's going to happen when he shows. Is he going to be genuine and like be interviewed, or is he going to just sort of like try to ruin our show as his bit?
No,
I was curious about which version of him we would get, and I didn't think there was a bad version to get, because if he was weird and bizarre and like sort of difficult to interview, like we were trying to say, oh, Sam, what's it like being a fucking school shooter? And he just went and started talking about something off the wall. Like that would be good content too, to just go along on whatever journey he wanted to go on. I'm like coming out of goddamn focus.
Dude, after we had him on for the first time, the only fear I have with having him on is what his audio quality is going to be like, because he's always screaming from a fucking supply closet, like like in the wrong direction. You have to ask him to repeat himself.
Bro, that's the top paid U.S. streamer on YouTube you're talking about right now.
He was pacing around a room like a psych patient.
Yeah.
Was he?
And
yeah, I like Sam Hyde.
He's very fun.
Well, that's the thing. People are like, yo, what if you go there and he fucking jumps you or he fucking does? And I'm like, yo, I went there and he did something worse than you could imagine. What? He was funny, nice, and likable.
Yeah.
That's like that. Like I left and I'm like, cool guy. And you know, that's like there are people that didn't want that. And I can't stress this enough. iDubbbz never held it against me that I still have a direct line of communication with him. Like I know inside stuff at Creator Clash as the fights were coming up. Like I know who was going to box Froggy and all that. And like I still spoke to Sam and he knew I spoke to Sam, but I kind of just wanted to have a transparency between them both. Mm-hmm. And so it's weird, like when the fight happens, like when that shit went down and I was like, whoa, Froggy, I could see why the comment was fucked up. Then people are like, you fucking bitch Jew, you turned your back on Sam. You know?
Yeah, you're
like
really
a stepchild.
Popular though. Froggy's not. Like that's part of what annoys me about it too, is the double standard that iDubbbz and Yokozuna have for a guy like you versus a guy like Froggy who like can't fight back. Like you could fire up a stream and hit hard back.
No, I'm not. It's not like you think it was. I don't have like my friction is insane. To get someone for me to come to a Twitch stream, they think I'm playing fucking Resident Evil Stone. They don't want to go there. I haven't given them anything enticing there. My podcast, like, you know, the views aren't crazy. Like we get views on Facebook, but people on Facebook are not real.
It's not the same group.
It's
fickle like, old white woman traffic.
Exactly. So it's not the same, but I see what you're saying. There is an underdog aspect that once again, optically, it looks bad optically. So sending the letter about the money looks bad optically, but professionally, there was really nothing too crazy. And I think Froggy basically, intentional or not, called their bluff that they wouldn't sue him and he can keep the 15 and say whatever he wants about Creator Clash. But no one's there. I'm surprised any other creator said anything. I'm usually the only dummy that jumps in and, you know, says something.
If they were smart.
I was surprised by that too, Harley. Like, why the fuck? I sent Augie. Why is he fucking responding to me? This is insane.
If they were smart, they would.
I'm just going to keep responding.
I'm just going to say worse and worse things until someone explodes. Like, I don't care.
Dude, that's the best thing about Dick on Twitter is that you will see him fighting vehemently with someone for hours, and then you go to your page, and that is one of half a dozen fights you have spinning. At any given moment, you have nothing but problems with everyone around. And sometimes you'll argue with people, and you'll like be making conflicting points with two people you're arguing about simultaneously, and it's like
they're both wrong.
He's just having a blast,
weird?
just fucking with people.
I love
That's a taxing thing for a lot of people, but I agree. It is for me. I don't want to be like that makes me better or anything, but I do get a sense, like I get like energy from it that is greater than the mental taxation of the engagement. Like maybe I'm egotistical enough to leave a stupid Twitter conversation and be like, idiot, I'm fucking chill. And you know, it doesn't matter what I said or what it was. Like I maybe that's part of it, but I know a lot of people are like, this person's making me so mad. And I'm like, why are you saying that out loud? Turn it into a comment and tell them, I don't want to hear about your bullshit fighting.
Yeah.
But I go on and I'll fight people on something and I'll go back and forth. And I leave that. And I wish I was more drained mentally from it, because then maybe I would do it less. Maybe I wouldn't be like, nah, see here, I disagree. Everyone.
Everyone, you know? I gotta weigh in. Step back.
I've met fun people on it. That's how I met Destiny, just fighting, calling him cancer, and then coming on this show and having to sit together for 4 hours.
Oh. And now you're fast friends.
Now I love him.
Yeah. You mentioned cancer. We talked to Boogie the other day. We had him on here.
Oh, how's his cancer going?
Oh, he's ripe. it's really eating him up on the inside. We're excited.
I don't think
he
we
keeps
should
saying
talk
that
to
he's
him
going to fight Wings, but I'm of the opinion it's not going to happen.
If that happens,
Doesn't
I
look
tell
like it's gonna
Keem all the time, I'm like, if you do this, you're literally my favorite YouTuber ever, Keemstar.
Yeah.
You are the best YouTuber with no channel and no subscribers. You're the best. If you make this happen, I cannot stress enough. That is, honestly, Froggy Fresh could take my place at Creator Clash too. If in exchange I get to go watch that fight.
That'd be great.
I know Boogie personally, IRL, he's a great guy, all that. Man, I kind of want Wings to just get a W though.
How could he not?
He would.
How
it
could
would
he
not
not?
be hard for him to.
This
Wings
podcast is convinced that Wings is far more athletic.
He
Boogie would kill
Boogie came
himself
on
if he
here.
won at anything.
Boogie came on here and I was like, Boogie, you're not going to win. Here's the thing, man. You got to think of this like Rocky Balboa in the first fight. You just got to survive 3 rounds. That's a win for you. I literally said that to him and I meant it. If he can go 3 rounds without falling and hurting himself, then that is a win. Because I promise you, a man who looks like him will fall and hurt himself if Wings just takes both hands and gives him a hard shove like that. Because Wings is my age. He's like a decade younger. And sure, he has his troubles. He's 425 pounds or whatever.
Oh, I bet he's not that fat.
370? I don't know where
425.
You're probably right. I don't know.
I watched him weigh himself to his audio. He's so lazy he can't even read the goddamn numbers. His fucking
are you sure
scale
you can see the
talks
numbers?
back to him. I know, but it's funnier that way.
He has to have a series of mirrors.
Because he can't see the numbers because of his girth. But
I don't know what's
talk
funnier
back.
though.
Scale.
Anyway.
It's funnier both ways, I guess. It's pretty hilarious just looking at him. But he weighed himself, and the scale's like, ow! No, it said 424 pounds or something. Was
that
like
recently?
That. Wow. Yeah, and he was like, I was 418 this morning. And I'm like, what happened between morning and evening? Where
you just have a bowl of cereal and 2 gallons of milk.
4, 5,
Wait.
10 pounds.
Yeah, wow. What is the margin of error? Maybe it's greater at those numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you weigh 170, you're gonna get
when you're sniping over.
How much weight are we talking?
And a half.
425
6 pounds.
6 pounds?
Yeah, he gained
That's
6 pounds between
2
waves.
fucking giant big gulp Mountain Dews. Easy. He's sitting on his piss still. He didn't even piss before that.
Oh, he's just.
You're probably right.
His shits have a lot of liquid in them.
Drinks.
Oh,
you know, I'll be honest. Like way back in the day, I remember coming on a couple times, or like maybe it was once, and I remember leaving and thinking that I was like, yeah, I don't know if Woody likes me, and that guy Wings definitely didn't like me, and I just thought that didn't really. Now I know. Now you love me, but I didn't really.
Blew you.
We could do that
again.
I'm gay enough for that. Dick, are you gay at all?
Probably. I can't tell the difference honestly anymore. I don't know. I'm just gonna drink Bud Light and see what happens. I did have that same after my first show. I had the same feeling. I'm like, man, I think that guy Woody hated me.
What am I doing? I can't tell if I'm being
Woody, you need to send thank you notes. No, you're not. You're just kind of like you just go like, and people don't do this on podcasts. Like after somebody says something, you go, what the fuck was that? Never got that reaction ever in my fucking life. Like my mom's disappointed in me. You should just send a thank you note to your guest. Say like, thanks, I really enjoyed your appearance, Woody.
You'd be like telling a story. You'd be like, and then like, so I loaded up like, and I'm like, wait, well, what's that? You're like, I'm telling a story, and I'm like, okay, yeah. Like I came here. Don't you want to talk about it? I feel like you hate me now for all this. I feel like you hate
now he really hates you.
Now it's for real.
I'm trying to figure it out. When I interrupt or something, you're telling a story. I don't know what everyone's laughing at. I'm lost.
But I remember thinking about Wings and not thinking much of him back then. But like I could say now, I'm a fan of Wings. I watch a lot of his content.
Whoa. You're a fan of him? Like, tell me, what does he create that you think is worthy of your eyeball time? Like what if you heard, hey, Wings just made a new video stream thing, it's there to be digested. Which one? What is it that you're after? You're like, he made
that's cool. I'm gonna wait for one of those fucking weirdo Discord dudes to make a cut down of this. that zooms in at the worst places at the worst times. And I sit, and this is what's hypocritical is I sit there and I'm like watching it and I'm enjoying the moments that Wings creates, and these people manipulate them to be more curated, digestible. And I'll watch it, and then he'll get like really mad or something, and then that's when the human me comes in, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is a person. And I did the dark triad personality test like years ago, and it was like you're 70% narcissistic, 65% manipulative Jew, and it was like a really low. It was like 4%, 4% sociopath. Like I'm very empathetic, whereas the other traits are things that could help you be good at business. This trait is also one that could help you. And whereas I could have, like, I mean, with this whole Froggy thing, there's an element where I could have just watched it unravel, but there is a part of me that I'm like, but can't you guys put yourself in their shoes? And they're like, you fucking got little feet, simp bitch.
You bitch.
They're like, you fucking simp bitch. And I stopped beefing with Froggy once he murked me on big and tall jeans. He wrote a song and said big and tall, where'd I get them big and tall boot cut jeans? And I kind of never been roasted on the big and tall angle. And I thought that was really funny. Like, just coming from him, it was really, he made me feel like big and ridiculous. And I haven't felt like that since like the 3rd grade when I was double the size of everyone else. And they're like, "Move, you're so big." And, you know, I felt like Jack, Robin Williams.
No, he attacked your childhood insecurities. He cut to the quick.
Murked it. And I was like, that's why I love this guy. He's a legendary guy.
He needs to take a triad test. He's a fucking scary guy.
I mean,
we should all take the triad test.
What if he was just more like I think about, like you were talking about, is it dog whistles on the Twitter, as you said, Kyle? And I think it was kind of towing. I felt that there was an intentional towing the boundary with the creator clash thing. And they it was the OnlyFans comment was the one, if that was the one or around there that made it happen. I just felt like the line would have been pushed further and further. Like that was the sentiment that I was getting, was that it would be something to just see, because I feel like there's been a lot of bluffs being called the whole time. And what if it was just more nuanced? Like, I'm surprised. I don't know if he wanted to make jokes about that, like, could have waited till he won his match and got on the mic and said something fucking crazy. You know,
he seemed almost shy saying it. Like when he called into my show last week, and I'm like, I watched the OnlyFans joke. Like, you seem like a little kid who's making a joke that you're not supposed to make, and you are, but like you still seem like a sweet kid making it. He just doesn't seem to be
what's
like
this guy's name?
A hateful guy. Froggy Fresh.
He's so nice. And I was also like, when I was yelling on the Twitter space, the second one was because the night before he called me a liar like 15 times, and it was a misunderstanding. But he called me a liar, and it kind of threw me off because I felt like I felt like he changed so quickly, and everyone's like, "You changed, Harley," but they didn't see our interactions before, and he and I kind of squashed it. You know, he came on my Twitch stream like amongst dozens of people, and you know, we spoke about it a little bit. And I felt like he did. The joke seemed weird. Like, I thought someone was like, "Say the joke now," you know, which was not the case. It's just him, but you know.
Do you think iDubbbz is comfortable with his wife's OnlyFans? I don't think so.
It depends how much it makes and how that money is distributed. And if he gets, what do they call it when you get like final cut approval? If it's that sort of thing. Because I think like those things would be crucial if you were going to allow something like that to like publicly go on. I think maybe some people get on board with it then. I don't like the idea of it in general, but
wait, you don't like the idea?
How much does it make? Are we talking about something that makes $8,000 a month, or something that makes $80,000 a month, or something that makes $280 a month?
I think before you even get there, you just don't know that information. You could still try and decide if it's a thing, because I think a lot of the hate is actually focused on that, and I never realized how big of a discussion and a thing like porn was in general. You know, even it's. I just think the idea of your like significant other being out there like that is an interesting topic, because somebody I follow, and I always think about this, as Gal Gadot, you know, Wonder Woman. Mm-hmm. She's like a married lady with a family, but so I'm always wondering, like, where's the line for her on racy? But I've seen like that girl's ass cheeks. I know, like
and I guess I'm sure her husband's okay with that, and she's always making out with some guy as Wonder Woman, right? Fucking Chris Pine.
Mm-hmm.
How different is that from her showing like 3/4 of her ass and like spreading her legs on the internet for $20 at a time? If it's adding up to about the same salary as what Gal Gadot gets,
and he might be into it. Like I say this, I had a friend in off-roading, and his wife was hot. Like, whatever. Everyone has their version of a perfect woman. She's a lot of people's perfect woman. And they were like really sexual out in public a lot. I remember he wore a t-shirt that said, "I love Head." Head is a brand of ski, like for skiing. And it had the ski on it, but everyone knew what it meant. And she's there in the passenger seat, and you're like, there's the person he loves it from. Okay, then. We were friends at his campsite, call it like 6 tents. You could hear them fucking at night. Like, and it wasn't subtle. It wasn't like, I hear the sleeping bag.
Could they hear you jerking off?
Probably.
Yeah.
But it's like,
that's the
fuck me,
fucking
daddy,
worst.
harder.
Sleeping bags.
Yeah. Right. It wasn't like a subtle sort of like you hear the rustle. It was praise and kinky words and dirty talk and shit like that.
I wouldn't put up with that shit. I would literally like come back with, oh yeah, oh, like start counter groaning.
Yeah, you could do that.
Look, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's shitty behavior at a fucking campsite to like.
Yeah, you know what I find shitty about it?
You guys, but let me get to my point.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
See, that's an honest to talk. That's not a podcast for this guy.
I don't think that's fair. I get ripped on for interrupting fucking 10,000 times a show. They will rip me for interrupting, right? Meanwhile, I'm in the middle of a point. We change topics. No fucking big deal. Don't do that. That's fine. Woody can shut the fuck up and take a back seat every fucking time he has a point. Woody's matter, thoughts, and they don't count. They're nothing. Nothing. This fuck is hanging. That's how we all see it. So every once in a while, I say, hey, I'm getting to something. iDubbbz I think this guy liked that everyone found his wife sexy. I think it increased her value to him, right? Like, this is someone that everyone wishes they had, and she's mine. Maybe iDubbbz gets off on that.
No, he's talking about the camping guy when he says that.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
we'll talk about both. I'm kind of making this analogy.
Yeah,
I knew a guy in real life.
Yeah,
who I'm sure dug that everyone thought his wife was so fucking sexy, and I think iDubbbz might dig it too.
And real quick to what Kyle said, where he was like he wouldn't put up with that. I also instantly would be like, my ears aren't your prop to get off right now. Like, you guys aren't fucking there loudly so that you know that I hear it and you can get off on the fact that I know it. Like, that's not, no, I'm allowed to come watch then if I'm going to hear it. You're not,
I'm not going to be an accessory.
1 cent. Yeah, I want to see.
Fact. I'm getting involved. I want to be
see. Maybe I'm not even getting involved, but I want to see it if you're going to be yelling in my ear about it.
They're doing
I'm
going to
be outside that tent with the moon casting my shadow on you.
And they're trying to force you to be involved in their exhibitionism. That's rude. And it's in the middle of a camp. You got to wake up early for fishing and stuff. And they're like, come on.
I have a take.
Girlfriend. It's great.
But you're probably way out in the middle of the woods, not disturbing the true campers, right?
No, I'm right there.
No.
We can always be louder.
You're in like a trailer park of it with the campers.
But so you're like Kyle, you're saying at a certain amount of income, the OnlyFans is cool.
Yeah. All right. So like it's Belle Delphine level. Like when we're talking about generational wealth, millions a month type stuff, I think she makes around 1. I know that's a round number, but I think that's what it is. Someone told me. It
used to be
Jesus
more. Jesus
Christ. And she's banging her boyfriend anyway. So
yeah. What if it's just like it pays for your house?
Oh,
that'd still be a ton.
It depends if you're also out there.
Like, how much you think your little fucking snatch is worth, Kyle? Generational wealth. What do you think?
I'm just
Kyle's
there's different levels to it, is what I'm
Kyle
saying.
Snatch is worth a lot. Take it from me.
Like if your girlfriend's out there making like $300 a month to like put pictures of her vagina there forever, it's like, all right, I don't think this is worth it. But if she's making $300,000 a month, it's a different story.
Yeah, it's sort of like fighting for a case of
she's going to choose that
$300,000
over you.
It's like is bum fights cool? Like, is bum fights cool because that guy's getting paid Bud Light? No, it's not cool that the guy boxing for $70,000, that guy is cool. Like,
well,
fighting itself isn't cool or not. It's about the surrounding situation. Wow, that guy who's trained fighting is going to make $100,000 versus that guy doesn't have teeth, probably hepatitis, and he might win Bud Light.
I've seen biting in those.
Yeah, it's a strategy. You've seen the classic one where the guy is like all about the boxing, and they're in that like, what is it, like LA riverbed, that shit concrete garbage, and like he gets knocked down, and the guy goes from tough guy to little baby. The second the other guy starts biting off a piece of his
felony
teeth.
fights, not bum fights.
Oh, felon fights. You're right. Yeah, it's
felony
a little once you
fights is
graduate.
so much scarier. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen that clip, Dick? Because the guy goes from falling back, and then he goes because the guy's biting him, and the guy who's doing the biting doesn't stand up and look like a feral lunatic. He stands up like a triumphant victor of ancient battles, as though like that's what happens when you step to the king.
Jeez.
Like that's
the guy getting bit is screaming for help.
Can you fill in for Froggy Fresh and box Chris Raygun? That guy, can you find him still?
This guy would fuck up either of those people, and I don't know what either of those guys look like.
Super scary. He was a face biter, and
those people are YouTubers.
Yeah, they've trained.
Oh yeah.
They've trained in views.
I think that his honestly, this is my take on it. I think that his wife's OnlyFans is like having a wife that's like wants to be a singer songwriter, where if it's good, like you'd be happy about it. Like Woody, your story with the guy with the hot wife, or like Gal Gadot. Like, yeah, my wife shows her ass.
By the way.
Oh wow, what's your number? Where's you? But like, I think that Anissa's OnlyFans is bad, and iDubbbz knows it, and that's like why it's such a raw nerve.
You don't think he's a producer? Like he doesn't get executive producer credits? He's not taking editing because he has those skills. Why would you hire someone else?
Yeah, bad, like the content is bad, or bad like it's not making the money that they.
The content is bad. Oh, like I think it's just like, oh yeah, I gotta like buy into this. Fuck. And
you said they got a sponsorship, something about Arby's roast beef, like.
I did say that, yeah.
5 for $5.
Listen,
it's a big chain.
I mean, there are people that I could meet that could make content that I'm not a fan of, but I don't give a shit. I'm like, it's my wife's. Like, you're acting like if your wife was a painter and she was a shit painter, you'd be like, oh, like I can't bear. Like that's her work. Maybe it's not for you, but there's people that like it, and you just
it's different.
Is it but that's it.
It's the nudity.
Would you guys marry an OnlyFans creator?
If it was good.
Level OnlyFans creator.
If she's booming.
Is she Tina, the snatch hoe who works at Bojangles in her spare time?
It's not 6 figures a month. It's not 6 figures a month.
Then no.
Yeah.
But is it 5?
Like, to me, if my wife was bringing in an extra $120K a year to take pictures in the living room, I'm kind of very happy about that. I know people will see her nipples.
Will you be happy
vagina.
about the edits that we make of them?
No vagina.
But I know people will see people will see her nipples in her vagina. But like, Derek saw that in college. It's not like it doesn't matter. It doesn't really.
Damn, did your girlfriend get fucked like Derek too?
That entire fraternity saw it. Don't kid yourself, Harley. And
but like, that's the thing is like, I mean, I don't. I guess my take is this: I wouldn't have an issue marrying an OnlyFans creator if I loved them. I wouldn't. Having said that, I would not be keen on our daughter making an OnlyFans. And I don't know why that makes sense. I don't know why that makes sense.
But it does.
but that's how I feel right now as a man.
I know why it makes sense.
And a man who's not married to an OnlyFans creator that he loves. I'm just saying. I look at iDubbbz, and I was a fan of iDubbbz back in the day. I loved Content Cop. I was like, yo, here's a person who's fucking destroying some people that deserve it at the time. And I see what he's doing now, and I have firsthand experience with Anissa and him. And I think everyone disagrees apparently, but iDubbbz has had a major ascension / evolution. Maybe he's not the best at communicating to his fan base that he's not the same guy. But I feel like raising $1.3 million for charity is a better legacy than saying the N-word in Tana's ear, or like making a Content Cop on Keemstar or Rice Gum. I feel like this is better, and I see they do that together. And even
a lot of money.
It's really hard to change in social media. Like if you become known for one thing, that's all they want from you forever. You may have two interests. I only care about the one I
Bro.
found you on.
Yeah,
Didn't
people-
Filthy Frank like totally become a singer?
he was one of the best
did?
swerves, and he's actually
he was a
like
big YouTuber.
he's like
now he
Lana
just
Del
sings.
Rey for men. He's like Lana Del Rey for men. I know that sounds bad, but it's actually great, and it's really fascinating. It's a really fascinating swerve on and pivot, and one of the more interesting ones on YouTube, in my opinion, of
Did y'all
people
see
that
it?
were creators.
Are we ready to shift topics? Have we agreed this Froggy guy has gotten off with a lot of money, and we all hate him now?
No,
That was the consensus,
no.
right? We all hate Froggy.
I can't. Don't
From
do
Like
that.
even
Harley's
Dick
now
turned on
to
it.
Godsey.
There's
Guys, if
I
we-
hate him now.
And
Yeah.
by the
We're
way,
gonna-
I tried to get Froggy on here, right? You guys know I tried to book Froggy before all this shit happened.
I did not.
I
I didn't
did.
know about Froggy until this.
I did. I was
this
pushing on
situation.
Chiz. I was like, bro, Krispy
They're
Kreme,
very
Froggy
selective
Fresh?
about their guests. They won't let Vito on either because he's apparently a pedophile or something like that.
No, you know what? We got to get him on. I need to ask
He
him more
offered me
about.
child pornography.
I-
That was the first conversation we had.
Because you're a felon. He thought that's what you do.
Okay, that's fair, but they were
Yeah.
Polaroids.
I'm gonna break the ice with this guy. No, I need to talk to him about how he masturbated his cat.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
I
who is
forgot
this?
he did that.
This is
Vito
Dick's co-host.
Giswaldi of the biggest problem in the universe.
Yeah, last time I was a guest on The Biggest Problem. Check it out, Biggest Problem. It Dick like threw me for a loop where you said something like, "Yeah, Vito, tell him about how you masturbate your cat," and I'm like, "Oh, this must be like a silly running bit." And Vito started being like, "It's not that bad," like insincerity a little bit. And he's like, "Hold on, wait." This has to be uncovered. Like, what was the impetus of this? And I guess when cats get horny, so does he. So that's how he
It's
takes
just
care of
easy.
What, are
It's
you gonna
easy
let
to
him
shut him
meow all
up.
night? It's like
Victimless
milking
crime.
a cow that's mooing. You're relieving their stress.
Yeah,
it. I don't
and your
know.
own.
It's what it's
Yeah,
like to be
true.
married to me.
If you're a cat. Just
Oh
abusing
yeah,
the game.
and April 15th is when I'm boxing, which is this Saturday.
This
Who is
Saturday.
boxing?
I'm boxing John Morrison.
Saturday.
Oh, really?
That's right.
Yeah,
I
The
know
mayor
him
of
from way back
Slamtown?
in the day, man.
isn't
That's
he such
awesome.
Isn't he so cool? He's such
Yeah.
a chill guy.
How tall is he?
What's his name?
It says 6'1" on online, but wrestlers you can never trust the height and weight stats. I feel like he might be 6 foot.
Yeah,
I'm
he's not
definitely
taller than
taller.
me.
I'm definitely taller.
What are you? Are you a true 6'5"? Does that sound
I'm
right?
6'5".
Harley. All right, so I'm around 6'2" with my shoes on for sure. Harley towers over me. It's upsetting to be around Harley. Like I mean, I won't tell the story again, but I always made sure I was the tallest guy in pictures. I've taken 1,000 pictures with people, and it was when I met Harley. It was like, shit, there's no way to get around this one. Like he's just.
Let's take it by the stairs.
I've muscled up over 6'4". Okay, I put a box behind a guy one time and climbed on top. He didn't know it on his
That's
own
Vin Diesel in
Facebook.
every shot of Fast and the Furious, by the way. Apparently, he's always standing on an apple box. He's everyone's height,
You
but
can
his
see
arms are short. They're like
They put him
shorter
up a
than
hill.
everyone's.
Yeah,
Kyle,
Yeah,
I like your
whenever he's talking
commitment
to
to
The
that
Rock.
bit in that, like, you made Dan Bilzerian look like a silly little boy when you were
no,
standing
I'm just
next
taller
to
than
him.
Dan Bilzerian. He's
That's
just
what I'm
like-
saying, is that you were still
short.
doing your
But he's twice as wide as me.
tallening thing. And, you know, even when you're around someone like him who's
I
what,
did it to my
5'7"?
buddy Bruno. Like Bruno's just this big, jacked 6'3", 6'4" ex-Marine fucker, and we were all taking this group picture around a helicopter doing this hog hunting thing, and he is by far the tallest guy there. But
Mhm.
there's these square, like 4x4 blocks that they use to keep the trailer the helicopters on from rolling away. They got them cocked under the tires. And I grab that thing and stand up on top of it, giving myself another 4 fucking inches. Now I'm looking down on Bruno, but from behind him. And so it's on his
It
Facebook.
looks like you
This
have
is-
a short torso.
so I look on his Facebook, his buddies was like, how big is that fucking Russian? God damn. They know how big he is. Yeah, that was great.
I've
No, but
started
Harley,
pulling-
you
oh.
fucked. You can't.
I've started pulling a trick on my son. So if you guys that don't know, I have a son. He's 20 years old in 2 weeks, and he towers over me by 2 or 3 inches. He's also special needs, and he's like this huge hugger. So he catches me, and he's like, do you need a father-son hug? And it is emasculating. Like I put my forehead on like his collarbone like when he hugs me, and he's got like a beard now, and like I'm not used to being hugged by people with like full grizzly beards and shit, and it's something else. So anyway, the last couple of weeks, I like, yeah, sure, I'll take a hug, and I'm standing by the steps, and at the last second, I take a step backwards, and he has just denied that. He'll be like, "Oh no, you don't." He puts me back down.
Now you're that old lion, just waiting for the day that he steals the pride from you.
Yeah, it'll come.
Those always made me sad. Those clips that showed the old lions on Animal Planet.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't empathize more as a kid with like the young buck lion. I just remember watching David Attenborough be like, and then the defeated lion makes his way to the woods where life becomes much, much shorter. And it's like, oh, that's his way of like kindly saying he's like going off to die the way old dogs do, where they just like find a quiet corner and die.
But the death and stuff is so different to animals. I'm done feeling sorry for them.
They can't feel pain.
I want you to change my mind. I'm tired of feeling sorry for him too.
No, I just found out that dogs can lose an eye, lose 2 eyes, lose 3 legs, and their level of happiness or satisfaction is not altered. So I can only imagine it's such a human take to be like, now I lost. I gotta go die now. Wow. But I feel like that lion's like, as it is and as it always was, the pride lives on. And this was my
they're
destiny.
Gonna eat his babies back.
No,
there.
this is a better way to think
They're
about
gonna
it.
eat all of his babies now.
He's probably like, dine on my offspring.
On my children. Make new ones, better ones for the pride.
Animals are awful.
What do you mean you
animals are
learned
fucking
you can lose all your eyes and their happiness isn't the same?
Well, what they do is they hook that those sensors up. They shave the dog's head bald first, and then they hook all these sensors up to him. And they take measure of his brain levels and his happiness. They give him treats and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, look at this!" Where they can measure how his happiness levels. And then they cut his legs off and they blind him.
I know.
And then they measure again.
Like, I don't know about that.
And they're like they squeak the toy, and even when those little 3 stubs kick around and those little blind eyes blink around, it's the same level of happiness, even though they can't do anything at all. And then they kill the dog.
Is this like the Helen Keller thing that you guys
You're
had?
right, though.
Yeah.
You're right to say it, though, because I think the last time I was on here, I was like, I said some shit about Coca-Cola. I was like, I heard this shit about Coke. And Taylor was like, I don't know about that. Pull it up. And it was completely wrong. And I was like, now we know together. We know together.
I know. We learned about artificial sweetener that episode.
I refuse to be corrected. Everything I said is
women really hate that, by the way. What do you mean by that? Just fucking listen to my interesting stat that I learned today.
Listen to me parrot something as though I've known it for more than 40 minutes.
Fucking mirrors know that stuff is there. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I got it.
That's what I like to learn. Learn just enough to be like, oh, that's what you think? And then never an item more about something. Just enough to be smug and wrong.
I think back to the OnlyFans thing. It's almost unfair to phrase it the way we've been doing it. It's like giving the lady an unfair advantage.
Really?
It's like, what if your girlfriend that you currently have wants to start one from the ground up? Like, that's the real question. I think that's like a huge blanketed no, right?
What if it was a little more private? What if she sold her underwear? Is that a better thing?
I'm actually okay with selling the
frame you
underwear.
for a crime or something.
But here's the problem, Woody. You then start developing a group of people that are scary in your life for minimal benefit.
Okay, but
you
wait,
either have to go full blast or not at all.
This is what you're bringing up. This is the interesting thing, is that I like to approach stuff as everything can be a discussion. Maybe it's a really short one. She wants to do an OnlyFans. Maybe I'm the type of guy that's like, no, I don't like that at all. Just anything. I don't even want to have I don't even want to know that it exists. I hate it.
Yeah.
Maybe. Or maybe I'm like, yeah, I'm cool with you posting pics of your feet and selling underwear, but don't show your lips or your butthole. Like, you know what I mean? And you could also you can make it so that the OnlyFans is blocked in your country. And it's only available somewhere else. so it wouldn't be seen. This is where you guys find out that I've been jerking off on OnlyFans in Europe my whole the last 3 years.
Jerking off on OnlyFans.
I like nut in my belly, and I'm like, donkey.
Then you're like, God damn it, that was a DoorDash meal I just paid to nut, and I got it for free.
But I think
do you guys think AI will take over OnlyFans, and these girls will have to go back to work or sucking dick or something rather than getting free money?
Honestly, I think it's gonna. I literally think AI is taking over the arts, which I always thought that our jobs were safe. So yeah, I think like PKA is gonna go back to sucking dick and working real jobs.
Silly,
like
Harley.
I'm
convinced we
never
stopped
left.
sucking dick.
Listen,
Yeah,
I'm convinced.
Have you seen the AI version of our show?
Yeah, someone linked me that.
No.
And
It is shocking.
It sounds
is
just
us
like the
sitting
stupid
here.
bullshit we would talk about.
It is us sitting here, and it's our voices having a conversation about daily nonsense, and occasionally our faces move a little bit.
Did you watch it and think I didn't like you? Because otherwise, it doesn't capture the essence of the show.
That's the human aspect.
I mean, it was pretty silly. I don't think it's. I mean, they were talking about nonsense,
man. But we're close. I maybe like I feel like they can like mine every single Manosphere podcast that's existed over the last 5 years, and you could have like Bradley Cooper voiceover Rocket Raccoon style from TikTok and the fucking another voiceover style from and they could have a Manosphere podcast and speak for 3 hours. I'm convinced that we're literally months away from that.
Who it really puts out of business is people who do impressions, because now you have every voice really, really well done and you can just type it out. You don't have to pay some guy to do your voiceover. The David Attenborough stuff is great. There's so many David Attenborough like parodies. Whatever your interest is, there's a David Attenborough like biography about it now.
How do you guys feel about this AI art and AI stuff like that? What do you feel?
I
love it.
Voices.
It still can't make fun of fat chicks or say slurs, so my job's safe.
Technology is a rolling ball. You know, we'll build up the momentum, and we'll get to the AI will start disliking fat people on a Woody level. It's like
got work to do.
If Woody sees someone who is 6 ounces overweight, he's like, a sign of things to come, everyone. Like,
I do.
The writing is on the wall. It's like,
I do these piano streams where I have OpenGPT write a song. Like I just give it, the chat will give me a topic to write about, and I'll type their sentence in, like write a song like from the POV of Pat Tillman thanking the American government for using him in an NFL ad and using his death to promote the military. And it'll think for like 3 seconds and spit out like a perfect ballad about the topic. So I'm like, all right, so I'll just play piano and sing the song, right? And if I
great.
It's so much fun.
It sounds
every time they say something to sing negative about women, which happens a lot. I don't know why I talk to
I can't imagine.
I will just put men in and then switch the words on the fly because it will still write the song about men. So it's like, oh yeah, men are fucking fat, lazy, stupid, and then I'll just say like women when I'm singing it, but it will not write.
Wait,
it will not write anything about what's that?
It'll do men, but it won't do women.
Yeah. It won't say anything negative about women.
This is what makes my life so hard about being a cuck. Okay.
Okay.
This is what makes my life hard. It's because it's stuff like I want to be like listen, I love AI. I love all. Why would it do one and not the other? Why is that? Why I don't like when we're policed like that. When we're like when our thoughts are policed or things like that, you know.
That's true with all kinds of discrimination. As a general rule of thumb, I think, you know, like, how would I react to this thing, right? Whiteface, making fun of me, dressing like me as a Halloween costume. How would I react to this joke or whatever? And if I think that it's cool and in good humor, then it's nice. If I think that it's like hurtful and mean, then it would be hurtful and mean if I did it to these other people. That's my guideline. That's like where my morality goes.
It doesn't always
so
work.
why can he write the dumb thing about men, but you can't write it about
Seems
women?
wrong. It fails that
It's
test.
been done. What's called White Girls. You never seen that with the Wayans brothers?
Oh, well, that movie wasn't funny. I'd like to see it done well.
Well, that's it's not a perfect like system though, if you think about it, because if I did a parody where I'm like, look, I'm Woody, and I was dressed as a slave with like old timey shackles. Oh shucks, massa, I'm Woody. Whatever will I do? You'd be like, that does not offend me.
Yeah, I do think there's weight.
But if you were black, it would, right?
But that guy that had the box fan on his back and like a trash bag as a harness.
That was hilarious. Dude, that was like a celebration of you. That guy was embodying all that you were and like clothing himself with it. Like
the AI will stay pro Biden stuff, but not pro Trump stuff.
Yeah,
correct. Yeah,
I think
it
so.
will.
Really? See, bro.
Pretty lame.
Sorry, I think Trump's a fucking idiot. I don't think Biden's a chill guy either. But like, why do you do that stuff? Why?
Because,
you know what? Like, these are the things that this is why I would have never kicked Andrew Tate off Twitter. I would have never done it to Kanye West. I think you do that whenever you tell it, especially like a younger male, that you can't hear this person, you can't do this thing, you can't listen. You're like, motherfucker, you're trying to control me. You know what I mean? And like, you have this like strong desire to actually kind of be controlled by someone you respect or look up to, and also like to pay that off and bring balance to it. Never be controlled and question everything. And so when people get booted off social media, I don't like what they have to say, but I want them to be there saying it.
Yeah.
I want it to be questioned by other people, or there to be a conversation. And I just hate when it does stuff like that.
We should
where
be
it's
able to say the N-word.
Yeah.
We shouldn't just
AI should be free to say any word.
You are allowed to say the N-word, and the consequences that you would get from it are probably realistically they're gonna be realistic. I urge you to go. I know
it depends what you say. It depends how you say it.
I say it all the time. There's no consequences.
I was going to say it. I just urge you to say it.
Fire that one out at the bank. Try it out.
I will say this. I love when they ask a white person if they've ever said it, and it's such a scary question for them.
No,
it's like, oh yeah, all the time. But the real question should be: have you ever used that word with hate in your heart? Have you ever called anyone that word with hatred in your heart? And the name is like, oh yeah, definitely have. Like
they were like, so I was,
but they had it coming in those instances that we gotta
level 2 in
understand.
Modern Warfare, and I was about to prestige again.
Yeah.
We're in the pregame lobby.
Yeah,
I did say it with hate.
Yeah. I did say it with hate, and I'd do it again. 24 kills ain't easy.
God, I've said awful things over stupid fucking video games. I can remember trying to make a goddamn video, and like, you need to make the video, and we just got to get this last kill, and we're done with work for the day. Now I can just go play free for all like I wanted to do, and I've got my nuke. I can upload this Modern Warfare 2 nuke. It's gonna be like $1,500. Like we got to get this thing uploaded. Motherfucker would kill me in the spawn while I'm in my AC-130 or shopper gun or whatever, and I definitely called him some slurs, and he was like, "Oh shit, I'm so sorry. I didn't know." and that's even worse because I needed him to come back at me like just as mad. I needed to be like, well, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. Hope you never get your nuke. But instead he was like, shit, that's terrible. I'm sorry. How long have you been trying? And I'm like, all day, man. All day. He's like, all right, I won't boost with you or nothing, but next game I won't kill anybody in a chopper gunner. And I'm like, good deal. Just let me lay in my chopper gunner.
I gotta upload this video. Yeah,
I'm such a gamer. I fucking hate gamers.
Shore Wars is waiting.
You hate gamers?
Gamers, so many times I hear them on the headset. Angry gamers is just the most pathetic fucking thing to me. There's very few things that'll get me mad than hearing a grown man on the headset being like, "Oh my fucking god, fucking aim, dudes, play the objective." And I'll hear it coming out of my speaker, and I'll get up and I'm like, fucking pissing me off. And I'll plug in my headset, and I'll come in and I'm like, buddy, hello, you're shit too. Matchmaking put us on the team together. This is the level you're at. Shut the fuck up. Or maybe be a leader, but shut up. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear you complain. And then I got put it away. And then the guy
well played.
And then people sometimes they'll be like, okay, I'm rushing objective A. Whoever wants to I swear, like they'll like be a person, perhaps. There's a small percentage, but it's happened. It happens a lot in Valorant. People get mad in some of these games. Valorant, like people get so, and I get so mad because I broke a controller, a Sega Genesis controller in like '94. My mom didn't replace it. Ever since then, I never get mad. I
That
broke
thing's like a brick. They're
yeah,
hard
and
to
I was
break.
fucking. It was like, and I was bending it all the time, and it was like the plastic would go white when you
Yeah.
bend it a lot. I kept doing it, and then one time it just fucking snapped.
The kind of anger that you get in Call of Duty is that like flash anger. It's I'm mad right now about this one little thing, and like the next game you don't even care. But in a game like Rust, there will be a guy that you're like, yeah, he lives over there on that island. That's the guy who's ruining our fun. His name is Joker. He's friends with Petey, and Joker and Petey are the duo who keep fucking with us and ruining all of my whole group's fun. And we go to this website where you can see what their past aliases were, and so because they continuously roll new names, so that we won't know that it's them like scouting us out. Because they'll just be a naked guy outside.
Best pitch for Rust I've ever heard so far.
He'll be a naked guy outside your base, like looking around, and you'll be like, boom, smoke him. And you'll go check and be like, oh, this guy's name's Dave. This isn't Petey or Joker. You've got to go online and look. Petey changed his name to Dave last night for 10 minutes so he could come over here and scout us out. They're coming tonight, Mitty. Set your alarms. And we set our fucking alarm clock for 4 fucking a.m. And we wake up and we're both sitting there drinking our coffee, waiting on Petey and Joker. And we're fucking stacked. And they're coming. And they're not coming because, oh, we're playing video games and it's fun. They're coming. We're going to fuck up Kyle and Mitty tonight because fuck those cocksuckers. Fuck those N-word, F-words. Because that's how Rust is. There are like these personal grudges over geographical resources, but moreover, the bile that you can get out of another human being by ruining their time. They want to hear the screams because it's a game where you have VoIP. So they'll be like, fuck you, you motherfucker. I was 3 hours. I was grinding to get
that. That's the type of gamer you are. I figured it out. It's not about how much fun. It's not about how much. No, it's not that it matters. It's not about how much fun you have. It's about how much fun you can take away from someone else. And that's why you like. That's why you like Tarkov. That's why you like Rust, because you know that they put in hours and you could take this from them and they'll never get it back. You want to take
hollow place in my heart from playing so many hours of those games, and it was made there by them taking from me. I played those 2 games for hundreds of hours with this thing in my head, thinking, I'm sitting here, grown ass man. This is what we're doing with our time. We are nothing but a loot collection device. We run around and get the loot. They kill us and take it away. We are here for real men's convenience. That's how bad you are at this game. And I had to play like until I got good enough to be like, now the hunters have become the hunted, and like actually win a few fucking gunfights. And because you're running around collecting shit, and then they smoke you and they take all your fucking shit. You get bullied infinitely in those games. It's all about bullying people and taking their shit. Because you can go out and be a worker bee and chop trees, but it's so much easier to run around and kill a bunch of worker bees and take their trees or their rocks or their gold or whatever the fuck. And what
you really do is use your podcast platform to get people who are good at the game. You get bullies on your team.
I do that.
You can be a bully too.
I do that. I bring bullies with me. Yeah. I'll have my bullies stand outside your base and hold you at gunpoint. And I'll be out there talking shit like I'm the one responsible for it. It's like, yeah, you don't mess with Kyle. I remember you. Kyle, remember when you
just send us the resources.
Taking all my tobacco. Well, these 2 guys are from Poland, and I brought them in special just for you.
Dude, Kyle, I remember you talking about doing Tarkov that way, where when you sucked and you'd be like, Vavity, we're playing Tarkov, and then he wouldn't talk, and you'd just be like, gentlemen, you don't understand what we're gonna do to you. Vavity, make sure he knows we're serious. And then like he would harass them and fuck them up and be like, you don't like that, do you? No, you don't. I mean, while you're like not doing anything. That's how I want a game. I just want to be a big fat overlord as my minions do all the hard stuff.
I'm like a fat white girlfriend standing behind her black boyfriend talking shit. Because I know he's going to smoke you. He's going to fucking lay you out the moment you come over here. And I can fucking talk I'm like Dog the Bounty Hunter's wife. Rest in peace, Beth. Just fucking, come on. What are you going to do, cracker? I'm dropping white slurs even though I'm whiter than you.
Dude, Dog the Bounty Hunter's wife probably had to give her like a taller casket. Remember
some of those guys I've recruited are legitimate savants. They will actually be from those Eastern European countries with accents I can barely understand. And I remember one night it's 3 a.m. and I'm hanging out with this guy named Timu, and I think he was from Lithuania or Poland or some shit. And I like laid out my whole life story because it's just me and him stoned as fuck grinding away like building our base late at night. I talked for 35 minutes telling my life story. And I was like, what about you, Timu? He's like, I pretty much play this game. That was it. He's like, I'm like, yeah, that's right. That's why I'm hanging out with you. I almost forgot. You're not a real person. You're just a mercenary for this goddamn video game.
Yeah,
You're
works for 70 cents.
That's
a day.
AI. You want to talk about AI?
He's AI. It's him. He's the NPC. Like in your.
Let me just tell you, that dude was good at this game to a level that's hard for you to comprehend unless you've played. You have to be pretty good at the game to understand how great he is at the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like he would bully a team of 4. Like 4 guys are coming up to fuck him up, and he's talking his way through murking them like he's playing a single player game. And now they will come around the corner, and that one is dead. Headshot, triple headshot, dead. Triple headshot, dead. Like he's controlling the recoil so perfectly that he's shooting them 3 times in the head in a row, like instantly.
So forget that. He built a gun. I couldn't even get my hands on a gun when I played that game.
Yeah. Oh,
I was like, I have a stick and a rock. Someone's like,
if you ever want to play Rust,
and nothing but hunger and fear in your belly.
If you ever legitimately want to play Rust, I know you've got your fight thing going on right now. But like I would have.
If you want to fight like a real man, join Rust.
Dude, it'll hurt you. I've had my feelings hurt. Look, I didn't cry, but I could have cried. Someone hurt my feelings so bad in Rust before. Like you don't know what I hadn't been bullied since fucking junior high. Not like that. Like there's a kid outside my base with a speech impediment calling me names, and they hurt my feelings. and I can't do shit about it because if I step outside, he's gonna kill me and take my shit. And he'll run up in the hills and deposit it and come back with his nonsense.
A pretty
gun.
serious predicament, eh, Kyle?
It's like, you fucko, you old fucko. I bet your knees click when you walk, you old fucko.
Your pumpkins and
it's like, yeah, they click a little, just the left one.
They click a little.
I'm eating your pumpkins.
Yeah, he's outside eating our crops.
This is literally your main base.
He can.
I remember
him
my
eating.
first base.
I remember my first base.
And the worst part about it is we were actually cheating. It was a duo server, 2-man teams, but I made a village of all of my friends. He came to our village and pushed all of our shit in. Everybody's hiding in their houses, peeking. Because anytime, there's like 8 of us. But if we go outside, he's so good. He goes, annihilated. And my friends are going,
like
who's
Elmer
cheating, bro?
Fudd?
He's fucking cheating, bro. And we're all grown men. There's nobody in this call under 25.
Quiet.
There's nobody in this call under 25 years old. He's a 12-year-old Elmer Fudd.
Wow, only a retard would hide in their base like this. You know what's funny is I'm a Wevan. You should be at work.
Yeah.
Kyle season.
Yeah,
He would say
Kyle
season.
But what he was saying was true because we would go outside with our armor and our gun. We'd go outside with an armor and a gun to try to deal with him. And all he had was a handgun. He's naked. And he murks us. And he takes our full suit of shit and like steals it away. And he's bring me more kits. Bring me more kits. Nom. I'm eating your pumpkins, eating your kits. Feed me. Feed me, old man. You know?
Yeah,
the metaverse future.
Outside their base,
These are your
pumpkins.
neighbors.
And my buddy,
gonna
we're
be
in a
your
Discord
neighbor.
call. My buddy's like, bro, what are we gonna do? And I'm like, I don't know, man. Let's go play something else. What else could we do? We can't play the game. The nature of Rust is our base is where we start. Anything we're gonna do involves us walking out our front door and like going to get things. Or he's there. He's waiting.
Man, next time somebody starts an argument about like people not being able to beat the government in Civil War, I'm gonna go, you haven't heard Kyle play Rust, man.
There's the speech impediment guy we need on our side.
Yeah, there's a lot of dirty stuff happening.
It's a really fun experience, and it's mostly driven by person-to-person interactions, like just finding people and befriending them and then betraying them, or just finding a guy and really just like giving him all your shit to watch a kid. Like kids, again, it takes dozens of hours to get a lot of stuff. Like an AK is hours and hours of hard work, but you like drop an AK for a little kid and they'll legitimately scream and squeal and like joy. It's pretty fun to be nice in that game too. Whenever we're done playing, we'll always give all of our hard-earned shit away to some person who's never played. But yeah, Rust is a great game. Anytime you want to play Rust, let me know. I'll make unhealthy decisions, and I'll bring Taylor with me, because I think he needs to play a first-person shooter. Slowly but surely, Taylor's becoming a PC gamer. He's killing me most of the time in Warhammer. His RTS skills great, and we just got to like transition that into FPS eventually.
Yes. Yeah, I'm much more confident playing RTS than FPS games.
No, we played like Slipgate or whatever it was called, and you were killing it. I was like, what a fucking liar Taylor is.
I'm not that good at shooters. I'm not.
Oh, but you were doing well. You were scoring very high in that. And I was like, well,
after playing RTS games, which is like Age of Empires, Warhammer, like it's so much less stressful to play a game where it's like the worst thing that happens is you respawn. Or it's like, and like you didn't, when like what Kyle was talking about with like fucking up someone's day, when you've spent like 45 minutes building your civilization, manually making sure that enough people are on food, wood, gold, and stone to facilitate the creation of your shit, and then they surprise you with a rush and they push your shit in, like that's upsetting because you're not respawning. It's like someone's coming into your base, destroying your shit, and is tacitly telling you you suck and everything you've built is nothing. It's nothing to me. I come in and I spit on it, and that's very disappointing. It's way worse than AoE because it's such a more complicated game. But I've played one game of Total War Warhammer 3 on live, like in multiplayer. And everybody out there probably knows Total War franchise, top-down RTS. And all my experience of watching multiplayer, trying to get better at this domination mode, came from watching this channel called Turin. He's like a commentator of Total War games. And I saw these names where he's like, I'm commentating another couple of pros, dog person versus RTS platypus, or someone versus RTK platypus, and like RTK demon versus RTK platypus. And like, I just wanted to learn how to play the game. And so I got online, and in my first and only game of multiplayer, I get matched up with RTK Platypus, who's a professional player of this game. And to the point that I recognized his name. I'm like, no. And then I went to YouTube and I checked, and it's like, yeah, this is the guy. And it was not at no point in the game did I have even a glimmer of a shot. Like, he was toying with me, did whatever he wanted. It was not fun, but it wasn't as devastating.
Played the worst game in the world, TurboTax. You just chased down 1099s you should have looked for back in January, and it costs you all your money.
I hate those games. Those are the worst.
Where it costs more than magic.
You always lose.
I had a fun time with TurboTax this year, getting all my income from all the crypto companies that went down and stole all my money. That's great that they still managed.
Oh my God,
Celsius.
Oh fuck.
They took everyone's money, but they still sent them the 1099 for the interest that they made while they were still making payments. That's really fantastic.
That's
so you got to pay tax on that money, and I guess you get to claim it back when they finally go bankrupt in 40 years or something. I don't know how it works.
I used to tell people, I used to always be like, yeah, like, I'm love Bitcoin. And then like, I remember, I think it was Quadriga went down. People lost money in Quadriga. I had Ethereum in Quadriga and I lost it. And then like time went on and people were like, you never talk about Bitcoin anymore. And I was like, yeah, because I would talk about it. And then people were like, I'll go get Bitcoin. And then they leave it in Quadriga or whatever. And then the thing goes down and they're like, you fucking told me. And I was like, bro, I had no idea. And I'm like, I'm just going to shut the fuck up.
Bro, we're in this boat together now.
No one's ever like, bro, I was really happy you started talking about crypto here at this event. I really wanted to talk about crypto. I'm like, I don't need to talk about it. Talk about it. Next time I talk about something I shouldn't talk about, I'll make sure it's on a Twitter space with Keemstar and that all of Twitter is listening.
Safe place.
Yeah.
Dick, you're the most expert crypto guy among us. None of us know shit about it. Is it going to boom again? Should we get in?
I mean, yeah. The only thing that'll stop it, I think, is the U.S. government saying flat out that it's illegal. And that if you have it, you're going to jail. Otherwise, I'm in. I got a bunch of Bitcoin on it's not on an exchange. Don't put it on an exchange like that. I'm a big crypto believer, though. Did you guys know that me and a bunch of guys made a crypto Patreon? Did I talk about that last time I was here?
No, maybe. I don't think you talked about it. Backed by.
Yeah, backed by. Yeah, I got it in my thing there. There's so many people got kicked off of Patreon and all the alternatives and PayPal and all them.
Why? For cultivating an audience of homophobic racists?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, for jokes.
For making jokes about MasterCard's wife's OnlyFans. They banned me from processing. I'm banned from the world for processing credit cards. So me and a bunch of guys from the show made a It's a Patreon on the blockchain that you cannot be banned off of. If the government puts a gun to my head, I can't turn it off. That's just the way the blockchain works. But I think it's the future, man. It's the technology of it that people don't respect enough. They think it's like a gambling or speculation asset, but it's really the technology of distributed ledger is like a quantum leap in computing.
I can't grasp enough of it, but like I have friends that are not the scamming type and are super smart computer type guys, and they try and explain how NFTs are still beneficial, just not in the way that it is now. Not in the way to sell it as art or do it. Like there's just other functions that I can't begin to grasp about it.
Let me give you a good example. So I started a company with a friend of mine from college, and we will, if you send us your collectible cards like Magic, Pokemon, baseball cards, we will store it in a vault. And then we will give you an NFT that represents your card. So it's worth whatever the value of the card is because the card's safe. But you can hold it, you can send it to people, you can buy and sell it on our platform. That's like for 2% fees instead of like eBay's 20% fees or whatever they're charging now. It's
and it's the right to the card itself also.
Yeah, so if somebody in 20 years comes to us and says, "Here's my NFT, give me my card back," we're like, "Well, there it is." Like,
cool.
Here's your card.
See, the pictures behind me.
It's like a valet slip.
Yeah,
these are all numbered. They're not just like a Walmart thing. It's signed by the guy and it says like 1 of 20 or 1 of 25. And so I instantly recognized how the collector's aspect of NFTs. I just thought that it kind of got drowned out by Bored Ape or whatever, phase
and that turned out to be a scam.
Exactly.
Like, propped up by VC companies who just like giving them to celebrities and not telling anybody that nobody's buying this shit. It's all like bots.
Exactly. And then people think that they're like, oh, NFTs. Now you say NFT and people are instantly turned off when I want
a silly monkey smoking a cigar when I hear NFT.
Exactly. I think of I think about gamer YouTubers that jumped in to make money off selling it or whatever. And I just always, I wanted to see more of the progression of it, but I feel like it's mainstream stunted now because the mainstream thing is that NFTs are scams. It's a scammers thing. That's what scammers do. Crypto's for scams. All these coins are bullshit. I would never tell anyone to buy Bitcoin. I'm happy I have Bitcoin.
Yeah,
I believe in Bitcoin, I don't think you should buy any. So if you buy any and something bad happens, you're a fucking idiot, bro. You listen to the bacon guy on the internet.
As I say, not as I do.
Harley, I wanted to ask, I want to completely change the topic because I'm tired of it. You watched The Last of Us.
Yeah.
That's the best video game adaptation ever, right?
Yeah. Turns out
not only the most accurate.
All we wanted was the fucking game.
Hold on, name a couple other ones. What are other good video games?
Resident Evil.
Yeah, but see, Resident Evil, I love the first movie, Resident Evil, but it wasn't directly the game Resident Evil.
I think you just want me to name movies.
Mortal Kombat movie.
That was good.
I loved it. I love back then. You liked Mortal Kombat.
I like the old one because it's cheesy and silly. Then
wait, we talking about the new one? I thought we were talking about 96.
96 is cheesy and fun. The new one, I fell asleep during the new one. I like the beginning when you're getting, I think, is it Scorpion's backstory back in feudal Japan or whatever the fuck. That was cool. But then as soon as we start fighting CGI, chameleon guy, and I don't know, I have to believe that woman can fight. Then I just fell asleep on the couch. I specifically remember passing out on the couch with that movie.
I thought Last of Us was great. I thought it was exactly like the game, and I liked that. You guys have played Last of Us and Last of Us 2?
Never touched them.
Oh, so you guys don't know anything about Last of Us 2?
I know that a main character's gonna die, so I'm not gonna watch the second season. I'm just gonna.
It's so funny. When I played the game, and the game is almost identical. So you remember at the end of, spoiler alert for Last of Us 1, at the end when Joel goes in there and the guy's like, "I could cure this disease. What are you doing?" And he takes out the scalpel, and then Joel kills him.
Uh-huh.
when I play that part in the game and I actually have it recorded, I was like, what the fuck am I doing? I was like, I hate when I give the controller to the cutscene and then the character does some fucked up shit where I'm like, whoa, don't kill that guy. Because
how many brain surgeons are left, right?
Exactly. And
Probably
then
one.
he could cure this if and like
he'll fix it later. Think of the work he could do months down the road.
And
Joel is like, bam, right in the face.
And then he lied to Ellie about it. He lied to her, and I was like, okay. So I don't have a daughter, so I don't know. But maybe someone's like, I'd kill the world for my daughter. I've heard that before. But would you kill the world and then be like, I didn't kill the world, honey? You know, you're also gonna lie.
It's
and then
standard
also
parenting to lie to them constantly.
I don't know that. That's actually valuable that we have a real father here. It's like
standard boilerplate. Just
I think so I didn't play the games at all, but the way that it was framed for the viewer of the show made it much easier for me to be on Joel's side and be like, yeah, fuck these people, because they went from flashbanging him to killing her in surgery like that. There was no welcome to where we stay. We've had a journey like this, many hardships. How was yours? Yes, eat our food. How was your night been? Well, the surgery's tomorrow. This is the doctor. We don't get all of those people he murks in the hallways. They're faceless commando 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, why would they give you all that? You're Joel. They know you. You've been murdering people for 20 years. We didn't know that you have some weird things that you never opened up about, that you never faced the fact that your daughter died and this is the only person you've had any emotional connection to.
I mean the makers of the TV show. Like I wish like the way that it's laid out to the viewer is we get flashbanged and then Joel's like, oh, my head. And they're like, yeah, we're killing her in operation right now. Now get out of here.
The game's like that also.
I'm saying that's an unfair way to frame things.
But what do you mean? That's what happened. Like, I don't know.
They wouldn't have done that. They'd have been like, hello, Ellie. Welcome to where we stay. We're going to talk to you about this opera. They'd have made everybody feel good about the situation before they went to killing people.
But Joel is like a fucking murderer. He's just a sicko human murderer. Fair. So like they like woke up, like he probably got it, and Marlene is probably like, wait, what the fuck? You care about this girl? Because he's only been killing people. So my thought was that they'd be like, because I would be annoyed. I'd be like, well, yeah, I walked you here. Can I say goodbye before you cut open her brain? I did fall in love with her as a daughter type thing. So what the fuck? They'd be like, weird. That's so out of character of you. Instead, he was like, what the fuck? Bam, bam, bam. He like gets him. I thought it was
that struck me as like, it felt to me, you now you tell me that it's in the game like that, but at the time I was like, I bet if we didn't spend a whole episode having that lesbian tryst in the mall, wasting megawatts of gigawatts of electricity.
That was bafflingly stupid. That whole episode.
Then we'd have time to flesh this out.
That in the game, that's something that you get as a DLC, like extra separate of Ellie's background. It wasn't in the actual game itself, but that's when decisions started to happen in the creative that people were like, wait a second, I thought this was a man's game. Now they're gay?
Well, the first gay episode was good because I like Nick Offerman and he's a good actor. Yeah. But the second gay episode was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I haven't seen a fungus zombie in like 60 minutes of screen time, and I'm learning about two characters that I could not conceivably care less about.
And it's like, there's nothing. Look, it's the apocalypse. No one cares about gay anymore, bro. Like fucking suck his dick and get it over with. Like nobody cares. There's no one left to care.
Actually, they might actually care a lot. Then they'd be like, hey, make some more babies. Fucking contribute.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
we're running out of people because of the fungus, and you're not making babies. They might be mad about that.
I watched that episode and I thought it was a great episode, and I was watching some of like their just like the sensual, intimate moments, and I was like, it was gay of me that I was uncomfortable in the moment watching it. I was like, fuck. I'm like, this is like, what if I did this? What if I had to act this? I want to be an act. Like what? Like that's hard.
Which scene
like
in particular?
One of them just it was maybe in the bed, and one of them just came off to me as he was just gay. He was doing it. The guy from White Lotus. It was there, and I was looking at Nick Offerman. I'm like, man, he's fucking acting. He's fucking acting right now. I'm like, I don't know if I could do that. Like one of them was doing it. That's like he was really good acting, and it just had another layer of believability to it. But I kind of had this moment where I was like, shit, like I don't know how I would be able to do this. Like I you gotta like, it's acting. I'm like, yeah, I'll kiss a woman like I love her, but then it's like, shit, this is really acting. Like kissing a man, like
believably.
Believably, exactly. And that whole thing, I was also super high, so I was like caught in the moment. I was like, what's it like? He's gonna smell that guy's spit in his mouth.
Man, but like I think the hardest part about that is gonna be the facial hair, because that's gonna be so off-putting. Like,
dude,
because like
breath?
It's so bristly and sharp. Like I think it would hurt to kiss Harley. I don't want to kiss Harley.
You have to taste my tongue.
I don't know
about the beard. You have to taste.
I bet. Oh my God! Here, I just thought about this. Harley's tongue is so much bigger than mine. I bet invades my mouth and like bullies my tongue, pushes it around.
People think because
my tongue is getting like his little spoon to his tongue.
Nah, my big retard tongue can't be bullied. I'll shove your tongue right back in your mouth.
I'm actually going in the other direction. I think both of you have great like dick sucking potential.
Oh my!
For it.
I think so too, because that's
we're
mostly
talking
about gumption.
Kissing though, we took it to a dirty place.
Can't
you
PKA
don't think
This is about romantic love between two men.
How much money could PKA OnlyFans make? You guys solo jerk videos, triple vert jerk videos.
If we got dirty with it, we could bring in the bank. I'll say this: our boy Finn, like FINNSTER,
yeah, I do. Mm-hmm. Do you, Dick?
Dick, do you know FINNSTER, the guy who dresses as a pretty girl, but he's a straight man? He's got an OnlyFans and a big Twitch following.
No, is this a friend of yours of the show?
Yeah, friend of ours, friend of
Bring
the
up
show.
a picture of him.
Anyway, homeboy, he's a straight cis man, but he dresses like this for the internet. And his OnlyFans right now, I'm gonna guess, is making $80,000 a month.
Oh wow,
at least,
bro, $80,000. See, this is what we're talking about. I'd marry this guy.
Yeah, it's cool. $80,000 a month is cool.
He's doing it. I'd marry him.
He's the one on the bottom.
He's the one on the bottom.
Oh.
And honestly, same shit. You're like the one on the bottom. Like, it's the same.
The one on the top, Belle Delphine. How close?
I saw that. I thought that was a woman. I was like, I don't care about this shit. Some fucking new lesbian.
No, that guy on the bottom. He's a straight male. Like he's got a girlfriend. I think.
I talked to him about this. I'm like, dude, tell me about it. You got to like cuddle up with the internet's #1 like girl. He's like, saw boob, touched ass. It was a good time.
And that was only episode 1. Next time they collab, they're gonna have to do more to keep raising the stakes. That seems to be the trend. Remember, like, what was it, 3 years ago when we talked about Belle Delphine originally, and we were all blown away, where we were like, she like puts on a bikini and she's making 1.2 mil a month, and now like Kyle will keep us abreast of this, and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, she like sucks dick and like is like it's all fucking her boyfriend, but like it's full on penetrative sex." I'm not sure
now. Though. Does that
ring true? Because you got to keep you got to keep lifting it up to keep people interested, I imagine.
Well,
yeah.
Anyway, big. Always
somebody trained AI on me and then made it do a bunch of gay porn and sent it to me. I was like, all right, well, thanks for that. I guess I don't have to wonder what that would look like.
Was
anymore.
it like, were you flattered?
Like here I am still wondering.
It gave me a flat stomach. It gave me nice arms. Like,
no, it was just a dick in my mouth. So,
that's the most annoying clip.
Never mind. I'm not wondering.
Yeah,
I thought you
really
were
AI.
like doing the penetration.
That's not really AI. That's just
give me my head right. I'm like, yeah, that's not for me. But if it was like,
yeah, if you're the bottom, then that's definitely gay. Yeah,
but if you were going off pounding some ass, right? Maybe I could do that.
Yeah, that would be flattering. The dick in my mouth is like, I don't know if this is sexual for you or if it's just like funny. Mm-hmm. So it's not. I'm not that flattered by it, but I don't want to encourage it either. So.
Yeah,
Taylor, why don't you tell everyone about Freeze Pipe?
Let's tell them about Freeze Pipe. Let's open the ad, which I have here.
I've only had 2 hours to prepare for this, everyone.
I do have to go early. I don't know if Chiz told you guys that, but it was Harley. It was lovely fighting with you on Twitter. I hope we can fight again sometime.
You guys should box after Harley's done with this.
No, anytime there's ever a disagreement, I'm like, bro, meet me on PKA. I want to hear what Woody, Taylor, and Kyle have to say about this.
Yeah, they'll straighten it out.
I was like, what do you guys think? You guys were like, I don't know, man.
I hope you get in some good shots with John.
Do you think he'll fuck me up?
Well, he's a pretty rough character. He's
really fit. He's a very fit guy. I didn't think it through. I actually didn't think it through when I accepted the challenge. He's a very fit guy. He can flip.
Is he turning heel? The last time I talked to him, he goes, "Man, you're just such a good heel. You have that heel like mindset. I wish I had it because it's so much fun what you're doing." I was like, well, that would be cool if you did flip, but
you should hit him up. Write some press conference roasts for me. So at the press conference, he could just come out the gate with fucking chaotic energy.
Yeah. Yeah. Have a good fight, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. See you guys.
Later, Dick.
Freeze pipe. See ya.
Yeah, freeze pipe.
Well, I'm still interested about freeze pipe. Tell me about it.
Well, you're going to hear about it. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Freeze Pipe. Are you ready for 420? Makers of the smoothest hitting pipes, bubblers, and bongs, Freeze Pipe is running their biggest sale of the year going on right now until April 20th. Why buy a freeze pipe? The secret is freezable glycerin chambers that come on every piece. Pop one of these chambers in the freezer for 1 hour, and as smoke passes through, it's instantly cooled by over 300 degrees. We're talking puffs so smooth, you'll check if the bowl is even lit. No more chest burn, no more throat pain, no more coughing attacks, just icy smooth puffs that are easy on the body and full of flavor. Start smoking like royalty without paying a king's ransom by visiting freezepipe.com. And with massive 420 sales going on right now, there's never been a better time to upgrade your smoking game. See something you like that's not on sale? Use code PKA for 10% off your entire order. That's thefreezepipe.com to check out their 420 sales, or use code PKA for 10% off your order. Order today and say goodbye to harsh smoke forever. So check out the Freeze Pipe. That is linked below. Code PKA. 10%
Those things are really nice.
They're very nice. They just sent us another one.
It's heavy glass. If you were to drop it, I think most of the time it would survive. And the fact that it gets cold is neat. I always would do that with pipes that weren't meant to do it, and it makes them extra brittle. And then when you like bump them a little, they fucking shatter. I've had that happen twice before. And then your whole house stinks of bong water. It is a potent stink.
It's a terrible earthy stink.
Don't do that. Get yourself Freeze Pipe.
Yeah.
It's a really good conversation piece. And while you're sitting there fucking stoned, you're just going to keep saying, it's just so cold and smooth.
It's just so cold. You'll keep saying that. You'll keep saying it. Like it's really high quality. Like it doesn't, like they say an hour in the read. Like I guess if you want it like fucking frozen,
leave that bitch in there.
You can leave it in for longer. But like it's that's what I do. Like I have for the big bong, because the big bong they sent us originally as the biggest ice chamber thing. I've got that freezing in my freezer now for after the show. Then they sent us like a little handheld one that's one piece that freezes. Except the bowl,
keep it in your household freezer.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I have this vessel that I keep my sperm in, and it keeps things at negative 180 Kelvin. Okay. And so I leave my freeze pipe in there. I have to wear gloves when I handle it, and of course you can't put your lips to the.
Your lips get stuck to it because it's so cold.
I put another attachment on there that's room temperature, but there's nothing colder than that.
Nothing colder than that.
Have you frozen your sperm yet? You want that young sperm stored away.
No, I'm gonna take the survivors. The ones late in the game, grizzled,
No, you want to freeze those young hardy sperm, the ones that are like ruthless out there, just looking to just penetrate an egg. Later in life, our sperm are more lackadaisical, more likely to wear like a sweater vest, even when it's more likely to cross their legs in that effeminate way.
That's the way my sperm sit.
Yeah, you know how Bernie Sanders, like those are Bernie Sanders sperm, but that's what they look like. They've got this haircut and everything.
Just a totally still flagellum.
Is the egg still there? Oh,
just kind of dies in a puddle.
And
anyway, Freeze Pipe checkout bongs with frozen parts, and it gets you. I mean, it's It really does freeze it because it's just smoke going through a freezing ass bong, and you will take hits bigger than the science checks out. And you can take I just need to take one pretty big hit, and I'm pretty solid for hours because you can take obviously much bigger hits than you otherwise can because it's not harsh because it's cold because that's the science. Trust the science. Code PKA for 10% off the freeze pipe. This episode also brought to you by RealDBG.com. RealDBG.com. Hold on to your dicks, folks. We're going to need some parental advisory warnings for this one. RealDBG.com has got the goods, and I'm not talking about candy. We're talking about 100 milligrams of Delta 8 infused gummies, 50 milligrams of HHC gummies, 1 gram HHC and Delta 8 cartridges, and a 650 milligram bottle of Delta 8 syrup that will knock your socks off faster. I'm not going to say that part. And forget about spring has finally come. RealDBG.com has all seasons covered, from the dead of winter to the heat of late August and everything in between. These gummies will have you melting like the polar ice caps. The cartridges are like a supercar, the way they outclass all of the competition. And the syrup will have you, I'm not reading that part either. So come on down to RealDBG.com and get as stoned as the statue in your local park. Just remember to start slow, and before you know it, you'll be soaring higher than Woody in his paramotor. The euphoria will have you feeling like you've conquered the skies. Get ready to have a night you won't forget, or maybe you will, depending on how hard you hit the syrup. Use code PKA23 for 23% off your entire order. That's right, people, 23% off your order. So you can indulge in our premium THC products without burning a hole in your pocket. Just remember, always consume responsibly. That is RealDBG.com, code PKA23, 23% off. If you're not up for the challenge of the very strongly dosed gummies, check out the carts. You can just take a couple puffs and take it slow. The syrup also, if... I would not start with that. That shit's real deal. If you're at all nervous, don't start with the syrup. Start with the cart.
Wacky weed.
Wonky weeds. Yep. I believe PKA 23 still works over on wonky weeds as well. Those gummies are a little, if they're not sold out, they're a little weaker. But I know that people tend to go for the strongest gummies. So the real DBG 100 milligram Delta 8s are still the strongest. It's still the king on the block. So if you buy those and you don't have a high tolerance, take it easy. Don't be a silly person and regret it. Also, this episode of PKA, Lock and Load, you know it. We know it. It's the premium ejaculation supplement that will help you be the man you want to be in the bedroom. The women in your life, the men in your life, everyone you're fucking is going to be like, oh my God, I'm impressed by this guy. He's virile. And so check it out. 9 pills a day, code PKA, code Jizz over at GorillaMind.com. You can also get yourself the pre-workouts, the protein powder, any of the other supplements over there, and of course, Lock and Load. And I believe, I don't know if they're available on Derek's site yet. I should probably check, but I've been getting shipments of like the new Gorilla Mind energy drinks, and they taste great. Especially, I've gotten the white flavor and the green flavor stuff, like Arctic White and like some kind of lime, and they're both good, but I like the Arctic White one the most. So check those out on his website.
5 and 10 calories. Is it 1 serving per can? Do you know?
1 serving per can, I believe. Yeah, it's 200 milligrams of caffeine, which is a good level. Like Bang at 300 is too much, but it's also got like all the Derek other shit in it, where it's like it's got thiamine and this and that and efficacious dosages. So check if you're looking for an energy drink. Who else would you trust? I trust Derek. He's smart and he's huge.
I do.
Did you get energy drinks, Woody?
I did.
Damn it! They're using the wrong energy
drinks.
They're sending them to my old address again.
Man, your old address has got energy drinks.
This is the Christmas sweaters all over again.
The Christmas sweaters all.
He
yeah, you need to talk to him.
Christmas
and give him a new
sweaters,
address.
and I was like, I was just making a big deal of it because I don't really want the Christmas sweaters. Like, no, I'll send it. I was like, no, I really don't want it. I'd never wear it. But this is my new address, so I guess I don't get any energy drinks either.
Yeah. Well, you'll get new energy drinks soon, hopefully, because they're great. Check those out.
I got the energy drinks, but I can't find the fucking $10.99. So
yeah, that's part of the fun. Little guesstimation. Harley, what have you been gaming recently? Any Total War Warhammer 3? No, probably not. He likes nerdy stuff.
No, I do, but not that level.
Oh damn!
I'm not. I did. You got me to get one once. I forget. Both of you guys were hyping it up once. It may have been like Age of Empires. No.
Age of Mythology.
The graphics were pretty good, and you can like have like 1,000 horse like running, and you can form like set their formations up.
Is it like ghouls and goblins and elves and shit?
No, it's like a couple Asians, you know.
Couple Asians.
Haitians, I
Shogun?
said. No, I'm kidding. No, Asians. I forget which one it was, but I played it and I was like, oh, I can never find the perfect amount of being high because I value the aspect of sitting there and thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But then I get like really caught up. And I'm like, what if it's the wrong decision? And then I didn't game enough. But I can get caught up in the wrong things sometimes gaming if my level of highness isn't appropriate.
I just get as high as I can, and he and I play together, so we can kind of, hey, you just need to ready up. Oh,
yeah.
We click the button. How long have you been sitting there? I don't know. Just click.
Yeah, see, I get that high, and then I'm like in Warzone, and I'm like looking at like a tear gas grenade and a flash grenade, and I have one spot left in my inventory, and I'm like. And then I get shot and I'm like scared. I get shot. I'm like, oh fuck. You know, I don't know if you've ever been like really high playing a game and like passing out almost, but I've been like passing out. And I just remember this one time, old school Ghost Recon, like passing out, like lying down in the bushes. And this motherfucker came right up behind me with a Desert Eagle, like switched to the pistol, was just like blam, 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 blam. And I like jumped up in the couch and was like, fuck. Oh, fuck.
It felt real.
It was. I got like my heart stopped. Like it fucked me up.
I scream like really high pitched when I jump scare in games, and especially in Tarkov because it sort of there's crickets chirping. There's maybe light drizzling rain. It's very audio intensive. You're in an environment, and then out of nowhere, if you get shot in your helmet in the head, man, it hits you so loud. And I've got my shit cranked to hear a footstep from 50 meters. So a gunshot to the fucking temple is loud. And so I'd scream and I'll hit my Windows key, my tilde. I keep my keyboard on its little stands. It's like tilted up toward me instead of flat. That'll collapse. Now I'm trying to fix all that shit while fighting. Like I'll completely lose it in a situation like that. I'll legitimately and I've screamed. Ah!
I mean, the only time
so scared.
If I'm playing a first-person shooter or something, there's no point that I get too high. But I've absolutely been too high playing like Age of Empires, where like you just get to where like you look at, and it's a game with like if you're good, like 100, like well over 100 actions per minute. So like if you zone out and you stare at the screen for like a minute, I'm like. I haven't been making villagers for a minute, like, and you just panic and you're like, oh, I'm so far behind. I don't like that. Kyle likes to get high, like he said. Like we will play Total War and he'll just go until there's no upper limit. Kyle just wants to keep getting higher. I peter out a certain time, and if I smoke more, it's like I'm definitely going to game worse.
I can hear it in your voice. You're like, yeah.
And then you're like, let's roll this next game, and so you can take advantage of it. Kyle and I were so high just like yesterday that we had been on for like an hour and a half, and we hadn't even played a game one-on-one yet. We kept just going into matches like, wait, let's bring these and see how much we can fuck up this thing. It's like, yeah,
we're just
that's
running,
cool.
Like, we're just watching shit fall apart. A guy will come in there, like a patron or something, and he'll be like, hey, I'm sorry that I don't know what I'm doing. It's taking a long time. So, dude, we're all so stoned right now. Nobody's waiting on you.
Yeah.
I don't have pants on yet. You know,
we're like, I'm distracted.
We have a good time.
And so someone will pop in the chat and be like, hey, Taylor, I wanted to ask you something. And like 3 minutes later, it will register that someone asked me. I'm like, like, I'm sorry. I was managing my flesh hounds of corn around the map, and I wasn't able to answer your question. Yeah, I'm having a blast.
I like that game a ton. The DLC drops tomorrow at 8 a.m.
All night
up at 8 a.m. playing it. Yeah. No, well, maybe. I don't know. I'll play after the show some. But yeah, that's definitely the game that I've been obsessed with lately. But
I've been Resident Evil 4 remakes, one of the best remakes I ever played.
Really?
I always loved that first one. Yeah, it's so great. And what's so funny about our stupid fucking silly human brains is I put on Resident Evil 4 and I look at Leon and I see him standing there from the back in his jacket. And I just remember, I was with my buddy. I was like, I can't explain it to you. It looked exactly like this. In my stupid brain in 2006 on GameCube, that's what it looked like. So I'm looking at this and I know that the technology is so different, but my memory of it hit like that. And I remember Resident Evil 4, when I saw the commercial for it back in the day on GameCube, I had done all the research of which system I wanted, and I chose an Xbox, even though I loved PlayStation 2. I really liked Halo. And I was like, never going to contemplate GameCube, you know? N64 did me dirty with like the ugliest library of games. And then I saw the Resident Evil 4 commercial like on TV and was like, oh, fuck. This game looks insane. Like just the third person with him having the gun out with the laser. And I was just like, oh, fuck.
I was like that for Gears of War 1. I remember seeing that commercial, that really good
crazy,
commercial
of
to
course.
Mad World.
Yeah.
Is that Gary Jules? I think Gary Jules sings Mad World. And it's all around me a familiar face. And he's picking up the half the face of the statue. And then he like looks up. Like it's so well
done. That was a crazy commercial because it was in-game engine. So you knew it was the video game.
Yeah.
And it was crazy because like my dad and my brother were like, what's that game? Like they asked with the giant spider. And I'm like, oh, you saw the Gears of War commercial? They're like, yeah, I was playing on football. Like every commercial, and they're not gamers at all, but they're like, that game looks cool. And I was like, it's so funny, just the perfect song and amount of visual that they showed to sell it. It is definitely one of the best video game commercials ever.
Yeah, we've had that discussion a bunch of times, and I'm super passionate about it. Like that and the Halo, the Halo 3 stuff, all that stuff they did. All that diorama shit, all that like stuff in the future with the old like veterans of the war.
They had the Holocaust survivors. They're like, the Master Chief liberated the camps.
Yes, yes.
Master Chief. I don't know much about the Halo world.
The fight. He didn't liberate the camps.
And half his face is melted from plasma.
I did like, never mind.
I like the Call of Duty commercials. Kyle was in one, but like then that noob to vet guy who made the transition at first, he like barely knew how to throw a grenade. And then by the end of the commercial series, he was a pro.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever saw that commercial.
What? It's a chubby guy? I bet it'd ring a bell if you saw it.
Maybe. I might.
Because you were really into COD at the time it came out.
Yeah.
I like video game trailers that have really good voice acting. Like if you watch, like, I know it's just because the game we're into now, but like I'm into Age of Empires also. They don't have cool trailers ever. Like they're not good because it doesn't have cool
Warhammer
visuals.
has amazing trailers.
Warhammer trailers, they have like
you don't need to be into the game.
Who's a voice. Yeah, you don't need to be into the game. They didn't hire a guy who's like, oh, you're around the office. You kind of have a grizzled voice. You can be this guy. No, they like hire the highest quality voice actors. It's unreal how good like the demons and the monsters and everything sound. Even like the elves and everything have like a regal tenor to their voice. Like I appreciate that in a trailer. Like when Nurgle, that fucking disgusting beast, the gurgle way he talks, it's like, yeah, now I'm in that world. Like that is how he would talk.
Yeah. But I like trailers that are building the single player world. Those Halo trailers, it was like, yeah, I got some business to take care of. I got to be there at midnight to get the game so I can straighten Master Chief out. Those fucking Covenant cocksuckers are going down tonight. I'm not going to sleep until they're dead. That's how I felt. I was at that store, and I feel like everybody felt that way that was in that goddamn GameStop. Maybe not that stinky cocksucker that was ruining the experience for everyone, but you know, I driving home with that game, I was so excited to go like handle some business with Master Chief because there was a lot of business to handle at the end of Halo 2. It was
you're going to finish the fight.
Finishing the fight, sir. Oh, and the game ends. The music goes bum, 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 the fucking, and it's just like, oh no, not credits. How long do I have to wait? And it was I was super into that one. And then Gears even more so. Like I remember even the third trailer when they're running through the bodies, it's dead people who are now, I don't know what the word, turned to ash, and they're like crashing through them. You think it's snow falling, but it's the ashes of dead bodies that have burned. That trailer's good. When they're drilling down to like take the fight to the enemy, to the flood, not the flood, the whatever the enemy is called, the locusts swarm down below. All that shit, all three Gears trailers, and all three, or not all three, but the Halo 3 campaign and period was just so fucking good. Nothing has ever gotten me so hyped to give them my money.
So I remember, Halo. Like, I don't think anything mobilized me as much into the video games as Metal Gear Solid has. Like when I played Metal Gear Solid, the first one, and I beat that on PlayStation, I remember being like, you know, I was like 12 years old at the time, 13. I remember being like, oh, I'm going to play games forever. Like, I'm going to do this all the time. That was better than any movie or book or show. That was the craziest thing. I can't believe these are games. Sucks that that's like still my top 3 favorite games. Was that experience? I was like, I can't wait to see what the future holds. No, turns out I experienced one of the best. Yeah. Literally, like my first game that I beat beginning to end completely on my own with no friends or anything was Metal Gear Solid. First movie I saw in theaters was Terminator 2. I was like, I love movies. I love games. That was my first experience.
He's never seen Terminator 2.
Who?
Taylor.
Oh, that's so much fun.
I'm pretty sure I've seen most of 1 on TV.
So I shame him every time. Oh, he's seen the TV version of 1.
You could watch the best movie. You don't need one. You actually could skip one. You could watch. You're gonna watch. You could watch like one of the best movies ever. It's my favorite movie ever.
Why would you skip one?
All the time. Like I could still watch. What's that one with fucking Bruce Willis? The action series. No, I have seen Die Hard. I've seen that. I've only seen
Lethal Weapon because that's not
Lethal
Bruce
Weapon.
Willis.
I haven't.
Okay, that's Mel Gibson.
It's Mel Gibson. Yeah, I haven't seen that. That's good.
This is such a better movie than any of those.
It's such a better movie than that. Yeah, this is
literally this is like the best movie.
Jump
ever.
right to Terminator 2. I'm
100. No, you won't. There's nothing to be confused about.
You'll never keep up with the plot of Terminator 2.
Nah, but I don't know what's going on here. Who's the Terminator?
Terminator 1 could actually confuse a couple people.
Yeah, look, Terminator 1 and 2 are very good. It's just like the Alien movies. I think the first Alien movie is a horror movie. The second one's an action movie, and the same's pretty much true for Terminator movies. Yeah. And those are the good ones. You could skip every other Terminator and Alien movie, and you haven't missed very much. I recently rewatched the Covenant movie and the whatever the other one was, Prometheus. I watched those back to back. Man, when you watch those with like your arms crossed, you'll be like, why are you doing that? Why are you taking your helmet off? Why are you going there? What the fuck are you doing? Double check his work. Double check his fucking work. No, don't run. Don't run. Stay together. Every step of the way. It's like white teenagers in the woods. Mm-hmm. It's that kind of a storyline, but it's supposed to be the best of the best. $1 trillion is on the line on this program. That's what it costs to send you 30 people to this fucking planet. $1 trillion fucking dollars. You better believe they had some real stringent hiring practices.
No, can I tell you something?
People are freaking out right away.
This was my biggest issue when I saw it.
Yeah,
it was my biggest issue, and I watched it near the end of pandemic, and a lot of my issues have changed. I was like, I promise you, 30 people, one asshole smarty pants is going to take his helmet off to prove to us that he could do it. That's the type of ego that I was okay with. Back then, I was like, bro, what the fuck? He took his helmet off. You're a super scientist.
Here's what blew my mind.
And then another thing, this much money, best believe nepotism is involved. These are not the best people for the job. It's political. They're fucking goofy ass hirings. They didn't get the best of the best. People
I don't know. Wayland Yutani.
A lot of nephews and nieces in the mix.
Think about it now. I think about it now. I'm like, we would fuck that up. We would fuck up the hiring. We would waste the money.
It's a private company, an idiot. Though. All right, let's say all that. But here's the thing. The guy that really blows my mind, there's this redheaded geologist, and he's Scottish, I think, for no reason at all. And he's just like, they get there on the alien planet. They go inside an alien ship. And he sees something that upsets him, maybe a dead alien body, which is what they're there for. They had a briefing. We're here to find the aliens. And it like blows his mind. And he's like, I'm here for fucking rocks, not bloody aliens. And he's like, oh, I'm getting out of here. And like him and another guy who's beta as fuck. And it's like, yeah, I'm here for like linguistics. There's no one to talk to or whatever he was there for, some other shit.
Should have been slapped.
They pair up and leave the group. So when it's time to go home to the mothership because a storm's a brewing, literally, like a storm.
Oh my God!
These two get left in the ship. Their radio back. They're like, "Yeah, you guys got left fucking behind, huh?" Well, and they're like laughing about it. Better get cozy, cuddle up together. Like, what are we making gay jokes? It was
they had to spend the night there.
It should have been like follow protocol. So
I was like, what a miscalculation! You guys are spending the night here.
Helmets on
this like planet. Literally you have a ship. Why would how could you not plan? It's just like they decided after lunch, like, so you guys want to check out the pyramid shit? Make a package. Let's go fucking do it right now.
Oh no,
like, dude, you traveled for years.
We
to get
can't.
your
No,
hour.
we can absolutely wait for them to get back. Sure. Oh no, there's not a date we have up in lower fucking orbit.
And the problem there is writing. It's stupid writing. It's the writer saying no one will question it. Just move the plot forward because we need to get to the part where someone gets an alien inside of them. However we get there.
Mm-hmm.
But remember those days?
No, you got to come up with a smart premise for how they get.
Don't you remember those
How do you
days?
fool them into going there? How do you fool them into getting their helmets off? How do you fool them into acting out of character? These are these button-up military best of the best, yes sir, motherfuckers that in real life would be like, sir, I haven't taken my helmet off in 15 fucking years. You're out of your goddamn mind. Don't you ever take your helmet off in my presence. It'd be like that. And you'd slap a civilian like that. You get an order. There wouldn't be any horse shit. Wandering off,
be like, wow, a novel
I'm gonna
worm.
let you know right now, you breach my perimeter and leave us behind. I cannot secure this package. You walk away, you are the enemy. Get back in line, civilian. It would be like that. You're not walking away. We're in an alien spaceship. We're light years from home. $1 trillion on the line. You can't leave the goddamn.
They
group.
just needed one really
guy.
serious guy. Like a guy who took that shit seriously could have kept them in check. Like when that, I get what you're saying with the nepotism and it would have been maybe a shitty nephew here or there, but when they find it's not like the worm that they found in that initial cavern was like, my God, it's an inch long worm of this planet. I'm going to name it. No, it had a prehensile fanged mouth from the get-go. It wasn't a reveal of being a terrible thing. It was like, let me play with this terrible thing. That part was stupid, and I also didn't like how shredded the alien was. That was confusing.
The thing about
that was a real person. That's not CGI, right? That's a bodybuilder that they painted white. That is a dude. He looks like that.
I bet it's
not the head. Obviously, they put some shit on his head.
Because that dude from Sunny who plays the bodybuilder,
that guy's incredibly built. Was he in 300? That guy's absurd looking.
He should have been. He would have kicked Gerard Butler right out of there.
I like Gerard Butler. He made so many shitty movies. After 300, I was of an age where I was like, Gerard Butler, he's my guy now. I'll think good things for him going forward. I bet he'll make more good movies. And he just made one shitty movie after another. He made that White House Down movie. Every now and then, Hollywood will duplicate a script. Two movies the same year about the White House going down and the president needing
to Transmorphers
or whatever. Yeah, I got paid a large sum of money by those people to make a video for them, but then there was a school shooting the week my video was supposed to go live, so they were like, you keep the money, don't mention us.
Damn. Making out like Froggy Fresh over here.
and so instead of my video being called White House Down Presents, it's called Weapons of the Secret Service or Secret Service Weaponry or some shit like that. Because I gotta explain, why am I wearing a goddamn suit? Why am I acting like a fucking Secret Service?
Why do I have a bald cap on?
No, that was a different. No, that was fucking
Hitman.
Hitman. Yeah, that was ridiculous. My mother didn't recognize me when I went to her school. I peeked in her room. It's like, hello. She's like, hello, sir. Can I help you? I was like, mother, it's me. That was great.
God,
that thing.
You?
I can't remember what that cost to get put on. That bald cap. I had somebody. He worked on Walking Dead. I remember that now. He came to my house in Gumlog and put the whole thing on and airbrushed it in and everything. He had that disease that Susan Sarandon has, where you have that bug eye thing.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know.
Did it upset you, or that's just what you remember?
No, but he mentioned, he's like, I have the Susan Sarandon bug eye disease, as he's fixing my head up and everything. He was a real chill guy. He was telling me stories about working on The Walking Dead, and this is when Walking Dead was in its heyday. This is 2012 or something.
Damn. So you still had high hopes for that show?
Dude, I had high hopes for that show. I used to go to watching parties for that show. I used to show up to events for that goddamn show with people with hushed awe as that shit would debut for us. That's top 3 most disappointing pieces of media all time. I'll tell you what number 1 is. It's Deadwood. I'm rewatching Deadwood right now. It's the Western about Deadwood, Montana, I think. It's incredible.
That sounds right.
The language it has its own very eloquent but crude old-timey language they use. They're very verbose. Even the dumbest of characters are well spoken in their own kind of way. And it's really good. Love Deadwood. But as you fall in love with it, just know they got canceled at the last season, and they were unable to. They were like edging you. They're edging you, and it's time to come. Okay, because here's what happens. All of the good guys get together for the first time ever, because this is a rough and rowdy bunch. We all have different ideas about the way things should be. They all get together and solidify against the big bad, who's outside influence wanting to steal our land and gold. He's got an army of shooters coming. So all of our badass good guys, Legolas and Gimli, the whole crowd is there. They're showing up, and then they got canceled. So the next episode, they're like, the good guys are like, well, I'll be moving on then. And they're like right away in a stagecoach, and you're like, whoa, what happened? There was supposed to be a fight, like a Death Star type scene was coming.
If you're watching semi-shitty, unfinished TV shows from 15 years ago, maybe check out Wednesday. You haven't seen it yet. It's fun.
Ooh, no thanks.
Oh, I watched that. The Addams Family show? The Addams Family one?
Good.
That's what we're talking about? Family. Oh, yeah, it was fine. It was good. I didn't regret that. I didn't regret watching that. I like that.
Doesn't sound
girl.
like an endorsement, though. You didn't regret it.
Well, because for me, like, there's so much TV these days, I can't say to anyone to watch anything unless you've seen Succession and you're caught up on Succession.
That's the one.
I tried watching that and I couldn't get into it. The dialogue is so,
he said that, so I didn't watch it.
It only gets better.
The way that Brian Cox, who I like a lot, the way that he and his like children communicate is so jarring, disjointed, and unnatural that it takes
Harley,
me out of it.
You say it only gets better. Is that kind of accepted by the fan base that maybe the early episodes of the first season haven't hit that tone yet? Because
I don't talk to these fucking idiots on the internet anymore about their opinions on shit.
You're doing it right now.
Well, let me say,
but I know you guys.
From my point of view,
from the internet. I mean, here we are.
From my point of view, if I were trying to get somebody into like fucking Star Trek: The Next Generation, my favorite TV show, I would say first 2 seasons, they haven't really figured out what's going on yet. Skip season 3, and then when you circle back, you'll love the characters already. So you'll let it go. What happens in season 1 and 2? All the weird shit.
Season 1, I think, is still good. I still think season 1 is very good.
Succession.
I do think Taylor's point also holds up. Their means of communication is really just like, I've met a couple people that are almost like this, that speak in a way that like people that I've met in Hollywood, agents. I'd be like, hey man, what's up? How you doing? How are things? Powering through on the grind, always making things happen because the grind don't stop 24/7. And you're like, yeah, sure. Yeah. How's the family? The fam jams doing their thing that they always do, being the fam. And me, I'm a dad holding it. And it's like everything is a fucking saying or an analogy or it's everything. And I'm like, anyways, yeah, just wanted to call. Yeah, hey bro, appreciate you touching base. I'm gonna circle back when I come back up for air. And it's like, bro, just fucking speak.
Yeah, speak normally.
But they're kind of only in professional settings and they work with their family. So they get this like really dramatic, hard ass, blunt, super rich, cocky type of thing that comes off like, what's his name writes like that, like on the West Wing, where it's like everything's like the next sentence everyone has the best sentence response back. Yeah. Everyone has a fucking line.
I love the West Wing.
Yeah, well, I think it's a little like that. If you could bear that, I think you would like this.
Oh, I love that. It
gets better. Sort of, it's even better, and the characters are really, really good. They're really.
I like smart, snappy dialogue that
Gilmore
takes me.
And that show with Katie Holmes from ages ago was like that. What was it called?
Yeah, Katie Holmes.
She was a teenager. Dawson's Creek, and Gilmore Girls both had like perfect, snappy, on like over the top. No one's this clever dialogue, but I kind of enjoyed it anyway.
Yeah.
West Wing. Succession's. But if I wanted to get someone into Succession, what I usually say is it's better than Breaking Bad.
Oh, what?
Yeah, and I do believe that, and I always say that. I'm like, I think it's a better show than Breaking Bad.
I've only seen Breaking Bad once. It would infuriate me to go back and watch it again because there are times when I hate Skyler so much, and I hate his family so much for not just getting on board with. Look,
yeah, he's cool.
If I had someone, no, you know what I mean. I know he's
the family stuff.
I know he's the bad guy.
No, if he were making $300 a month selling meth, yeah, that'd be lame. But
first of all, I'm imagining he's my father. So you all imagine that he's your father. Now imagine not only is he your father, but he's the smartest guy you've ever met. And not only is he the smartest guy you've ever met, he might be the smartest guy most people have ever met. Your dad's a certified fucking genius,
and he's got pizza on the roof.
An artist.
It's like, wait a minute, like maybe for a second I should stop fucking around and listen to what Dad wants. He did give me that car. It's like, bro, you're a child.
Well,
maybe
Dad, I can't believe you've been selling meth.
I would have if I'm his frumpy chubby wife or his handicapped son. When my genius dad comes clean, I'm like, Father, you will know best. I can only trust in you to lead us through this. And tell me what I need. How can I make this easier? What do you need from me? What do you need from me? No one ever
quality
said
testing.
That.
I'm in.
No one ever said anything like that. When they heard when they hear Uncle Hank is dead, the wife immediately is like, oh, well then Walt is dead to me. That's your husband. You should be like, all right, what do we do now? By the way, Marie's here. I've been letting her listen to the call. We got to deal with her. She'd be killing Marie right there. She should be with Hank. She should be with fucking Walt. I don't understand why everybody.
He should send her to Hank.
He should send her to Hank. Yeah. That's what I would have set that up with Walt. That's how that phone call would have really gone. She'd be like, yeah, tell Marie she can see Hank. He's here with me. Bring her here. And then they should have offed Marie in the desert next to Hank, and then they can take on the FBI and those white supremacists, get our money back.
That would have helped.
I'd have dropped that kid long ago, though.
I don't recall the white supremacist point. I think it was cartels, but
no.
The cartels, right? There were white supremacists in the show.
Yeah, they're the main problem at the end.
Yeah,
I forgot about the guy. I forgot they were also white supremacists.
The one where he says, you know my name, say my name. Like you're Heisenberg, you're goddamn right. They're the white supremacists.
No,
right?
That was a different gang guy. The white supremacist was the uncle gang, the uncle group of that redhead guy who's Fat Damon.
Is it white supremacist or white supremacist?
I said it wrong. It's white supremacist.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I prefer the shorter version. The supremacies.
That's not shorter.
Supremacy.
Or just supreme.
I think it's called probably just Nazi. I'll never rewatch that show just because I'll be frustrated rewatching Breaking Bad.
I'm not excited to look at the family stuff again, really. But I did rewatch Succession. I thought it was much better the second watch. The things that I were kind of like not really picking up on the first time around. I thought were really good the second time around.
I'll give it a try because I do need a new show. I am watching an old ass show that has a bad ending, but I'm telling you, it's really fucking good.
What show it last? Deadwood.
It's Deadwood.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're just talking about that.
Yeah, but yeah, I need something new. I'm not watching any more of that Star Wars nonsense. I'm done.
Do you guys watch Atlanta?
No, I haven't heard of it.
Atlanta's the Donald Glover show.
I'm not familiar with it.
We're awful.
It's black, so I'm not surprised.
I know all about Atlanta. I choose not to watch it. We're all very white here, Carly.
It is. You know what it is? It's a really good like show, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes there's
exactly like King of the Hill.
It has a few like anthology style episodes that aren't really sequential or part of the story that kind of play out like kind of like a Black Mirror type vibe, but it's racially oriented.
Incredible.
It is, but it is honestly, it's better than Breaking Bad.
But I'm very close.
There's no way it's better than Breaking Bad.
I think it's just as good. I do. It's an incredible
maybe
show.
I like Breaking Bad.
You might just have a low opinion of Breaking Bad. You're just like, oh, yeah, it's better.
I have a good opinion of Breaking Bad. I think
Breaking
Bad. I think Breaking Bad starts off very well, and most importantly, ends perfectly. So perfectly that I actually never watched It's All About Saul because I actually thought Breaking Bad was so perfect. I was like, I like that. I don't want to have a bad feeling. And now I have friends call me up and they're like, bro, I hate to tell you, it's better than Breaking Bad. That's literally what I hear. And I'm like, is it actually? People are like, yeah, it is. It's actually better than
What did you think about?
Did
you see the deep fake, or I wouldn't say deep fake, but the Super Bowl commercial with Walter White and Jesse cooking up the chips and everything, DH and everything?
I didn't see
I didn't realize that they did that.
They're tremendously de-aged. Their heads didn't look like they fit their bodies quite right.
It's always a little weird, eh? A little touch.
It reminded me.
They're not that much older than they were then.
Yeah, they are.
When was it? Like 2010?
Yeah, it's like 15
maybe even
years.
before. Oh, okay, 15 years.
Yeah, but I mean,
time flies.
you know, he was an older guy. And how old's who plays Walter White?
Jesse Pinkman.
No, Bryan Cranston.
Bryan Cranston. Thank you. Yeah, he's
The
got to be in his 60s.
When I watched those two, I thought that Bryan Cranston was fine because he always played an old person, right? Like you can go from 55 to 65 or whatever he did, and you know, still roughly get away with 55 if you try. But at what's Jesse Pinkman's actor's name? Aaron Paul, right? Aaron Paul, those years, you can't undo. You can't be like 35 and play 25. Like they're just.
Oh yeah. Oh, not yet. Here's what's coming. I want to talk about this. This is the future. We're gonna get a fucking de-aged William Shatner Captain Kirk TV show. Mark my words, it's fucking coming.
Do you want
fucking
that?
coming? Oh, I want it so bad.
How can
I
they
want it so
de-age
bad.
him? He's huge now. He's fat.
He'll be completely defaked. He won't be there, just like that Bruce
Oh,
Willis
okay.
commercial.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry. No, I get it.
they've got so much of him. They can just take his voice and they could do that Mark Hamill thing they did in Mando, right? They'll make a fake him in the Boba Fett TV show that I know you guys didn't watch. Good for you. They show like the updated version of Luke Skywalker, like fake Luke Skywalker. It's really good. They got better from Mando to Boba Fett.
I would watch movies like that.
Yeah.
You don't? Did you watch Andor?
I tried, man. I really tried. When they got to that Scottish chubby guy, he was great. He was like the sergeant and was like gonna like getting this. Man, the main guy just couldn't carry it for me, and I didn't care. It seemed like it was all about his goddamn sister, and I didn't care about that. And I just checked out, dude. It wasn't for me.
Yeah. Was that so? You only saw like episode 1 and 2 or something like that, right?
Maybe 3 episodes. I think I gave it 3. Yeah,
If
I
there was a
tried.
Star Wars Breaking Bad show, this is literally better than Star Wars Breaking Bad. No, it's really good about Andor. I was not in the fucking mood. I was like done with Boba Fett, and Obi-Wan was just hard to like get, and my scars from the new sequel haven't healed yet. And I
Did
just
you
was
hate
like,
the new one?
What's that?
You hated the new Star Wars?
I really liked Force Awakens. I thought J.J. Abrams did something really tricky. He introduced characters that I cared about. I liked Rey, Finn, and Poe. Then I saw The Last Jedi, and I was like, whoa, crazy decisions. I've never seen Star Wars be so bold. Hold on. Let them finish. And then J.J. Abrams came back in and just pissed himself for that last one. And I was like, now that this last one's out, I hate the 2 before it.
Yeah.
Because now that the last one's out, I thought
Like
you had
Game
a
of
fucking
Thrones.
plan.
Matrix 3 did
Imagine
that
you're
to me.
fucking. Imagine you're Johnny Disney, and you're posted up. You're like, can't wait to hear this this Star Wars script. And J.J. Abrams comes in. He's like, here's episode 7, and you're like, hey, just episode 7? He's like, yeah, we're gonna make up 8 and 9 later, but this is how it's gonna start. I'd be like, no, go back. Do it all as one. But they didn't do that. Not only that, episode 7, you read the whole thing. I'd be like, why is Luke Skywalker not in the movie? J.J. Abrams said that he felt that Luke Skywalker was stealing every scene he was in. And I was like, oh, sounds like a pretty fucking good problem, buddy.
Yeah.
I was like,
Did they
sounds like,
film
oh,
it
you don't
more?
want your movie to be too cool?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't
Well,
want
you
that
know,
character
reminds-
everybody likes.
Reminds me of The Dark Knight. Remember the Joker? Yeah, you remember the Joker. We love that.
Yeah.
We love when someone comes and steals a scene, especially when they have decades of buildup. What'd you do? J.J. Abrams put him on an island for 25 years, handed the script off to Rian Johnson. Rian
Jedis
Johnson was
always
like,
do that.
why is he on an island? And J.J. Abrams was like, I don't know, man, figure it out.
He learned from Yoda.
But I would have been like,
That's the only answer.
bro, don't give me a fucking episode 7 with no Luke Skywalker. And if he was like, I don't know how to write him, I'd be like, I don't fucking care. You don't need to do much, buddy. But what you got to do is, we got Harrison Ford, we have Mark Hamill, we have Princess Leia, we have all of these people alive. We need them to fucking hug.
It was
in
too
this
late.
movie.
It was too late for all that shit. They should have made that shit in 2005.
Regardless, you got them alive. Let them meet.
I guess so.
They
but
didn't have a
you know they're bringing Ray
reunion.
back for new sequels.
Yeah, I just read that today recently.
I don't
bringing
mind
Ray
that
back.
because I don't give a shit anymore. What I think.
What did
they
you
really-
want from Luke? What did you want him to do? Like, if you were to write it, because I was
this is
glad
it.
Luke had a minimal part.
I never had an issue with how they did everything up until the end of episode 8.
Can I give you a script for Luke?
Yeah.
Have Luke be turning the cheek every moment of the movie. Have him being harassed in a small setting. It doesn't need to affect the whole galaxy. That's for the next movie. He's on this world just trying to be his nomad man self, but they're just slapping around, pissing in his face the whole fucking movie. But you've got a character there, maybe a droid, who's like, "Sir, why do you allow them to treat you this way?" And he hits him with that Jedi wisdom over and over about some, and then at the end, when they go too far and they rape, murder like his droid, then he like zoom, but it's not the green saber, it's the red one. He's got the red one, and he fucking like cuts them all down, but not just the men, but the women and the children.
Kyle,
And
your
that's
talents
the
are
end.
wasted on this show. I want to watch that movie.
Like,
That
do that
sounds
for
good.
me. If you're gonna ruin Luke Skywalker, turn him to the fucking dark side. Just
They
do
didn't-
that. Don't let him
they
go out like a
didn't-
bitch.
They didn't ruin Luke Skywalker, nor did they make him look like a bitch.
didn't.
And I'll tell you exactly how. The only way he was ruined was J.J. Abrams put him on the island for 25 years and didn't think through why. So what Rian Johnson did with that, I think, was extremely talented as a writer. And I think as a director, I think he made a visually pleasing Star Wars. Yeah, there's very ugly scenes like the casino stuff or whatever. But what I liked about this is going into episode 7, 8, 9, we were always like, Luke Skywalker's a god. He'll fucking blow up the Death Star with his mind. He could he could bring down a Star Destroyer and crumple it up into a fucking ball. He's the ultimate Jedi. That's how I always felt. So going into 7, 8, 9, I'm like, I need Luke Skywalker when there's like a fucking whoever these new First Order stormtroopers are, when they raid like a fucking rebel ship and there's like 1,000 of them and they all come in with their guns and they shoot their blasters. I want it all to freeze like Professor X style. And like Luke Skywalker walks
And
in,
the music
hood
comes on.
Yeah, and it's like quiet and everyone's frozen. But Luke is normal and he can just walk through and he grabs his friends and he like takes them out. Or maybe he goes and he fucking slices them all. Like, but they can't even compete with the level he's at. He's a god. He's a fucking god. That's all I thought about. And then 7 came out and they didn't even give it to us. And I'm like, what's it going to be? What's it going to be? And this was the beauty of episode 8 that a lot of people I recognize was not delivered clear, like in a way that is processed to everyone, but I processed it this way. I thought Luke was a god. Episode 8 comes out. He's a fucking man. He's a human being. And people are like, he fucking almost killed Kylo. Luke, who couldn't kill his own dad, who was so bold to tell the Emperor, no, I am a Jedi. He almost killed his son. I could tell you that, like, the amount that I've changed from 20 years old to 37 is huge. I could just imagine from 20 to 65, you get sick as shit. As a human being, you do get sick of shit. And also as a young male, you are more bold. My attitude on Epic Mealtime or even coming on a PKA was way more bold when I was younger compared to now. And Luke is just a fucking human. But here was the beauty in what Rian Johnson did. Luke is just a human being. And he's not the god that I thought he was, but he used his force to stand in front of the First Order there and get blasted by all those ATSTs, the super ones. And he dodged on Kylo. His friends escaped. He wasn't even there. And what I thought was so amazing about that was they showed the kid playing with the toy at the end. Remember the wooden toy? And he was like, Jedi Master Luke Skywalker. And I'm like, look what they did. They got
the Chinese money.
They made Luke. No, there was a wooden toy. It was made in America, real America.
I thought you were doing a Chinese child accent.
Oh, no, it was not. It was a Twi'lek accent. But anyway, so the kid's like playing. He's like Jedi Master Luke Skywalker. He thinks Luke is a god, and they show that to us. So in the universe of Star Wars, Luke Skywalker is the god that we thought he was. Us, the audience. We went in there thinking that Luke is going to stand in front of 5 ATSTs with no fucking lightsaber and they're going to blast him and it's not going to do shit. But he's not a god. He's a human being. We, the audience, are in on that. But to the rest of the galaxy, he's the fucking next level Jedi god that we thought he was, because the kid saw him stand in front of the ATSTs and he plays with the toys. And now what I loved about it was they nixed the bloodline. Nothing is ever good from a bloodline. And I like that Rey was a nobody. I hate that they doubled back on that. I love that like Luke, the Skywalkers existed. And I love that they were inherently an evil family, not a good family. And maybe that's what the Force needed. Who knows what? I have no idea where it was going to go or where it could have gone. And I just hate that a lot of things were doubled back on. So it makes everything that I'm hyping up stupid now. It
Can
makes
I
it
tell you about a
stupid.
better
It
way
ruins
to
it.
handle that scene? Because it's from a movie called V for Vendetta. At the very end of that movie, V is standing in front of the big bad guy and all of his henchmen, and he's letting them know that he has the upper hand. And the bad guy kind of scoffs at him. He's like, "What are you gonna do with all you have is your karate and your knives? We have guns." And he says, "No, what you have are bullets, and the hope that when they're all gone, I'm not still standing." And then he starts fucking running toward them in slow motion while
16,
they
by the way.
light him up.
Yeah, great.
And he kills them all in like slow motion with knives and shit. And at the end of that scene, it's revealed he did have body armor on, but they've killed him. He's mortally wounded. He's given his life to do that crazy thing. I'm okay if Luke does that. They're always batting away those fucking things. Let him go no defense mode, like full offense into, I don't know, all those goddamn AT-ATs. I just wanted to see him go out.
I don't want.
Me too.
You know what I didn't want? Let me
He
give a
just
chance on this.
disappeared.
I've been quiet for 15 minutes. So I didn't want old fucking super fat, fucking fat lard of shit Mark Hamill, who was a good 300 pounds, too fucking fat to play that role, to be some superhero, this legend that we were talking about. No, he's a washed up old man who let himself go, and he can't be an action hero anymore. Don't ask me to believe that Luke Fat Crawler, whatever he is at this point, can possibly do anything to the Empire. No, he's washed up. He's a worthless fat piece of shit, and he needs to be in that role. So what they did with him, I thought, was better than what they did with like CGI Yoda, which I also enjoyed. But if they did that to Luke Skywalker and made that fat piece of shit some sort of flipping lightsaber savant who could take on battle stars by himself,
I see what you're saying. I get that. I get that.
Washed up old men are washed up old men, and they need to know their role.
What I liked also about Last Jedi, and what I also hate, what I found out is apparently at the end of The Force Awakens, when she gives Luke the lightsaber, JJ had him turn it on.
Luke Skywalker. That's what I could have came up with. I'm a minute late. Luke Skywalker.
But he wasn't fat.
He was fat. He was
gave it.
fat.
He
lost a lot of weight.
He did lose a ton of weight,
but he was still fat.
But listen, J.J. Abrams had Luke turn on the lightsaber at the end of Force Awakens. Mm-hmm. In Last Jedi, Rian Johnson got that cut and was like, "You have to change the ending." And JJ was like, "Why?" And he was like, "Because in my cut, he throws it over his shoulder. So if he turns it on, it's not going to make sense." That's how like discombobulated and disjointed these idiots were making a fucking 3-piece movie. That's how it was. He showed it to me. He's like, "You can't do that." It's like, how the fuck did you not know this? How'd you guys not discuss this? But what I thought was interesting, and people hated him tossing the lightsaber to Woody's point, I recognized right then and there. I was like, "Oh yeah, how stupid of me. The fuck is a stupid sword gonna do? He's the Jedi Master. It's not gonna be done or decided with a fucking sword." Even when when Yoda was General Yoda and he was doing flips and backflips, that's when he got by the Sith. That's when they planned behind him. He was focused on the wrong thing. When she gave him the lightsaber, as a real Jedi, is like, "I don't have a fucking attachment to this thing. I'm a Jedi." Toss it over his shoulder. Or fuck the Jedi, toss it over his shoulder. But it was a fascinating
but you know what
decision.
they're doing. It's more about like slapping the fan. I feel slapped in the face when you take the nostalgia and the member berries and you, instead of finding a way to use them, you just slap me in the face with them.
But
I'll give an example of where it's done well.
Good though.
Like,
I thought they
have
were
you seen?
Good.
Do you follow Star Trek, like Next Generation? Did you watch that shit?
Yeah.
Like if I say Picard and Worf, you know what's up.
Yeah.
So the season 3 of Picard, they're just doing full on the Next Generation. They brought the entire old ass cast back. They're old as fuck.
You watched season 1 and season 2 of Picard?
That costume is designed.
Yeah, and I didn't like them.
Fat he.
I watched season 1. Didn't really. I was like, okay,
you got him. Woody. He's fat.
The topic.
Let's see his ankles.
It always changes, but dude, this is not an action hero. This guy can't.
No,
do
but that's
shit.
a Jedi. He fucking doesn't have to lift his hand. He literally doesn't have to do anything to be an action hero in this universe. He literally, the older and fatter he looks, the more wise and like Buddhist
Powerful
type. Like, yeah, like this guy only.
Get it. He can
Like
do
when-
this or
But I never
something
wanted
and
to see a
squeeze
backflip
the Death Star
lightsaber.
at this point. I don't
What
want
you're
that.
saying, I didn't want him to do a backflip like that. I thought the little twisting turn under Kylo's blade was the coolest amount of acrobatics that he did. That was cool to me in terms of like what an older Luke Skywalker would do.
But he could have done backflips because, like, my understanding is like
Yes, he
Yoda wasn't so strong that he could flip around. Like,
he could run up a building.
He's using the Force to like manipulate things. So like even
Luke
Fat Mark Hamill
Skywalker's stronger
could.
than him. Luke Skywalker could run up a building.
So Luke could be
flat
morbidly
up.
obese and his legs could not work. He could still flip around because it's the Force doing all that, right?
I wish
he's
like,
not jumping.
instead of a lightsaber, he just had a turkey leg, and he was eating it
They
while
almost
he's
did that.
force
They were
fighting.
literally, they had him sucking
Reese's
alien tit milk
Gold
like live.
Dude, when he drank the tit milk, I was just like, man, y'all just don't take this shit seriously. It's always for kids. I don't think your universe is for
Y'all
me.
just don't take this seriously.
Like,
See, I
like
that part.
you know what I mean? It's like I need to
this
accept
fucking
that.
kids movie.
That's where I am. If I'm being
about
honest,
Star
that's where I am with Star Wars and the whole universe. Is that this is for children and maybe immature adults, but it's not for me.
But
I
then
want to
you
see.
don't watch Andor, and Andor's the one that is. Andor's like the dungeon soap.
And I fucking try.
Andor's
I
like
watched Andor. I saw the whole thing, and I paid attention to every minute, and I had closed captions on, and I read every word, and
But
it
listen,
was just dull.
But you know, I see. Say dull. I too am a man who appreciates the fine arts, like Avengers Endgame, as yourself. I know when I'm consuming an Avengers Endgame piece of content, and I put on Andor, and as soon as he shot that guy in the first episode, I turned to my girlfriend and I was like, "You don't need to watch this. I'm going to watch this alone. This one's for me." I thought we were getting some Baby Yoda type shit. I
What,
had no
is she 12?
idea what it would be.
How old is your girlfriend?
She's going to be 18 in 2 months.
Well, she's 61 and very attached to the original.
Oh, sorry, honey, I didn't realize this is teen for teen. Get the fuck out of
No,
here.
I thought it was going to be like Baby Yoda filler, fucking mobile game Boba Fett type shit. And I was like, oh, it's a different show. I don't want to answer a question during this. I want to
Yeah,
watch, and I didn't
I
put it
like
on
that.
when I felt like some action shit. I put it on when I was like
Instead of telling
wanting
her
to watch
she didn't need to
Succession or
see it,
Andor.
you should have paused it and said, "Hey, this isn't the show I thought it was. Hush out of you, hush. All right, woman,
This is important.
Shh." And if she ever gets confused, probably just one backhand will get it done.
Can I tell you, like, I joked about it earlier, but I think we've lost something from the 80s that they had in the 70s they had figured out, and it was how to motivate your protagonist, how to get your guy on a mission. Like I don't know. I feel like all these movies we're talking about, it's like, yeah, we need you. Please come back.
Well, you touched on this earlier, and I was going to say something. You said earlier we were talking about aliens, and you were like, if you sit there with your arms crossed and watch the movies, back in the 80s, no one ever did that. I watch movies now, and then people are like, why would they go there? I'm like, back then, you didn't ask that. You never went on Twitter after the movie and went, you're right. Why did he go there? The guy went there, and the movie
You ever seen
happened.
Death Wish?
Yeah.
Charles Bronson's Death Wish?
No.
They rape murder his family at the beginning. Fucking what's his name from Jurassic Park? Life Finds a Way. What's that guy's
Jeff
name?
Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum rapes his wife and daughter,
right here.
and so he's just taken aback by this. He's lost his family essentially. His daughter's like comatose now. Not comatose. She's like there, but nothing's behind her eyes from the experience. And he basically takes up a gun, long story short, and becomes a vigilante shooting people in New York. You're behind him every step of the way because you saw like what happened. I don't know. I need a character to be motivated to go do a thing, and then I'm invested in the movie, and then I can let little shit go. If he uses the wrong bullet.
I like a clear motivation like that. I'm pretty simple, like the movie Commando. Fucking
yes,
Commando.
It's like he's going to get his daughter back.
Ever. Yeah. Oh, why would they take his fucking daughter, Harley? Can
They
you
literally
imagine?
take his daughter and they're like, if you want your daughter, you're going to have to do a couple things. And he's like, no. And then he shoots that guy and now continuously just chases killing to get his
You're
daughter
gonna
back.
listen to me, right? And he goes, wrong. Ow! Shoots him
It's
right
the
in the head with
fucking
a
best.
with like
Right?
a 308
Wrong.
semi-auto rifle. And then he goes on a tear. The premise of this movie is that these guys need a South American dictator taken out, and Arnold's the only man who's so fucking scary. He could go to South America and take out the president of a fucking country. And so they're like, oh, well, let's kidnap Arnold's daughter. That won't cause any problems. And they should wait a minute. If he's so scary, he could go to South America and take out a dictator. Couldn't he just come here and kill us all and take his daughter back? Nah. The first thing they do, the beginning of the movie, credits are rolling because that's what they used to do in movies. You get the credits at the beginning. They kill all of his friends. They just go and kill all of Arnold's friends. Then they kill his last friend. Then they kidnap his daughter. And so
they
then the
just
rest
killed him.
Well, they need him to go. They need him to go take out the El Presidente. The rest of the
He
movie
was
is
the
him killing
original, a particular set of skills that make him dangerous,
Oh,
dude.
It's such a fun movie. I watched it last week. He's
I
carrying that
almost
fucking
ring
log.
walked. I almost ring walked to that steel drum at the beginning. I played it many times. I was like, can I walk to the ring to this?
What do you ring walk to?
I had a couple of ideas.
But you've done it once already, right? Was there
Yeah, I
music?
did. Last time I did Nirvana, Man Who Sold the World, and I came out kind of like Big Boss with an eye patch and a military poncho.
Okay.
Mhm.
I kind of want a headband and a cigarette and maybe a vest, and it'll be like a
Yes.
Solid Snake type thing.
100%. I love it. The
Yeah.
cigarette part's hilarious. It's great.
Yeah, I thought about
You're the best around, Karate Kid style. Just saying.
the thought. I honestly was toying with an anime intro, this anime Bleach that I like.
Let me
and
talk you out of that.
Yeah.
do the cigarette thing.
Take
That's
two
funny.
steps back and turn to the left, and maybe something like I need a hero.
I'm actually
need a
coming in
hero.
on horseback, dressed like
Yeah.
Legolas, and I have an Urukai
Mhm.
with me, and no one knows that it's Sam Hyde. In
Dude, I
bet
Urukai
this
looks
costume.
wild.
It's,
on a
it's
horse.
raining
Have
men
you ever-
is playing.
Have you ever ridden a horse?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've even galloped on horseback. It's very
Never
difficult.
done that.
If Harley showed up at my village on horseback with a helm on and like some armor and demanded like all my goats, I'd offer him the pigs too.
What's so
You're a
crazy?
dirt
You're like,
farmer. You don't
you're
have
like,
armor.
if Harley showed up at my village, the thing that popped up in my head was just me as the chainsaw guy in the Resident Evil village. Like that's I've been playing so much Resident Evil. Like if Harley showed up at my village, that's the first thing that was playing in my brain.
Because you'd be so colossal on a goddamn horse. Like you'd be so fucking scary.
It'd be a tired horse.
There would be. I feel like there
I'd like
would
to see
be
him
a
on a
big
mini horse.
intimidation factor if I existed back then.
Feet dragging.
They would have been like, giant of a man, you'll fight two opponents at once, and I just get double stabbed.
Yeah.
Oh no, they put a midget
No,
on
he
your
wasn't
shoulders.
as tough as the legends told. It's like,
No,
legends, we met him
they'd
this
only-
morning. Like,
They'd only make you fight one opponent, but they'd put a little midget on your shoulders piggyback, and he'd be like hanging on with a little weapon, a flail
Master
or something.
Blaster style.
Yeah, Master Blaster, and he'd be giving the orders. Get him!
You know
Leg
what would be
sweep
better?
or
You have
whatever.
a dwarf on your back with a ranged weapon, and you have a melee weapon, and now you're a multiple threat.
That'd be sick.
Now you have a ranged dwarf on your back as you're meleeing. That's
He's
the
throwing
future of
little javelins.
warfare. People talking about AI. No, it's tactical dwarves.
That's the co-op game right there.
Yeah.
I will say this. I don't know how I would fight a man who had a dwarf, like Harley, for example, big, strong guy who a dwarf would like not encumber him at all. I don't know how you would fight him in a one-on-one fight if he has a dwarf on his shoulders with like a quiver full of small javelins. Like he's just
You couldn't.
launching them at you.
You need
Who's
your own
throwing
dwarf
them?
with the
Harley or
series
the
of
dwarf?
shields.
The midget is throwing them. Harley's coming for you.
Yeah.
And the
I
midget is
like
fucking-
the idea
a
of
problem.
one midget on the back.
He's giving you
or
those
like a
John Jones
child.
push kicks.
I like a child on the back or a midget on the
Teep
back,
kicks.
like with like maybe like a poker, eyes on the back, like a spear type thing. And then I like another one in the front that has a little bow. And then I like one on my forearm is like a shield.
Yes.
And like I lift them up. Yeah, exactly. And
You just have dwarves taped to every
Exactly.
every limb. You're holding a dwarf by the feet, and he holds a sword. Like,
and
you
every
swing
time I'm
him
hit, I'm
around.
like, you're just hurting them.
Yeah,
You're
you're
hurting
just
them.
hurting them. No, you're beating up my shield. Don't you feel guilty as you're blocking blades with a little dwarf doughy torso? Poor
That's
fellas.
Harley Dwarf Helm. That's dwarven armor. Why would they make armor for such a man? No, it's dwarves. He's sewn them into his armor. No, Master Blaster was awesome. That's the best part of that fucking movie. It's Mad Max 3,
Thunderdome,
I think. Yeah, the Thunderdome.
That was the best part.
That and the whole thing was powered by pig shit. I thought that was a good idea. Like, there's a good example of writing in a silly movie where you're like, their power comes from pig shit.
Yeah.
Noted. I believe that. I don't know how much power you make from pig shit, but they say you can do it, so they got it. I believe you. Just Star Trek will be like, oh, yeah, it's positrons and the fucking the positronic flow. We're gonna have to reverse the deflector dish and pump a lot of the warp nacelle gases, and then we're gonna vent those gases and detonate them. And I'll nod along. Okay, all right, vent the gases then. Let's go.
I watched Picard season 1 and I was like, okay, and then people were like season 2 sucks, so I didn't watch season 2. But then I heard season 3 is great. Season 3, dude. Have you seen it yet? Or no? I actually started watching season 2 to get caught up, and I really liked season 2.
Okay, well,
I had a good time with it. I was totally surprised. Like anything that has anything to do with Q, I always like it.
Yeah, I don't like Q.
Yeah, I find him. See, I look at Q and I'm always like, fucking Jedi and Sith are so silly when there's a Q out there.
Yeah, just a jokester god, essentially.
Yeah.
He's sort of a low-key type character who just comes and plays hijinks. To me, the Q's showing up on the show is almost the writers and characters' way of having a cheap episode where they just do that fucking thing where they make a flash when he snaps his fingers. And it also gets them to dress as fucking Robin Hood or do some historical reenactment, which they all love to do because they're theater actors.
Yeah, it bothers me those episodes.
Season 3, dude, is member berries, nostalgia, fan service, but done so well that you're just... I look forward... A new episode came out 15 minutes ago. I'm psyched to go watch it in an hour. I'm going to sit down with my popcorn. I'm going to fucking get my sugar-free Kool-Aid. Like, this is going to be a night. It's so good. They bring old-ass Picard back, and he gets a message from the doctor, Beverly Crusher. I need you now. Our son is in danger. Bum, bum, bum. And he's like, so he's retired, and he's not, he can't get a ship. So he calls up Riker, and him and Riker flag down like a nice ship called the Titan, like a state-of-the-art Starfleet vessel. And they're like, we're here for emergency inspections. And the captain treats them like shit. They show up for dinner in the captain's mess. He's already started eating. And Picard's like, I'm sorry, were we late? And he's like, no, you're right on time. Have a seat. And he's like, it's really talking down to him about how...
I love that shit. When you have a character built up, that a scene like this, it's like, you ate before Captain Picard could sit down.
Then he's like
it's like little setups that are just... That moment exists because you've watched the shows before,
And Picard's like, it's nice to meet you and make your acquaintance, Captain. And he's like, oh, we've met before. You might not remember. And it's when Captain Picard was the Borg at Wolf 359 or whatever it was, when he like killed
the cutest
20,000 like servicemen, destroyed like 40 vessels or whatever it was. And now Picard's like, he can't talk back. He's just got to sit there and take it because he did do all that shit. And he keeps talking down to him. Like Picard brought him a gift of wine. He's like, he's a wine expert himself. And he's like, nah, I don't think this really pairs well with tonight's blah, blah, blah. And like rejects the wine and just shits on him the whole time. By the time it's over, like I'm multiple episodes in, it's not over. But Worf is in the mix and Geordi's in the mix, and they found a way to tastefully bring back Data, I guess. But Worf is such a fucking badass. He introduces himself as like Worf, son of Moog, Bane to the house of Duras, a slayer of Martok. Would you like some chamomile tea? And it's like really, he's like centered himself. He's got a white ponytail, the big white eyebrows, but he's got a sword on his back that he'll decapitate a motherfucker with at a heart.
What about the guy that was rude to Picard? Did he sort of get his comeuppance?
Oh, he's the best. You fall in love with him. He's the like.
I already felt that I would have liked this guy a bit because, like, to just I don't know.
Yeah, you
talking shit to Picard's a big deal. Like he's famous. He's famous in the show.
Yeah,
like infamous or famous or loved. Or
they give you those member berries. The captain's like, I don't know, little things like the time you almost destroyed this, and when you violated the Prime Directive just to get some alien pussy on this planet, and the time, like, he's like laying Picard out, and Picard just looks at Riker and goes, "Those were the days." Like, this guy knows everything Picard's ever done, and
but that's a good comeback too. Like, yeah, I had a great time getting alien pussy, violating Prime Directives.
He did exactly that.
The scene's like
he was in a movie.
Oh,
the moments that they build up are the things that I like in the second season. They have a Borg queen in their possession, like on the ship. And they're kind of in this alternate timeline dimension that Q can do this, and he puts them in like a different world. So everyone is uncomfortable and weird because they've been living. It's like they're not comfortable in their own.
Oh, the
skin.
fascist version, yeah,
yeah, exactly. Except the autistic girl is like unaffected by this major change. And
autism is a superpower. I've seen it before.
And the Borg queen is like just like the Predator in that Predator movie where they're like, we don't have autism on our planet, we've come here to bring it to ours. The Borg queen is
I'm sorry, I cut you off, my bad, go ahead.
Hush.
I am hushing cock, so I'll cut you the fuck off.
No, I'm
excited
to tell the story.
Don't act like I do what he does.
And I never do that.
I don't even do it. I sit here fucking quietly for 50 minutes in a row.
I'm sitting here quietly waiting.
10 minutes,
I'm waiting. I don't even like Star Trek, but I'm listening.
I say something, new fucking topic.
This is fun.
I just want to tell him about season 3 of Picard and how much he's going to enjoy it.
I don't want to talk about season 3 of
Picard.
Picard.
On it more. You perfectly in time. I was just talking about season 2. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Woody ruined.
You know what I wanted to talk about, Kyle, that you breezed past with was, tell me if I am misremembering this, was Jeff Goldblum's role in the original Jurassic Park that he was a dinosaur sexuality expert?
No.
Did I make that up?
No, he was an expert in
doesn't he say something like that?
No. He's an expert in like string theory or whatever, or like the way that like a butterfly like flaps its wings and it affects.
I need to reevaluate what was happening to me when I was looking
he said dinosaur dick, didn't he?
Yeah, not there for dinosaur sexuality. He was hitting on the blondie like right away, like running his finger up her hand with the drops of water and shit, trying to explaining what he does.
I hated that part.
But
yeah,
he was the one who said life finds a way, and he was the one who said that they'd reproduce. So I can see where Taylor got that.
I thought he was a dinosaur sexuality expert.
I think he was a philosopher, really.
In my head, that's like, how would you even know?
Oh, he's a mathematician. Oh, it's chaos theory. That's what it's called. Yeah, okay. All right.
Sam Fisher.
Well, that's all I had on that. Never mind. Just a childhood misapprehension. Have you guys, any of you seen the D&D movie yet? I've heard good things.
So
I've heard good things, and I am absolutely going to go see it. I think it's fun, or it's supposed to be like a fun movie.
I don't think I want to
do that.
I'm just not in the mood for a comedy. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to laugh.
I'm fine.
I heard
that does sound horrible.
They got that movie, and they tested it apparently, and then they hired a comedy troupe to punch it up. So they got it, and they were like, "This might read better if there's a ton of jokes in it. Let's punch it up."
You need more silly.
They did a whole bunch.
I wonder if it worked, because I have this idea that you can't take a movie that's not funny and just add some funny in it ham-handedly, right?
You'd have to.
They regularly do that.
You'd have to be lucky, I think, to get good results.
There are people whose jobs are that. That's
but it's not done well, is what he's saying.
Yeah, because I know a time when it was done,
often.
and it was done terribly. It's
like Suicide Squad.
Okay,
where they released it, and then they were like, "Wait, this should be funny, like Guardians of the Galaxy," and then they recut the trailer and made it colorful.
They did that with Justice League. That's what I was thinking of. The one that Zack Snyder remade back in the dark thing. I think they made that, and it was a little lighter, and then they just recut it, re-edited it, and tried to make it a little more like
that's a different thing.
Avengers.
What I'm talking about is a script doctor, someone who's coming in before production has begun.
Oh no, this is like they filmed it. Yeah, they filmed this apparently. Dungeons and Dragons. Apparently it was done. They're like, yeah, call them back in. We got some jokes that we're gonna need them.
Yeah, Harley said they showed it to audiences, and
yeah, that's what I heard. But then once again, it could be another Harley lie on PKA.
It's okay. We all lie. Most of them are accidental.
He feels physical pain if he doesn't get one out every few hours. He's like Polka Dot Man.
Must make money or lie.
I must deceive a Gentile.
Must deceive.
Deception and earnings. Deception and earnings.
You can either slaughter a lamb or deceive a Gentile every fortnight, or he feels physical pain.
Dude, we've been doing too much Warhammer. Harley's little scheming voice sounds like a Skaven to me now. That shit's so fun. Dude, you were talking, Harley, about how you had you just fall into video game terminology in your head when you're addicted to it and thinking too much. In this game, Warhammer Total War, if I bring a unit that costs me 700 gold, I want it to do at least 700 gold worth of damage to Kyle's army too, preferably more. So it's a good trade. It's called getting good value on it. So when I bring a unit, you have to get good value. I woke up before a meeting 3 days ago, 45 minutes early, and I checked, and I was 45 minutes before my alarm, and I checked, and I was I've got 45 minutes. I bet I can get good value on that. And then went back to bed and was what the fuck's wrong with why are you thinking like that? And then I couldn't sleep because I was thinking about army compositions, and I just ended up waking up.
What's so funny is you said also you're yeah, this meeting where I just imagine you in a boardroom and you're probably wondering why I gathered you all here today.
Yeah.
Cum pills.
It's cum pills and Total War value.
It's having a PowerPoint and clicking through it in front of businessmen. It's just cum pills.
Yeah.
And over here is a collage of tributes that have been made to.
It's the overwhelming majority of the show. It's mostly tributes from our lock and load progress. Remember that? Remember we were getting tributed back in the day for a while?
I asked people to tribute.
What's so weird? I tributed you guys. I'm nah, I'm not going to send them. That's weird. But now that it's been saved on my phone for 3 years, that's weirder.
Yeah.
You guys don't know about it. And now I can't send it. My dick doesn't even look the same.
Upload it anonymously and we won't even know it's you. That's what you do. You just throw it in the mix. I've been so fucking sick this week, dude. I'm sure you see me over here coughing.
You sound better now.
And stuff. I'm on so much shit. I'm on so much Sudafed and Claritin, and every time I step away, I'm blasting my nose. I've got this pressurized can of saline, and I stick it up one nostril and blast, and it forces the other one nostril open. And so it's a traumatic experience for my body. It feels a little bit like drowning, but I just kind of suffer through it because it helps. And but every time I'm done, I'm kind of crying a little. I'm all right. Those are big boy tears. And I clean up and everything, and I'm just a fucking wreck. Well, last night on top of that, and my nose is just so raw, it's rough. I try not to touch it. But
you almost got that
any
girl look.
Dude, I don't have any fucking Kleenex because the dog has eaten 2 boxes of Kleenex. Every time I buy a new box, he eats them and tears them apart when I'm not looking. So I'm using fucking paper towels and stuff. Yeah, they had the lotion in them and everything. He ate them all.
I'm going to the bathroom, but I still have my headphones. Don't talk shit about Jewish people.
So then I when I was ordering groceries, I got a jar of Vaseline. And they gave me this black people Vaseline. It said something about equity.
It's better than the Jewish people Vaseline.
What's Jewish people Vaseline?
Careful, he's scary looking now.
Oi, don't use all of that petroleum jelly. So I've been putting that on my nose. Well, the dog got into the Vaseline today and ate half a tub of fucking Vaseline. So now I don't even have that. So my nose just hurts.
It's gonna be such a disgusting shit all over your house.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. Outside. He ate so much Vaseline. So then last night I woke up and I already had vomit in the back of my throat. I woke up mid vomit.
Oh no!
From food poisoning, and so I'm just I sit up as my mouth is filling with vomit and rush to the bathroom, and I'm throwing up for a fucking hour at 4 a.m. last night. So that was fun too.
Why would you think it's food poisoning instead of whatever sickness you got? Maybe it's
because it was really sudden, and I ate some Greek food last night. That lamb that they sort of slice off of that. That's
delicious.
It's just a rotating chunk of meat that they have.
The meat cycle.
And man, it must have been rotating for too long.
Oh.
I did notice some of it was a little dark and crispy when I ate it, but that just made it taste better.
Yeah. I mean, I think your stomach just needs to buck up a little bit. You gotta toughen it up. What you need to do is teach your stomach, this isn't gonna fly, mister, and you double down. Get some more shawarma.
Well, I bucked up last night and vomited for a good 2 hours until I was just throwing up bile and just my abs hurt, just
Dude,
on the floor, curled up in a ball.
Has it been 2 weeks that you felt shitty?
Yeah. I think it's allergies mostly. I might be sick. I'm not willing to write that off entirely, but I don't have any accompanying symptoms.
Hopefully,
the food
you're
poisoning
sick.
its own thing. But yeah, it just feels like it's just nasal congestion. And
did you try
now,
the pills I sent?
Yes,
No.
I have those now. I have a
you
whole.
tried them, and
I ordered
them
them from Amazon. No, they're what I'm taking now. But I mean, it's like nothing seems to have changed. I was already taking Claritin 24 hours, which I assume is doing a similar.
This is also 24 hours. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
I was hoping you had good luck.
No, I don't know what the deal is. Hopefully,
yeah, but you don't just suddenly you don't get like suddenly out of nowhere horrid allergies one year, do you?
Well, here's the thing. Growing up, I had terrible allergies, and then they went away suddenly.
That happens.
I used to have extreme. I used to not be able to go outside this time of year. Like I was handicapped essentially. My dad would be like, I'd be working with my dad and he'd look over and there's just my eyes are swollen shut and just tears pouring out of them. And it's like, what the fuck? Go home.
I bet it's partially like exposure because when I was a kid outside 24/7, I never had allergies and like I still don't get them bad ever, but occasionally like I'll go outside after the grass is cut and it's like, oh, my eyes are a little itchy. Like
it is. And so I just watched a podcast on allergies recently and they're tricky. They're more common than they used to be, which is weird. And my knee-jerk instinct was like, oh, maybe people just more apt to complain now. Maybe they have better access to medical care. But they said it's actually that they're living cleaner lifestyles. They're spending more time inside on computers, stuff like that, where pets, I guess, are less common. Didn't know that. But it used to be kids went outside like you did, like I did. It used to be that, there was a dog in the house. Like that's a good thing to combat allergies, oddly. Just a little more exposure to dirt and you don't get so sensitive to stuff.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, but my allergies were crippling as like a teenager and my early 20s. And then they completely went away around the time I was 27. And so for a decade ago, and now I'm having some really awful fuck. It feels like I snorted a line of fiberglass. The inside of my nose burns and tickle itches. Like it's this thing where like if I scratch it, it'll only itch worse. It's like I'm keeping my hands. I'm trying to keep my hands off of it as it's just my nose is constantly running. The amount of mucus that comes out of my fucking head every day, it's got to be a goddamn record. It's real upsetting. I've changed the air filters in my house. I've cleaned the house thoroughly multiple times. I'm vacuuming every fucking day. I gave the dogs baths.
You did, and they're clean and they're looking nice. And
yeah, I groomed my puppers.
Shaven.
I groomed my puppers up. They're looking real nice. Toby's got short hair now. He looks very silly. It's awesome.
What is the sickest you guys have ever been?
I had like a few things going on. I had strep throat for sure. I had the flu for sure. It's debatable whether I had full-blown pneumonia or not, but I was coughing up blood, and that's when they gave me that bottle of what do you make scissor out of?
Codeine.
Codeine. Yeah, I had that big bottle of codeine.
Skittles. Yeah.
I went to my doctor, and he was like, "Yeah, that's definitely strep throat, and you definitely have the flu." And I was like, "Well," and this is Friday. I'm like, Monday morning, I'm driving to New Mexico, where I'm going to film half a dozen videos and make this much money. And I can't not be there next week driving to New Mexico. He's like, well, the desert air will help a little. I was like, some antibiotics, some injections would help a lot. And he's like, yeah, absolutely. And he gave me a shot in my ass, a big bottle of codeine, and maybe some pills too. And I still barely fucking survived. I can remember trying to drink Gatorade and then vomiting it up behind a truck and then like gargling the Gatorade to get the vomit out of my mouth and then going and shooting the video where I've got a big 500 Magnum in each hand. I'm so sick.
So if we go back and watch that one, will we be able to see like sick eyes? Like
you can hear my voice. Like I can't do the accent. I sound ridiculous. Like I'm so fucking sick.
Did it end after the shoot, or were you sick for like another week?
I don't really remember. I think I got better because when I ran out of codeine, I think we were in I don't know what state we were in, but whatever state it was in, they put an additive into their codeine when it's prescribed. to make it taste awful, so it can't be abused so easily. Whereas in Georgia, man, it tasted like candy, like liquid Jolly Rancher. And so when I got the foul tasting stuff, I didn't even want it anymore. So I guess I was well enough. I mean, it served its purpose. Could have gone on abusing it and developed a fucking habit if I'd had another bottle of that shit. It is such a nice feeling, dude. It's like all the warmth and good feelings of alcohol, plus like this dopey opium, like
This is
relaxation.
codeine?
Yeah, codeine.
Dude, it feels good. And
I don't like it.
It's no itchiness. It was such a nice high.
What do you
I've
not
never
like
done
about
it
it?
since.
So for me, I get kind of a thumpy headache, and I just feel
From opiates?
yeah, like a thumpy headache, and I try to get off them as fast as I can. I have more surgeries probably than most of you guys.
Yeah.
They send me home with shit like that.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think what else is like the thumpy headache, and I just
You
feel
get
like
itchy?
a little
I know
down.
some people get
My
itchy
wife
and
gets
hate it.
itchy, but I don't. But it makes me a little sick to take opiates. So I'm not tempted
I
to
will
abuse
never
them.
fuck with the like. I have seen being in the Midwest, like so many fucking people ruin their lives. with
No, you'd be
pills.
fine. You'd be fine. Your
I would-
personality,
no desire to fuck with that shit.
I
ever.
believe. I think your personality would
Wow.
allow you to try heroin if you wanted and be like, "Oh man, that was good. Better not do that again." Because that's
don't wanna
that's how I
fuck
feel
with
about. I know right now if I scored a bottle of codeine, I would have the best night in memory. It would feel so good just to sip on it slowly, maybe mix it with Sprite, like or whatever, and have a nice cold drink. Man,
Dude,
it's such a good high. But I would never
guarantee
touch that shit
If I
again.
had a bottle of codeine here, I would be like, that freaks. I'd throw it away. Like I don't want to be in that world.
I'm with Taylor on this, and I share your respect for Taylor and like self-control if he needs
Yeah.
it. But I've seen other people with self-control, other people who had their act together fall victim to this shit, and it's
Can I
It's so addictive. It's so dangerous.
I would guess that the people who are squared away who become addicted were taking it initially responsibly and prescribed for a real painful thing, and they became addicted over time. I'm describing a scenario in which Taylor, who is like so driven that he never got those bad grades, Taylor, who's like always on time, he could shoot heroin. He could shoot heroin up tonight and
Always on
never
time.
touch heroin again. Like he would.
Let's go then, bro.
You know, Kyle, wait a
That's
minute.
how I feel.
I'm not
Let's
going to
not do
agree
a
with you
hangover
this,
style
but
Yeah.
I am willing to bet $5 on it, and this is a testable hypothesis.
Wait,
I owe you $5. I owe you
potential
$5.
earnings? Catch me up. What's going on?
Yeah.
My headset.
We were talking. I don't know how.
Kyle was saying that he
Kyle was-
thinks I could try prescription pills or heroin and not get addicted to it, and I was saying I would never want to. Like I think everyone
and that
would
is
like,
why he's
everyone
right.
would
though.
like to. Everyone would like to believe that they would not get addicted to an addictive pill, but the reason you get addicted is because that pill is like made to be addictive. Like it makes you feel
There's a
great.
denial factor that you're not acknowledging that you're already doing yourself. Your defense mechanism is already working by you being like, I don't want. A lot of people are like,
Yeah, you're
what?
right.
It's a little bit of heroin. I'm good, bro. Look, I still go to work tomorrow. So I just
think I have the willpower
Wow.
to. I believe I could try heroin and just never do it again because I did that with codeine.
It's just
And I,
you know why I
high
think
risk,
you could
no
do that?
reward.
You know why I think you could do that?
look, I'm not proposing that I go do
You know
heroin.
why I
tonight.
think you should do heroin? You know why you should do heroin?
So it's, I'm saying prospectively, where that be.
Anyway, to answer your question, that is when I was the sickest.
Thank you for that.
Wait,
Taylor asked when we were the sickest in our lives, and I spent about 18 minutes telling him.
That's exactly what we
On
want. 18
on
minutes.
heroin?
No, that
I was
that
prescribed
dovetail.
codeine when I had like pneumonia, strep throat, and I was just feeling really, really.
Isn't it
poor.
funny how you like see the backwards trend of the conversation? But Harley, what's the sickest you've ever been ever? Your whole life.
Fucking knocking out Aaron, Game Grumps, Creator Clash 1. I was fucking, I ain't getting sicker than that, bro, unless I knock out a wrestler this Saturday.
So you just don't get sick.
Okay, well,
Never
played.
sick.
I'm sick right now. I've been mentally ill.
Ooh,
I'm actually
mental
like
illness counts.
mental
I might need to
illness.
change my answer. When did I?
I've been sick this whole time. You see my Minecraft servers?
Yeah. Yeah. The fitter Harley gets, the more the whites of his eyes are showing when he's looking at you.
I do. I get a certain virility to me. I get a certain like lifeness that I see in my eyes. Yeah, your eyes are very white, actually.
Right there. This is AOC eyes fucking coming for your soul.
Do you need to make weight, Harley?
No, I just need to be over 200, and that's not a problem. I couldn't get under 200 if I fucking unless I cut my legs off.
You did
Harley,
30 years ago.
I don't know if we revealed who you're fighting, or if you were able to last show. Can we show a picture of Homeboy? Can we do that?
Yeah.
The mayor of Slamtown, Zach. You'll find
all
him.
right. So Harley showed me this like a long time ago, like maybe 6 months ago, and I remember thinking, why would you want to fight an actual athlete?
I didn't think it through at the time.
I didn't say that. I was
line,
like, nice, man, fucking nice. Good.
Dude,
for
no one
you.
can
But I
take
was
my boy
thinking,
Harley.
like,
I have nothing but confidence.
like the whole dude.
Jesus Christ. That's an older pick, I think.
Wait, that's him?
That's him.
He's older now and stronger, I think.
Yeah, he's
Harley.
definitely definitely stronger now. I know.
Dude, look at that mane of hair.
I think
He looks like Duke Nukem, dude, with that jaw.
I almost ring walked to that, by the way.
Oh shit, dude.
Yeah, that's a pretty. So
you're gonna dominate this.
I've
look,
seen
pull
a lot of
pull
this
up in
guy
this video,
because he was on a
this
season
Insta
of
video I sent you.
Survivor.
That's right, he was.
Yeah,
He ate the other competitors.
dude, he was a great competitor. Like, he's smart and he was really athletic, and they all banded against him and voted him off because they were worried that later in the game he'd be a big problem.
Wait, is he breaking fucking bricks? Oh no, Harley!
That's gonna be my fucking thick Jewish skull.
Can you imagine how much money you wasted on those bricks?
Man, this is, oh my god. I didn't realize who you were fighting.
I know.
Yeah, I do. You might not remember in the show.
He's one of those guys who comes.
Harley says the guy's name, and I go, oh. And he's like, Woody, you're getting in my head. And I'm like, I'm sure. Good luck. And he's like, Woody, you're not helping. That's how the show ended.
Nah, it's for charity, man. It's going to be a good time. I bet that guy brings a pretty decent audience too, which is really good. I look forward to watching. How do we watch it? Because I never know.
Thecreatorclash.com.
Okay.
I don't know if they're gonna give me a discount or if they're gonna give me like a link thing for our friends and family. No, if I get one, I would send it to you guys.
Look at this guy.
Dude, you're looking thin. Good for you.
You're looking hung, Harley. Nicely. Nice dick.
Do you know this is actually the only time I will ever give myself a pre-fluff before, because the shorts were really small, and so I pre-fluffed myself a little bit, slapped it around. Bro, I swear to God,
that's great. It worked. I noticed. I called it on the show.
It literally looked like I had no dick.
Dude,
it looked like I had no dick.
No, it doesn't.
So I slapped it twice, and I was like, now no one's gonna be like, he has no dick. All the comments are like, dick. And I'm like, I'm never doing that ever again.
No, everyone's noticing how funny.
Is that your gym?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's my garage.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Dude, high T maneuver.
I slapped it around a couple times. Put some tears in its
when
eyes.
I saw you sashay like that.
The facial hair, though, like the beard now is good, but that video, definitely go back to the mustache with the shorter sides.
The Wolverine.
That's really good. I like that a lot. Makes you look
why?
tough.
Because it's like reclaiming my jawline. I was fat all through pandemic, and now at least it's like I have this angle here that I used to not. So that's the one thing I like about the mustache.
And mutton chops.
Someday.
But I told maybe mutton chops actually, because I told you guys last time. Remember, I said that the hair apparently helps. And fighting this fucking juiced up mutant, I should probably take every advantage I can get.
Zach, can you show us Wolverine's facial hair? Because I think in one of the movies, maybe he had like a mutton chop type thing going on.
He does.
Like,
he has those.
Like maybe
I would never.
Like
I would never say this. I would never say this on my podcast. The N-word. No, I'm kidding. I would never say this on my podcast. Binge Eater, guys, please also listen.
Check it
PKA.
out.
It doesn't have one up. You can listen to mine. But I wouldn't say it.
There you go.
Sick.
Do that, dude.
What I like. I want to tell you guys this. I feel surprisingly confident. I don't know when it happened. In the last 2 weeks or so, I kind of tapped into an element that I used to have, that I used to not have, that like, you know, it really resonated. Even watching Rocky 3 at one point, like they said to Rocky, he's like, you did the worst thing for a fighter. You became civilized. And I thought about me, and I thought about old Epic Mealtime. I was playing football. I played for a football team. And I was defense. I always got like rowdy. I got crazy. I played on like a team with like a lot of black dudes. I'd grab these Haitian guys by their shoulders and we're in the locker room. And I'm like, fucking.
That's how Haitians talk.
Yeah.
I'm like, men. But I mean it. I mean it for real. Like I'm like at that point in my life where like if you showed me Andrew Tate, I would have been like, let this man speak. That's where I was at. Like, you know,
you'd have broke him out if you were
in my early 20s. Yeah.
You'd have one of those hooks with the rope.
Yeah. I would have been in Target pointing at a boy's t-shirt with a rainbow being like, what the fuck?
Or a Bud Light down the drain.
Just exasperated at gay shit.
Bud Light, turn up the Kid Rock. Let's get fucking Toxic Male up in here, bitch.
Yeah.
But I was like, that was easy for me early Epic Mealtime. I was like hungry. I needed to like do so. I was like a million reasons to be aggressive and play a character. Mm-hmm. But then as time goes on, like pandemic, it's like, bro, I'm sitting in my fucking house. I can order whatever I want. It'll come to my doorstep. Like I don't even have to get hard. The fucking fleshlight just sucks the cum out of me. Like I don't have to do anything. And there's nothing. There was no drive. And then doing the first fight, I felt like I was getting comfortable again or whatever. And then like the second fight, and then I'll be honest, kind of like beefing people on Twitter. I was like, I never do this. But now why don't I do it? Like, what the fuck are they going to take? What are you going to take from me? My views? You can't take anything from me. I was like, oh my God, I have nothing to lose. It's been a long time. I could be a small channel out there. So then I'm like, oh, I should do that. So I get on my camera and I'm like, you motherfuckers, if you don't like what I have to say, then you better. And I'm like doing this. I'm like, I could do this because I can't cancel my fucking show. My show is just kind of like, it's not cancel. It's not like it's not popping. I'm not. And all the other creators on Creator Clash, I'm sure they feel similar in a lot of respects, but they're not going to jump into the talks with fucking Augie or Nicholas D'Oreo because they're not these people. It's not a thing that they're going to engage with or whatever. But for me, I'm like, oh, I could jump in there and be like, I don't know, bitch, and get in a Twitter space and scream or whatever and still sleep soundly at night. Because I already went through the motions. I don't have anything to prove in that space. I don't have a sponsorship that's like, you don't really fit the brand with La Quinta Hotels, so you're cut for calling this person a fucking idiot on. So none of that exists. So I was like, oh, I could just go and do all that. And then I felt like going on and like when I was talking about, I touched on it a bit with Dick. I was like, I haven't done this shit in a while. And I was like, I've been like civilized. I've been like sitting around fucking video gaming, doing nothing. When I'm like, I got to fight next month. And I have like the biggest, like no joke, all optics aside, the biggest fucking losers that I've ever seen in my entire life saying my name on their channel. And I'm like,
catch you straight here, Harley.
I'll see the guys. I'm like, maybe I should be a little aggressive in my fight because I opened up my stupid fat mouth, and now they all want to see me get knocked out. I can't get knocked out.
So what's your strategy? Use your strength, I guess, right?
Yeah, if I get knocked out, think about this. Woody, put yourself in my shoes. I get knocked out. Mm-hmm. Like I gotta like Keemstar's gonna tweet at me and be like, "Bitch, you got knocked out. Here's the GIF." Could you imagine that?
You wouldn't want
that.
Right?
I gotta go. I gotta duck off social media for
7 inches shorter than you. You can't allow that. You cannot allow that.
I gotta leave social media.
It would be an embarrassment to lose to the mayor of Slamtown.
Humiliating.
Yeah.
Oh, is that his nickname? The mayor of Slamtown?
No, that's John.
Dude,
that's
this guy's
John
gonna
Morrison.
fuck you up.
Yeah. And that's what's so
really.
crazy is my mentality is I've been like, I shouldn't get overconfident. This guy's an athlete and I'm still just like a Jew. Like I shouldn't get
Dude, use your ways. How about we get to him before the fight? Slip him a Mickey.
Yeah. Nah. You talk to your people at Deutsche Bank, Kanye style.
We get his bank account.
We'll get his bank account suspended, and he'll be so stressed out financially.
All you need is
tell him your uncle and your brother-in-law are lawyers, and if he touches you, he'll never have a dime again.
Is he married? Is this a married man? Maybe we could have like a prostitute approach him the night before and drug him.
Well, that's
he said to me, he was like, we could joke about whatever you want. Could joke about anything you want, do whatever you want. He's like, Don't say shit about my wife though.
Oh.
And I was like, I was never going to. And that to the Froggy Fresh thing also is I was like, some people you can't say something about their wife. And I know this, and I'm not saying
Sure you
like
can.
you can. Exactly.
Pre-fight.
Are you saying pre-fight, during the fight, and after the fight? But you're going to pay the consequences because the mayor is he real? You said he's who's called the mayor of Slam Tam? The man you're about to fight?
Yeah.
God damn it, dude. That's rough.
I know. And like, honestly, you asked like what I want to do. Like, I don't know. This fucking guy's not going to watch PKA. When does this come out? Thursday? Friday?
Yeah.
Saturday.
I mean, like, are we wanting to lie to him or like tell him?
Saturday.
like tonight. like.
No,
we'll
okay. No, because I just didn't want him to watch.
Tweet it
But,
at
like,
him.
realistically, Slam Town, I'm just saying, like, I'm over here, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I'm over here. Look how much
You can put your
there
palm
is.
on him.
Look how far
Look how
away
much
you are.
arm
My
there is.
God.
We're really far.
Very
Like,
far.
you can't reach this.
Stay there.
And then, like, imagine you did
Stay there,
some
Big
move.
Bear.
Imagine you did some move and you got past this. You got past. Oh, who's there? Who's there? I was here the whole time. Amazing. I thought you were going. I'm back here now again. Look at this fist.
Yeah,
It's in your
look
eyes.
out, Mayor. He's
That's your
got
eyes.
2 hands.
This one. Where's the kite coming from? Where's the kite? I got the bomb. I'm the kite Hitler was scared of.
Dude, please, tagline. Boom.
That's it, dude. That's your name. You have your nickname.
What you have, Harley, is you have an enormous red swastika
Write that
on
down.
you when you
don't wanna
walk
lose
in.
it.
I'm
It's
taking
just
it back.
a thin black no line across it. Huge red swastika, tiny asterisk that says 2 thumbs down. And it's on like the back of your shorts.
Can we update his freaking title now that he has a nickname?
No, you're gonna fuck this guy up. You're taller than him.
Antagonize that scary
matters a
man.
lot.
He's
not
got a
gonna
lot.
fight us.
He's got a
He'll never
lot of
see this
cardio.
show. And if he ever sees this show,
Yes.
sir, I have nothing but respect for you.
Yeah,
Nothing
you're
at
actually a
all for
legend.
you and your wife and family, sir. Upright people.
Good people, sir.
He is actually a great guy. Like, I've met him before and I knew him. And which I got a really funny story about him.
say
You guys
that.
know Moist Critical?
I know that.
Yes.
He's the guy who's got the long hair and he's
Penguins
like,
on.
hey guys. Yeah, he's like, today, you know. So he had this gathering at his G Fuel compound gym streaming area like after the fight. And I kind of hung around a long time. And everyone cleared out, and John was there. John Morrison, the guy boxing. And everyone's gone. It's like 3:30 a.m., 4 a.m. And Moist is there with like his girlfriend and they're like brand new, like little kitty. And everyone's kind of left. And we were just like waiting outside for our Uber, which was taking a while, but everyone's gone. And he goes and he closes the garage door out there. And we're like, peace. He's like, peace. He closed the garage door. So like we're outside of the thing and it's all locked up now. And my Uber's pulling up and I look at John. I'm like, oh, so you want to roll with us? And he does the coolest, craziest thing I've ever seen. He goes, no. He swigs his drink. He's like, I'm going to go overstay my welcome. And then he goes to the door and knocks on it as I'm getting into the Uber. And Charlie's like, what's up? And he's like, hey, and like walks back in. It's 4 a.m. I'm gone. Moist is there with, I don't know who else, but I know his girlfriend and this brand new little kitty. And former WWE superstar John Morrison knocks on his door like, I'm going to overstay my welcome. And I've never heard anyone say it so like that, being like, I'm going to overstay my welcome. I was like, I fucking love that. I'm going to take that shit.
I'm always overstaying from now on. Alpha Sigma behavior. Oh, you have out of your house? Nah, bitch, I'm eating snacks without permission.
Dude, have you ever had to overstay your welcome, and you couldn't help it? I'll give you an example. I was a guest of Paul, our friend Paul in Chicago. His parents owned the whole place. Paul was like setting me up the first time I went out there, every step of the way. But then my flights home got really fucked up, so I had nowhere to go. Like my hotel is kicking me out, and Paul's like, come to my place. So Kitty and I are sitting on his couch all day, and he's just like, yep, yes, we wait on the flights. And I just felt so bad. I just felt like I had him inconvenienced. He has to just be there with me like all night. I know he doesn't want to like I don't want to be there. I want to be home. I just play paintball for like 48 hours straight. I feel like shit. Kitty's passed out on the other couch. I'm just sitting there watching nature documentaries, wishing I was home. No, we were watching I Shouldn't Be Alive, that show about people who get who like, you know, shouldn't be alive for whatever fucking reason. Usually what wilderness.
Kyle, we lost you.
You're muted, Kyle.
We lost you. They can't hear you. Can't get any of the juicy tidbits coming out of that supple mouth.
Supple.
Look at his lips. They're perfect.
Yeah, they look so red today. I've been thinking about it all day.
Can't get enough of them. Look at that. Look at that coy boy. Look at that coy boy right there.
Whoa!
You talking about OnlyFans? We need to get Kyle.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We talked about Harley's big, thick tongue earlier, and I haven't thought about anything else since then.
It wouldn't be good.
Yeah, me and Harley are going to start an OnlyFans for big, thick tongue boys. That's what we need.
Dude, I was thinking of starting a new YouTube channel. I'm just head over heels into this fish tank thing.
Oh my God.
I don't think it's
fish
great
tank YouTube?
show content, but it's what I do when I'm not on the show and I'm like, I need to make an OnlyFans channel and just talk about like sexy rasses and like fat tanks and plumping them up and slimy slippery when wet jokes.
No, the play actually would be to call it OnlyFins and never acknowledge or play into the fact that it's called OnlyFins, and it's
Can I give you
some
advice?
Channel about saltwater fish.
I'll give you some advice that might be a decade too old. Your first video should be about Jackie using that overpowered bootleg laser to like kill the whatever the things are called.
Oh yeah.
But you're gonna have a really scary thumbnail, and it's gonna highlight the fact that it's a very dangerous laser. That you're not that it's what you're doing is dangerous and like prohibited. Maybe even point out the laser is technically illegal. And
I put a Tesla logo on the laser.
And then like obviously like everybody here will watch it that's listening to this. But then, like, if you can get it to roll over and do a viral thing, if you can get it in front of eyes, people will click that thumbnail. However, if you made a channel about fish tanks, I think that would mostly just be about your love of fish tanks and not any sort of successful business venture. You know that going in. So everything I just said,
you have like an aquarium?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like a big one?
So to shorten it up, I used to have a big-ish one at 70 gallons. I currently have a 25, and I bought a 150. I'm waiting on it.
I think.
How big is 150? That seems like a lot.
150 gallons. So
3 times as big.
It's about 2 feet tall, right? But it's on a stand. But the tank is about 2 feet tall. It's about 4 feet wide and 3 feet front to back.
Oh shit, that is a huge fucking tank.
They get bigger. It's
Dude,
not
if that pops in your house, it ruins your house, right?
Part of it. But
you know what I could see? Like, you know how you get into hobbies and then you have to up to the next thing? Like, is there any thought about maybe a bigger sea creature? Not anything ridiculous, but like something bigger than a little fish. Like, because that's cool. Like something bigger, something substantive you see swimming in someone's house. It's like, I don't know. I always think that's neat.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it. We went to the public aquarium last month. And they had sea otters. And I was just like, what does it take to keep a sea otter?
Dude, I bet it's a nightmare.
I have a pool. And like I got some space, and the sea otters look like little water dogs.
Oh, dude,
this is a good idea.
With animals like that,
I have
you watch a video like talking about those like animals, and they'll be like
$10,000
at 3 a.m. known as the screaming owl. It's like, oh god damn it, my fucking otters are screaming again.
Woody, you could put in a pond on your property and have freshwater otters. That rhymes.
They're ugly.
Freshwater otters.
Freshwater otter.
They're not. They're really cool. I used to shoot them. They sort of like get on the top of the water and swim along. You got to shoot right behind the eye.
What do they do to you?
They eat the fish, and then they do otter shit.
No, that's fair enough. Yeah, you need.
You guys know that I was always into like taking pictures of toys and stuff for a bit there, and so I liked the way it was set up. And one thing leads to another, and I ended up on aquarium YouTube. I like 2 years ago, because I was looking at like dioramas being built, miniatures, blah, 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 and then I got into like aquascaping.
Oh, yeah. It's all we talk about. My wife has models downstairs I could show
you.
Dude.
It's sick. And you know what? if it sounds like a shit YouTube channel, it'll probably make a great TikTok account.
You're
So
right.
you're a
about
gamer.
that.
You're a gamer. The Chinese Communist Party already has a blueprint of your entire house and how many people live in it. You're fucked. You're on the grid.
YouTube Shorts.
You might as well just get a TikTok. Yeah, YouTube Shorts also. You could put it there. But I think you should lean into the aquarium stuff. People love it.
Let me say this.
There's room for
I would love.
I
watched
think it's
aquascaping
cooler
stuff.
than paramotoring by far.
I've watched people. I
do. It is. It's
I
cool.
watched people empty out aquariums and clean them. I watched a guy this gigantic aquarium. He has to put his fish in like a fucking kid-sized swimming pool while he switches the water. I think an aquarium is such a cool
I have
thing. to
every
in the house.
intention of setting up automated water changers so I can have, like, you know, the dosers that nurses use to feed you your drip or
Wait,
whatever.
does that mean you don't have to empty out your aquarium ever?
Right.
You
Yeah,
always
that
do.
just goes to the house's waste. All you do is mix fresh salt. And,
Okay, because that's the one thing that ever prevented me from getting an aquarium is that I would fuck up.
If you go to the saltwater fish keeping world, you can remove like a lot of effort and replace that with money. Like there's a computer that will
Tail off the
control
tool.
your water changes, your temperatures, your chemistry. My water's being tested 4 times a day right now. I have a
Jeez,
website that
picky-ass
shows
fish.
me.
Well, why am I boxing for a
That grabs
stupid ass charity when I could be boxing for a saltwater aquarium for fish?
Yeah,
Exactly.
you should be.
Exactly.
You should be
Boxing for fish, that's like a real life that people
You need to
that's like the
find Nemo.
1920s. We have to box for fish so that we can
Dude, would
eat
you have,
them.
if your award instead of 20 grand was the finest tuna, the entire thing from that day at the Chiziki
think-
fish market in Japan, you'd make more money with the tuna.
What class of hobby is this this thing that Woody has taken on, Taylor? I think that it is of the class of the train conductors, the home train conductors, and the Warhammer model makers. However, I will say
I got to all of these.
it's the top of them. It is the best of them. I like that there's live animals.
Yeah.
And I like that that it's going to be very expensive and potentially like I don't know. It's going to be a fancy thing that you're going to have. It's going to be a beautiful thing.
It's
that
a
you're
very
creating.
classy hobby.
You know
I like
what it
that.
is? It's indoor gardening. It's a little more complicated because there's so much chemistry involved, but it's basically indoor gardening where you just sort of every day you tend to it. You make sure it's watered like you want it to be. You make sure the tests, the fit, the phosphorus, the food. You know, Jackie and I meet every twice a day at the fish tank at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. and we have a coffee and we watch the food drop.
That is
We observe.
hilariously structured. I love that. That is very
That's great.
German.
Also, you
very-
also can't discount the
It is
enormous-
5:02, Jackie.
Yeah, right.
You're not
missed your
here.
first protest.
You can't discount the
recorded
enormous
for-
feng shui benefits of having an aquarium in your house with fish too.
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
I mean, if you believe in energies like that,
I
a
don't,
big one.
but it's beautiful. What he
Well,
has
it's
there is
not an
beautiful,
energy.
and more
It's that
importantly,
it puts off a good feeling. It's nice to look at. The same way an aesthetic painting in a room brings a better feeling to it because it's
suppose.
pleasing to see. It's way cooler than an aesthetic painting.
yeah, but he
It's
doesn't want to
living
make it sound
things.
like he believes in Chinese magic. So
I
he-
think
I totally believe.
I don't think you can
Oh, man.
underestimate
I
the
was
fact
gonna
that
say.
it's classy. Because I will say this: if I go to another man's house and he has one of those trains, like we joked about it last week, but man, that's some lame ass shit. If you got a fucking train, your little hat on, and you got the trees and stuff, you have ruined this room.
Disagree so
You
much.
have ruined your garage, sir. You have ruined whatever room.
I'm
this
gonna
takes
take
place
off my
in.
wooden whistle.
This will stay here until when you die. Your family will take it apart angrily and roughly,
Can I
and they'll
do with
throw
the
it all
recorder?
away. However, Woody's aquarium, I walk into that room, loser. but at Woody's house, however, I feel like his aquarium could add an aesthetic to a room that nothing else could. I know. I always go back to the fucking dentist, but I think growing up when I was a kid, like my the guy that did my braces had a fantastic aquarium. And it was really nice to sit there and like get him to work on your mouth, the orthodontist, and have that soothing aquarium of little yellow and red fish moving around over there. Neat. It was soothing. It was cool. It was relaxing. So it's just infinitely better than those other lame ass hobbies. Fuck y'all train conducting bitches.
That
I
is
like that
not
it
the
was a
official
shared
stance of the
hobby.
show.
Like I almost guarantee you when I come downstairs after this show, Jackie will have developed a new aquascape in clay for my
That's
feedback
so sick.
on it.
That's
And
fun.
she's really into the animal husbandry part of it. She's always looking at every coral for disease or for problems or invasive worms or whatever. I'm more into like the tool set and the chemistry side of it. I always want to make sure the pH, the ORP, the temperature, the calcium, the alkalinity.
You're like
the salinity,
iDubbbz and Anissa,
like-
and this aquarium is your creator clash. Now imagine one fish had been training with another fish in another aquarium. No, I'm kidding.
Fuck with my tangs.
I think that's when did you get into this? What is this?
It was
like
into
motorcycles
it.
last year.
Dude, no.
Still is.
So I kept aquariums starting as a teenager and into my 20s and maybe my 30s. And then I took a break during sort of my YouTube years and just got another one in February. So we just got back into it.
I got a prediction.
Picking new hobbies.
He's gonna get a big tank, Taylor.
We'll
Taylor,
You're gonna get a big.
Let me ask you this, because here's the question. Because
It's big.
Woody already knows the answer to my question. What's the big boy tank, Woody?
You're asking me? Or
Yeah. There's a tank out there. What's the big boy? What do the reef keepers of the world look to when they install a tank in their domicile?
I would say if you're in the 350 to 500 gallon range, you're a boss. If you're more than that, then it's almost like not pretty anymore. It's like a swimming pool with glass
aquarium now.
sides.
It better be like the roof and your walls on both sides or something.
Right?
Yeah.
Like if you get past like a 500 or 1,000 gallons, it starts to you get
Does
into
it get
this
too
like
deep and you can't see the shit going on anymore?
and it's all distorted and the water's never as perfectly clear as you want it to be because you have like a shark in it. Go ahead.
That's when you join them.
All of his human oils will ruin the chemistry.
Because no, he's gonna be in a full skin suit. He's
Oh,
gonna have to be in a wetsuit.
I gave
for
Jackie
this.
a suntan lotion lecture yesterday.
Yeah. No,
You can't put that in there. You're gonna kill him. Do you want to
It's a
kill
big
him?
deal. That looks really dope.
that.
Next
looks
sex
you know,
station.
you know
I
what
wonder
would be
where that is.
A cool thing is I also watched some videos on
where that
aquarium Twitter, probably or not YouTube, probably a year or so ago. But the guy I landed on was a dude who just has piranhas, and it is an enormous tank. I don't know the gallons, but his whole channel is he will like walk out to his yard, which has a million other animals, and like pick up a dead squirrel that he just killed or whatever. It was dead out there. And then he'll drop it like fur and all into the piranha tank. And you just watch as the piranhas like every time they spend like 10 minutes like going up and like nipping at it all nervously. And then once the first one gets enough to like get blood, there's a little rush. And then by the time blood's around, like it is a flurry, maybe 90 seconds, and then like bones floating down. It's really entertaining. Look up the Piranha Guy channel. I don't know the fucking name of it, but it's cool.
It's funny you called it entertaining because I always thought piranhas were a psychopath's fifths.
I thought they're awesome.
Dude, right? What does that say? So they never move. They sit there very, very still. They're like they're not really super pretty. They have red bellies, but they're not beautiful. They're not beautiful. They're not interesting. They have no personality. They don't move, but they eat like psychos. And it's like, do you like watching things die? Do you like buying goldfish to feed to your piranha?
Oh,
if you get off on that, piranha's your fish.
It was interesting to watch it. Like when he threw a live bullfrog in there.
Oh,
and
come
you
on.
watched like the live bullfrog like try to hide, and then they're like nipping at it. I'm like, well, this is
It's like that Russian torture
this
video.
is kind of horrible, but also it's like it is a frog. I don't fucking care.
God wants this.
God wants.
God wants. If God didn't want it, he would have stopped it.
The Jewish
And
God,
God
baby.
said, "Torture the frogs."
The Jewish God said, "Worry not, there is no hell."
There is no hell.
Man, that must be
Take
great for
comfort
y'all.
in your good credit.
Like, what's the worst that could happen?
I don't know. I mean, it could be. I mean, the worst that could happen is hell.
Are there better versions of heaven in the Jewish faith?
No, I don't think.
I wasn't asking you, Tank Commander.
I didn't realize you were going to say Jew.
Thing landed. I like. No, it took
I
Taylor
thought
a
you were
second.
going to say Christianity, and then I jumped the gun like a tard.
Harley, are there like multiple heavens in your faith that are you aware of?
I mean, there's definitely a heaven.
Yeah, but like if you're like extra good, do you get to go to a better heaven maybe, or does everybody get the same heaven?
How ridiculous.
Well, there's 7 heavens.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Like the TV show with the child molester.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
Heaven.
Also,
No, there's
Jessica Biel.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all get this
There's
reference, right?
there's apparently 7 heavens, and I actually don't really know much. Apparently that's not the same in Christianity.
No.
Because it's in the Old Testament, but not in the New Testament.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, oh, you didn't get the news? Yeah, the 7 heavens, they've joined forces somehow. They're all literally just one heaven now.
Yeah, we realized that
There's
was
no-
unfair. We're doing one heaven.
Yeah, people in heaven 1 though still are totally. They look down on people in heaven 7.
Yeah,
They even
heaven
you can actually know, like you look at someone like this guy's from heaven 3, isn't he? Look at his fucking outfit.
That'd be a good little sitcom, Heaven 7, and it follows a group of friends who are just not shitty enough to have made it by, and they're constantly almost sinning their way back into hell. It wouldn't do well. it would be a horrible show. No one would watch it, but it is a show. Oh, that's a show. Fucking.
This was us being silly. The Jews here. I see. Apparently, the 7 heavens it can be found in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. But it looks like they were just people or ancient observers looking at the moon, Mercury, Venus, the sun, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, and being like, "There's a heaven, and there's a heaven."
That's pretty embarrassing.
Shit. Yeah,
Big
that
guy.
made me good.
Huge
Wow.
L for religion.
Well, we've just got the one heaven and the one hell.
For religion.
Just lots of L's since fucking science and like fucking that shit came about.
Huge L for religion.
Yeah.
Common religion L.
Dude, that common religion L.
When the people who work in heaven, is that their version of heaven working?
That's
What
their
people?
hell. Your
Like that
hell is
asshole
you
at
go
the pearly
serve
gates with the
Jews,
clipboard and
Jewish
everything.
That's St.
Cartoon.
Peter, supposedly.
Okay,
No, no.
he's working.
Your hell is you have to work in Jewish heaven dealing with unruly Jews that are like, I don't understand. I'm in heaven and I'm still waiting.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
God,
how
I should have
cheap-
behaved. And you're like walking over to the table. Mr. Goldbaumstein Silver, I'm sorry for your.
Can you imagine how low minimum wage is in Jewish heaven?
That's more of a luxury.
It's an internship.
It'd be like prison wages, like 8 cents an hour or something.
One thing I didn't like actually about the Jewish thing is that like when that lends to tipping businesses, I don't know, maybe they try and maximize the profit, but tipping, every Jew I know tips big. I don't know a single Jew that doesn't tip big or like 20s
They
the
tip
minimum.
huge, Kyle.
Yeah, with all the
12, sometimes 13%.
all the money that we
They love it so much they take everyone else's tips.
Hang on, let me figure out exactly. Hang on, it's all right. It's $1.37.
Hey, no, that still happens.
I love when I would see George Costanza like he'd leave the tip, take 2 steps away, come back and grab $1. like he did a little math in his head and realized, not that. He comes back for it. Well, I gotta go blow my nose furiously and then cry a little.
Yeah,
So-
I've got to play Warhammer.
Check out Harley's fight. Where do we see it?
Creatorclash.com. You can check out the thing there. I actually have a video up now of Knuckle Sandwich 2, just my whole transformation and stuff.
Where's that?
Unfortunately, less Sam Hyde. That's on the Epic Mealtime channel.
Okay.
Nice.
But yeah, that's up now.
And was that your Instagram you showed with that dick root flashed for us? That
was for fun before.
Yeah, but where can I find that? Like, where was that? Where was that?
That's
source?
on Harley Plays Instagram if you want.
That's where you want to go for the.
That's
where you wanna go.
the dick root.
Yeah. That's
All right.
That's where I go. All right. PKA.
Thanks for having me, guys.
643.
Always.